Chapter 21 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The arrival of this letter, coming after a week of silence, and after she had had a chance to think, moved Jennie deeply. What did she want to do? What ought she to do? How did she truly feel about this man? Did she sincerely wish to answer his letter? If she did so, what should she say? Heretofore, all her movements, even the one in which she had sought to sacrifice herself for the sake of Bass in Columbus, had not seemed to involve anyone but herself. Now there seemed to be others to consider, her family, above all her child. The little Vesta was now 18 months of age. She was an interesting child, her large blue eyes and light hair giving promise of a comeliness which would closely approximate that of her mother, while her mental traits indicated a clear and intelligent mind. Mrs. Gerhardt had become very fond of her. Gerhardt had unbended so gradually that his interest was not even yet clearly discernible, but he had a distinct feeling of kindliness toward her. And this readjustment of her father's attitude had aroused in Jennie an ardent desire to so conduct herself that no pain should ever come to him again. Any new folly on her part would not only be base ingratitude to her father, but would tend to injure the prospects of her little one. Her life was a failure, she fancied, but Vesta's was a thing apart. She must do nothing to spoil it. She wondered whether it would not be better to write Lester and explain everything. She had told him that she did not wish to do wrong. Suppose she went on to inform him that she had a child, and beg him to leave her in peace. Would he obey her? She doubted it. Did she really want him to take her at her word? The need of making this confession was a painful thing to Jennie. It caused her to hesitate to start a letter in which she tried to explain, and then tear it up. Finally, fate intervened in the sudden homecoming of her father, who had been seriously injured by an accident at the glass works in Youngstown, where he worked. It was on a Wednesday afternoon in the latter part of August when a letter came from Gerhardt, but instead of the customary fatherly communication written in German and enclosing the regular weekly remittance of $5, there was only a brief note written by another hand, and explaining that the day before Gerhardt had received a severe burn on both hands, due to the accidental overturning of a dipper of molten glass. The letter added that he would be home the next morning. "What do you think of that?" exclaimed William, his mouth wide open. "Poor papa," said Veronica, tears welling up in her eyes. Mrs. Gerhardt sat down, clasped her hands in her lap, and stared at the floor. Now what to do, she nervously exclaimed. The possibility that Gerhardt was disabled for life opened long vistas of difficulties which she had not the courage to contemplate. Bass came home at 6:30 and Jennie at 8. The former heard the news with an astonished face. "Gee, that's tough, isn't it?" he exclaimed. "Did the letter say how bad he was hurt?" "No," replied Mrs. Gerhardt. "Well, I wouldn't worry about it," said Bass easily. "It won't do any good. We'll get along somehow. I wouldn't worry like that if I were you." The truth was he wouldn't, because his nature was wholly different. Life did not rest heavily upon his shoulders. His brain was not large enough to grasp the significance and weigh the results of things. "I know," said Mrs. Gerhardt, endeavoring to recover herself. "I can't help it, though. To think that just when we were getting along fairly well this new calamity should be added. It seems sometimes as if we're under a curse. We have so much bad luck." When Jennie came her mother turned to her instinctively. Here was her one stay. "What's the matter, Ma?" asked Jennie as she opened the door and observed her mother's face. "What have you been crying about?" Mrs. Gerhardt looked at her and then turned half away. "Pa had his hands burned," put in Bass solemnly. "He'll be home to morrow." Jennie turned and stared at him. "His hands burned?" she exclaimed. "Yes," said Bass. "How did it happen?" "A pot of glass was turned over." Jennie looked at her mother, and her eyes dimmed with tears. Instinctively she ran to her and put her arms around her. "Now don't you cry, Ma," she said, barely able to control herself. "Don't you worry. I know how you feel, but we'll get along. Don't cry now." Then her own lips lost their evenness, and she struggled long before she could pluck up courage to contemplate this new disaster. And now, without volition upon her part, there leaped into her consciousness a new and subtly persistent thought. What about Lester's offer of assistance now? What about his declaration of love? Somehow it came back to her, his affection, his personality, his desire to help her, his sympathy, so like that which Brander had shown when Bass was in jail. Was she doomed to a second sacrifice? Did it really make any difference? Wasn't her life a failure already? She thought this over as she looked at her mother sitting there so silent, haggard, and distraught. What a pity, she thought, that her mother must always suffer. Wasn't it a shame that she could never have any real happiness? "I wouldn't feel so badly," she said after a time. "Maybe Papa isn't burned so badly as we think. Did the letter say he'd be home in the morning?" "Yes," said Mrs. Gerhardt, recovering herself. They talked more quietly from now on, and gradually, as the details were exhausted, a kind of dumb peace settled down upon the household. "One of us ought to go to the train to meet him in the morning," said Jennie to Bass. "I will. I guess Miss Bracebridge won't mind." "No," said Bass gloomily. "You mustn't. I can go." He was sour at this new fling of fate, and he looked his feelings. He stalked off gloomily to his room and shut himself in. Jennie and her mother saw the others off to bed, and then sat out in the kitchen talking. "I don't see what's to become of us now," said Mrs. Gerhardt at last, completely overcome by the financial complications which this new calamity had brought about. She looked so weak and helpless that Jennie could hardly contain herself. "Don't worry, Mama dear," she said softly, a peculiar resolve coming into her heart. The world was wide. There was comfort and ease in it scattered by others with a lavish hand. Surely, surely misfortune could not press so sharply but that they could live. She sat down with her mother, the difficulties of the future seeming to approach with audible and ghastly steps. "What do you suppose will become of us now?" repeated her mother, who saw how her fanciful conception of this Cleveland home had crumbled before her eyes. "Why," said Jennie, who saw clearly and knew what could be done, "it will be all right. I wouldn't worry about it. Something will happen. We'll get something." She realized as she sat there that fate had shifted the burden of the situation to her. She must sacrifice herself. There was no other way. Bass met his father at the railway station in the morning. He looked very pale and seemed to have suffered a great deal. His cheeks were slightly sunken, and his bony profile appeared rather gaunt. His hands were heavily bandaged, and altogether he presented such a picture of distress that many people stopped to look at him on the way home from the station. "By chops," he said to Bass, "that was a burn I got. I thought once I couldn't stand the pain any longer. Such pain I had, such pain. By chops, I will never forget it." He related just how the accident had occurred, and said that he did not know whether he would ever be able to use his hands again. The thumb of his right hand and the first two fingers of the left had been burned to the bone. The latter had been amputated at the first joint. The thumb he might save, but his hands would be in danger of being stiff. "By chops," he added, "just at the time when I needed the money most. Too bad, too bad." When they reached the house and Mrs. Gerhardt opened the door, the old mill worker, conscious of her voiceless sympathy, began to cry. Mrs. Gerhardt sobbed also. Even Bass lost control of himself for a moment or two. but quickly recovered. The other children wept until Bass called a halt on all of them. "Don't cry now," he said cheeringly. "What's the use of crying? It isn't so bad as all that. You'll be all right again. We can get along." Bass's words had a soothing effect temporarily, and now that her husband was home, Mrs. Gerhardt recovered her composure. Though his hands were bandaged, the mere fact that he could walk and was not otherwise injured was some consolation. He might recover the use of his hands and be able to undertake light work again. Anyway, they would hope for the best. When Jennie came home that night she wanted to run to her father and lay the treasury of her services and affection at his feet, but she trembled lest he might be as cold to her as formerly. Gerhardt, too, was troubled. Never had he completely recovered from the shame which his daughter had brought upon him. Although he wanted to be kindly, his feelings were so tangled that he hardly knew what to say or do. "Papa," said Jennie, approaching him timidly. Gerhardt looked confused and tried to say something natural, but it was unavailing. The thought of his helplessness, the knowledge of her sorrow and his own responsiveness to her affection, it was all too much for him. He broke down again and cried helplessly. "Forgive me, papa," she pleaded. "I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry." He did not attempt to look at her, but in the swirl of feeling that their meeting created he thought that he could forgive, and he did. "I have prayed," he said brokenly. "It is all right." When he recovered himself he felt ashamed of his emotion, but a new relationship of sympathy and of understanding had been established. From that time, although there was always a great reserve between them, Gerhardt tried not to ignore her completely, and she endeavored to show him the simple affection of a daughter, just as in the old days. But while the household was again at peace, there were other cares and burdens to be faced. How were they to get along now with $5 taken from the weekly budget, and with the cost of Gerhardt's presence added? Bass might have contributed more of his weekly earnings, but he did not feel called upon to do it, and so the small sum of $9 weekly must meet as best it could the current expenses of rent, food, and coal, to say nothing of incidentals, which now began to press very heavily. Gerhardt had to go to the doctor to have his hands dressed daily. George needed a new pair of shoes. Either more money must come from some source, or the family must beg for credit and suffer the old tortures of want. The situation crystallized the half-formed resolve in Jennie's mind. Lester's letter had been left unanswered. The day was drawing near. Should she write? He would help them. Had he not tried to force money on her? She finally decided that it was her duty to avail herself of this proffered assistance. She sat down and wrote him a brief note. She would meet him as he had requested, but he would please not come to the house. She mailed the letter and then waited, with mingled feelings of trepidation and thrilling expectancy, the arrival of the fateful day. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The fatal Friday came, and Jennie stood face to face with this new and overwhelming complication in her modest scheme of existence. There was really no alternative, she thought. Her own life was a failure. Why go on fighting? If she could make her family happy, if she could give Vesta a good education, if she could conceal the true nature of this older story and keep Vesta in the background, perhaps. Well, rich men had married poor girls before this, and Lester was very kind. He certainly liked her. At 7 o'clock she went to Mrs. Bracebridge's. At noon she excused herself on the pretext of some work for her mother, and left the house for the hotel. Lester, leaving Cincinnati a few days earlier than he had expected, had failed to receive her reply. He arrived at Cleveland feeling sadly out of tune with the world. He had a lingering hope that a letter from Jennie might be awaiting him at the hotel, but there was no word from her. He was a man not easily wrought up, but tonight he felt depressed, and so went gloomily up to his room and changed his linen. After supper he proceeded to drown his dissatisfaction in a game of billiards with some friends, from whom he did not part until he had taken very much more than his usual amount of alcoholic stimulant. The next morning he arose with a vague idea of abandoning the whole affair, but as the hours elapsed and the time of his appointment drew near, he decided that it might not be unwise to give her one last chance. She might come. Accordingly, while it still lacked a quarter of an hour of the time, he went down into the parlor. Great was his delight when he beheld her sitting in a chair and waiting, the outcome of her acquiescence. He walked briskly up, a satisfied, gratified smile on his face. "So you did come after all," he said, gazing at her with the look of one who has lost and recovered a prize. "What do you mean by not writing me? I thought from the way you neglected me that you had made up your mind not to come at all." "I did write," she replied. "Where?" "To the address you gave me. I wrote 3 days ago." "That explains it. It came too late. You should have written me before. How have you been?" "Oh, all right," she replied. "You don't look it," he said. "You look worried. What's the trouble, Jennie? Nothing's gone wrong out at your house, has there?" It was a fortuitous question. He hardly knew why he had asked it. Yet it opened the door to what she wanted to say. "My father's sick," she replied. "What happened to him?" "He burned his hands at the glassworks. We've been terribly worried. It looks as though he would not be able to use them any more." She paused, looking the distress she felt, and he saw plainly that she was facing a crisis. "That's too bad," he said. "That certainly is. When did this happen?" "Oh, almost 3 weeks ago now." "It certainly is bad. Come in to lunch, though. I want to talk with you. I've been wanting to get a better understanding of your family affairs since I left." He led the way into the dining room and selected a secluded table. He tried to divert her mind by asking her to order the luncheon, but she was too worried and too shy to do so, and he had to make out the menu by himself. Then he turned to her with a cheering air. "Now, Jennie," he said, "I want you to tell me all about your family. I got a little something of it last time, but I want to get it straight. Your father, you said, was a glass blower by trade. Now he can't work any more at that. That's obvious." "Yes," she said. "How many other children are there?" "6." "Are you the oldest?" "No, my brother Sebastian is. He's 22." "And what does he do?" "He's a clerk in a cigar store." "Do you know how much he makes?" "I think it's $12," she replied thoughtfully. "And the other children?" "Martha and Veronica don't do anything yet. They're too young. My brother George works at Wilson's. He's a cash boy. He gets $3.50." "And how much do you make?" "I make 4." He stopped, figuring up mentally just what they had to live on. "How much rent do you pay?" he continued. "$12." "How old is your mother?" "She's nearly 50 now." He turned a fork in his hands back and forth. He was thinking earnestly. "To tell you the honest truth, I fancied it was something like that, Jennie," he said. "I've been thinking about you a lot. Now I know. There's only one answer to your problem, and it isn't such a bad one, if you'll only believe me." He paused for an inquiry, but she made none. Her mind was running on her own difficulties. "Don't you want to know?" he inquired. "Yes," she answered mechanically. "It's me," he replied. "You have to let me help you. I wanted to last time. Now you have to. Do you hear?" "I thought I wouldn't," she said simply. "I knew what you thought," he replied. That's all over now. I'm going to tend to that family of yours, and I'll do it right now while I think of it." He drew out his purse and extracted several $10 and $20 bills, $250 in all. "I want you to take this," he said. "It's just the beginning. I will see that your family is provided for from now on. Here, give me your hand." "Oh, no," she said, "not so much. Don't give me all that." "Yes," he replied. "Don't argue. Here, give me your hand." She put it out in answer to the summons of his eyes, and he shut her fingers on the money, pressing them gently at the same time. "I want you to have it, sweet. I love you, little girl. I'm not going to see you suffer, nor anyone belonging to you." Her eyes looked a dumb thankfulness, and she bit her lips. "I don't know how to thank you," she said. "You don't need to," he replied. "The thanks are all the other way, believe me." He paused and looked at her, the beauty of her face holding him. She looked at the table, wondering what would come next. "How would you like to leave what you're doing and stay at home?" he asked. "That would give you your freedom daytimes." "I couldn't do that," she replied. "Papa wouldn't allow it. He knows I ought to work." "That's true enough," he said. "But there's so little in what you're doing. Good heavens, $4 a week! I would be glad to give you 50 times that sum if I thought there was any way in which you could use it." He idly thrummed the cloth with his fingers. "I couldn't," she said. "I hardly know how to use this. They'll suspect. I'll have to tell Mama." From the way she said it, he judged there must be some bond of sympathy between her and her mother which would permit of a confidence such as this. He was by no means a hard man, and the thought touched him. But he would not relinquish his purpose. "There's only one thing to be done as far as I can see," he went on very gently. "You're not suited for the kind of work you're doing. You're too refined. I object to it. Give it up and come with me down to New York. I'll take good care of you. I love you and want you. As far as your family is concerned, you won't have to worry about them any more. You can take a nice home for them and furnish it in any style you please. Wouldn't you like that?" He paused, and Jennie's thoughts reverted quickly to her mother, her dear mother. All her life Mrs. Gerhardt had been talking of this very thing, a nice home. If they could just have a larger house with good furniture and a yard filled with trees, how happy she would be. In such a home she would be free of the care of rent, the discomfort of poor furniture, the wretchedness of poverty. She would be so happy. She hesitated there while his keen eye followed her in spirit, and he saw what a power he had set in motion. It had been a happy inspiration, the suggestion of a decent home for the family. He waited a few minutes longer and then said, "Well, wouldn't you better let me do that?" "It would be very nice," she said, "but it can't be done now. I couldn't leave home. Papa would want to know all about where I was going. I wouldn't know what to say." "Why couldn't you pretend that you're going down to New York with Mrs. Bracebridge?" he suggested. "There couldn't be any objection to that, could there?" "Not if they didn't find out," she said, her eyes opening in amazement. "But if they should—" "They won't," he replied calmly. "They're not watching Mrs. Bracebridge's affairs. Plenty of mistresses take their maids on long trips. Why not simply tell them you're invited to go, have to go, and then go?" "Do you think I could?" she inquired. "Certainly," he replied. "What is there peculiar about that?" She thought it over, and the plan did seem feasible. Then she looked at this man and realized the relationship with him meant possible motherhood for her again. The tragedy of giving birth to a child—ah, she could not go through that a second time, at least under the same conditions. She could not bring herself to tell him about Vesta, but she must voice this insurmountable objection. "I—" she said, formulating the first word of her sentence and then stopping. "Yes," he said. "I what?" "I—" She paused again. He loved her shy ways, her sweet, hesitating lips. "What is it, Jennie?" he asked helpfully. "You're so delicious. Can't you tell me?" Her hand was on the table. He reached over and laid his strong brown one on top of it. "I couldn't have a baby," she said finally, and looked down. He gazed at her, and the charm of her frankness, her innate decency under conditions so anomalous, her simple, unaffected recognition of the primal facts of life, lifted her to a plane in his esteem which she had not occupied until that moment. "You're a great girl, Jennie," he said. "You're wonderful. But don't worry about that. It can be arranged. You don't need to have a child unless you want to, and I don't want you to." He saw the question written in her wondering, shamed face. "It's so," he said. "You believe me, don't you? You think I know, don't you?" "Yes," she faltered. "Well, I do. But anyway, I wouldn't let any trouble come to you. I'll take you away. Besides, I don't want any children. There wouldn't be any satisfaction in that proposition for me at this time. I'd rather wait. But there won't be. Don't worry." "Yes," she said faintly. Not for worlds could she have met his eyes. "Look here, Jennie," he said after a time. "You care for me, don't you? You don't think I'd sit here and plead with you if I didn't care for you? I'm crazy about you, and that's the literal truth. You're like wine to me. I want you to come with me. I want you to do it quickly. I know how difficult this family business is, but you can arrange it. Come with me down to New York. We'll work out something later. I'll meet your family. We'll pretend a courtship, anything you like. Only come now." "You don't mean right away, do you?" she asked, startled. "Yes, tomorrow if possible. Monday, sure. You can arrange it. Why, if Miss Bracebridge asked you, you'd go fast enough and no one would think anything about it. Isn't that so?" "Yes," she admitted slowly. "Well, then, why not now?" "It's always so much harder to work out a falsehood," she replied thoughtfully. "I know it. But you can come, won't you?" "Won't you wait a little while?" she pleaded. "It's so very sudden. I'm afraid." "Not a day, sweet, that I can help. Can't you see how I feel? Look in my eyes, will you?" "Yes," she replied sorrowfully, and yet with a strange thrill of affection. "I will." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The business of arranging for this sudden departure was really not so difficult as it first appeared. Jennie proposed to tell her mother the whole truth, and there was nothing to say to her father except that she was going with Mrs. Bracebridge at the latter's request. He might question her, but he really could not doubt. Before going home that afternoon she accompanied Lester to a department store, where she was fitted out with a trunk, a suitcase, and a traveling suit and hat. Lester was very proud of his prize. "When we get to New York I'm going to get you some real things," he told her. "I'm going to show you what you can be made to look like." He had all the purchased articles packed in the trunk and sent to his hotel. Then he arranged to have Jennie come there and dress Monday for the trip, which began in the afternoon. When she came home Mrs. Gerhardt, who was in the kitchen, received her with her usual affectionate greeting. "Have you been working very hard?" she asked. "You look tired." "No," she said, "I'm not tired. It isn't that. I just don't feel good." "What's the trouble?" "Oh, I have to tell you something, Mama. It's so hard." She paused, looking inquiringly at her mother, and then away. "Why, what is it?" asked her mother nervously. So many things had happened in the past that she was always on the alert for some new calamity. "You haven't lost your place, have you?" "No," replied Jennie, with an effort to maintain her mental poise. "But I'm going to leave it." "No!" exclaimed her mother. "Why?" "I'm going to New York." Her mother's eyes opened widely. "Why, when did you decide to do that?" she inquired. "Today." "You don't mean it." "Yes, I do, Mama. Listen, I've got something I want to tell you. You know how poor we are. There isn't any way we can make things come out right. I have found someone who wants to help us. He says he loves me, and he wants me to go to New York with him Monday. I've decided to go." "Oh, Jennie!" exclaimed her mother. "Surely not. You wouldn't do anything like that after all that's happened. Think of your father." "I've thought it all out," went on Jennie firmly. "It's really for the best. He's a good man. I know he is. He has lots of money. He wants me to go with him, and I'd better go. He will take a new house for us when we come back and help us to get along. No one will ever have me as a wife. You know that. It might as well be this way. He loves me, and I love him. Why shouldn't I go?" "Does he know about Vesta?" asked her mother cautiously. "No," said Jennie guiltily. "I thought I'd better not tell him about her. She oughtn't to be brought into it if I can help it." "I'm afraid you're storing up trouble for yourself, Jennie," said her mother. "Don't you think he is sure to find it out sometime?" "I thought maybe that she could be kept here," suggested Jennie, "until she's old enough to go to school. Then maybe I could send her somewhere." "She might," assented her mother. "But don't you think it would be better to tell him now? He won't think any worse of you." "It isn't that. It's her," said Jennie passionately. "I don't want her to be brought into it." Her mother shook her head. "Where did you meet him?" she inquired. "At Mrs. Bracebridge's." "How long ago?" "Oh, it's been almost 2 months now." "And you never said anything about him," protested Mrs. Gerhardt reproachfully. "I didn't know that he cared for me this way," said Jennie defensively. "Why didn't you wait and let him come out here first?" asked her mother. "It will make things so much easier. You can't go and not have your father find out." "I thought I'd say I was going with Mrs. Bracebridge. Papa can't object to my going with her." "No," agreed her mother thoughtfully. The two looked at each other in silence. Mrs. Gerhardt, with her imaginative nature, endeavored to formulate some picture of this new and wonderful personality that had come into Jennie's life. He was wealthy. He wanted to take Jennie. He wanted to give them a good home. What a story! "And he gave me this," put in Jennie, who, with some instinctive psychic faculty, had been following her mother's mood. She opened her dress at the neck and took out the $250. She placed the money in her mother's hands. The latter stared at it wide-eyed. Here was the relief for all her woes—food, clothes, rent, coal, all done up in one small package of green and yellow bills. If there were plenty of money in the house, Gerhardt needn't worry about his burned hands. George and Martha and Veronica could be clothed in comfort and made happy. Jennie could dress better. There would be a future education for Vesta. "Do you think he might ever want to marry you?" asked her mother finally. "I don't know," replied Jennie. "He might. I know he loves me." "Well," said her mother after a long pause, "if you're going to tell your father, you'd better do it right away. He'll think it strange as it is." Jennie realized that she had won. Her mother had acquiesced from sheer force of circumstances. She was sorry, but somehow it seemed to be for the best. "I'll help you out with it," her mother had concluded with a little sigh. The difficulty of telling this lie was very great for Mrs. Gerhardt, but she went through the falsehood with a seeming nonchalance which allayed Gerhardt's suspicions. The children were also told, and when, after the general discussion, Jennie repeated the falsehood to her father, it seemed natural enough. "How long do you think you'll be gone?" he inquired. "About 2 or 3 weeks," she replied. "That's a nice trip," he said. "I came through New York in 1844. It was a small place then compared to what it is now." Secretly he was pleased that Jennie should have this fine chance. Her employer must like her. When Monday came, Jennie bade her parents good by and left early, going straight to the Dornton where Lester awaited her. "So you came," he said gaily, greeting her as she entered the ladies' parlor. "Yes," she said simply. "You are my niece," he went on. "I have engaged H room for you near mine. I'll call for the key, and you go dress. When you're ready I'll have the trunk sent to the depot. The train leaves at 1 o'clock." She went to her room and dressed, while he fidgeted about, read, smoked, and finally knocked at her door. She replied by opening to him, fully clad. "You look charming," he said with a smile. She looked down, for she was nervous and distraught. The whole process of planning, lying, nerving herself to carry out her part had been hard on her. She looked tired and worried. "Not grieving, are you?" he asked, seeing how things stood. "No," she replied. "Come now, sweet, you mustn't feel this way. It's coming out all right." He took her in his arms and kissed her, and they strolled down the hall. He was astonished to see how well she looked in even these simple clothes, the best she had ever had. They reached the depot after a short carriage ride. The accommodations had been arranged for beforehand, and Kane had allowed just enough time to make the train. When they settled themselves in a Pullman stateroom, it was with a keen sense of satisfaction on his part. Life looked rosy. Jennie was beside him. He had succeeded in what he had started out to do. So might it always be. As the train rolled out of the depot and the long reaches of the fields succeeded, Jennie studied them wistfully. There were the forests, leafless and bare, the wide brown fields, wet with the rains of winter, the low farmhouses sitting amid flat stretches of prairie, their low roofs making them look as if they were hugging the ground. The train roared past little hamlets with cottages of white and yellow and drab, their roofs blackened by frost and rain. Jennie noted one in particular which seemed to recall the old neighborhood where they used to live at Columbus. She put her handkerchief to her eyes and began silently to cry. "I hope you're not crying, are you, Jennie?" said Lester, looking up suddenly from the letter he had been reading. "Come, come," he went on, as he saw a faint tremor shaking her. "This won't do. You have to do better than this. You'll never get along if you act that way." She made no reply, and the depth of her silent grief filled him with strange sympathies. "Don't cry," he continued soothingly. "Everything will be all right. I told you that. You needn't worry about anything." Jennie made a great effort to recover herself and began to dry her eyes. "You don't want to give way like that," he continued. "It doesn't do you any good. I know how you feel about leaving home, but tears won't help it any. It isn't as if you were going away for good, you know. Besides, you'll be going back shortly. You care for me, don't you, sweet? I'm something." "Yes," she said, and managed to smile back at him. Lester returned to his correspondence, and Jennie fell to thinking of Vesta. It troubled her to realize that she was keeping the secret from one who was already very dear to her. She knew that she ought to tell Lester about the child, but she shrank from the painful necessity. Perhaps later on she might find the courage to do it. "I'll have to tell him something," she thought with a sudden upwelling of feeling as regarded the seriousness of this duty. "If I don't do it soon, and I should go and live with him, and he should find it out, he would never forgive me. He might turn me out, and then where would I go? I have no home now. What would I do with Vesta?" She turned to contemplate him, a premonitory wave of terror sweeping over her. But she only saw that imposing and comfort-loving soul quietly reading his letters, his smoothly shaved red cheek and comfortable head and body looking anything but militant or like an avenging nemesis. She was just withdrawing her gaze when he looked up. "Well, have you washed all your sins away?" he inquired merrily. She smiled faintly at the allusion. The touch of fact in it made it slightly piquant. "I expect so," she replied. He turned to some other topic while she looked out the window, the realization that one impulse to tell him had proved unavailing dwelling in her mind. "I'll have to do it shortly," she thought, and consoled herself with the idea that she would surely find courage before long. Their arrival in New York the next day raised the important question in Lester's mind as to where he should stop. New York was a very large place, and he was not in much danger of encountering people who would know him. But he thought it just as well not to take chances. Accordingly, he had the cabman drive them to one of the more exclusive apartment hotels, where he engaged a suite of rooms, and they settled themselves for a stay of 2 or 3 weeks. This atmosphere into which Jennie was now plunged was so wonderful, so illuminating, that she could scarcely believe that this was the same world that she had inhabited before. Kane was no lover of vulgar display. The appointments with which he surrounded himself were always simple and elegant. He knew at a glance what Jennie needed, and bought for her with discrimination and care. And Jennie, a woman, took a keen pleasure in the handsome gowns and pretty fripperies that he lavished upon her. Could this really be Jennie Gerhardt, the washerwoman's daughter? She asked herself as she gazed in her mirror at the figure of a girl clad in blue velvet, with yellow French lace at her throat and upon her arms. Could these be her feet, clad in soft, shapely shoes at $10 a pair? These her hands adorned with flashing jewels? What wonderful good fortune she was enjoying! And Lester had promised that her mother would share in it. Tears sprang to her eyes at the thought. The dear mother, how she loved her! It was Lester's pleasure in these days to see what he could do to make her look like someone truly worthy of him. He exercised his most careful judgment, and the result surprised even himself. People turned in the halls, in the dining rooms, and on the street to gaze at Jennie. "A stunning woman that man has with him," was a frequent comment. Despite her altered state, Jennie did not lose her judgment of life or her sense of perspective or proportion. She felt as though life were tentatively loaning her something which would be taken away after a time. There was no petty vanity in her bosom. Lester realized this as he watched her. "You're a big woman in your way," he said. "You'll amount to something. Life hasn't given you much of a deal up to now." He wondered how he could justify this new relationship to his family, should they chance to hear about it. If he should decide to take a home in Chicago or St. Louis—there was such a thought running in his mind—could he maintain it secretly? Did he want to? He was half persuaded that he really, truly loved her. As the time drew near for their return, he began to counsel her as to her future course of action. "You ought to find some way of introducing me as an acquaintance to your father," he said. "It will ease matters up. I think I'll call. Then if you tell him you're going to marry me he'll think nothing of it." Jennie thought of Vesta and trembled inwardly. But perhaps her father could be induced to remain silent. Lester had made the wise suggestion that she should retain the clothes she had worn in Cleveland in order that she might wear them home when she reached there. "There won't be any trouble about this other stuff," he said. "I'll have it cared for until we make some other arrangement." It was all very simple and easy. He was a master strategist. Jennie had written her mother almost daily since she had been East. She had enclosed little separate notes to be read by Mrs. Gerhardt only. In one she explained Lester's desire to call, and urged her mother to prepare the way by telling her father that she had met someone who liked her. She spoke of the difficulty concerning Vesta, and her mother at once began to plan a campaign to have Gerhardt hold his peace. There must be no hitch now. Jennie must be given an opportunity to better herself. When she returned there was great rejoicing. Of course she could not go back to her work, but Mrs. Gerhardt explained that Mrs. Bracebridge had given Jennie a few weeks' vacation in order that she might look for something better, something at which she could make more money. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The problem of the Gerhardt family and its relationship to himself comparatively settled, Kane betook himself to Cincinnati and to his business duties. He was heartily interested in the immense plant which occupied 2 whole blocks in the outskirts of the city, and its conduct and development was as much a problem and a pleasure to him as to either his father or his brother. He liked to feel that he was a vital part of this great and growing industry. When he saw freight cars going by on the railroads labeled the Kane Manufacturing Company, Cincinnati, or chanced to notice displays of the company's products in the windows of carriage sales companies in the different cities, he was conscious of a warm glow of satisfaction. It was something to be a factor in an institution so stable, so distinguished, so honestly worth while. This was all very well, but now Kane was entering upon a new phase of his personal existence. In a word, there was Jennie. He was conscious as he rode towards his home city that he was entering on a relationship which might involve disagreeable consequences. He was a little afraid of his father's attitude. Above all, there was his brother, Robert. Robert was cold and conventional in character, an excellent business man, irreproachable in both his public and in his private life, never overstepping the strict boundaries of legal righteousness. He was neither warm-hearted nor generous. In fact, he would turn any trick which could be speciously, or at best necessitously, recommended to his conscience. How he reasoned, Lester did not know. He could not follow the ramifications of a logic which could combine hard business tactics with moral rigidity, but somehow his brother managed to do it. He's got a Scotch Presbyterian conscience mixed with an Asiatic perception of the main chance, Lester once told somebody, and he had the situation accurately measured. Nevertheless, he could not rout his brother from his position nor defy him, for he had the public conscience with him. He was in line with convention practically and perhaps sophisticatedly. The 2 brothers were outwardly friendly. Inwardly they were far apart. Robert liked Lester well enough personally, but he did not trust his financial judgment, and temperamentally they did not agree as to how life and its affairs should be conducted. Lester had a secret contempt for his brother's chill, persistent chase of the almighty dollar. Robert was sure that Lester's easygoing ways were reprehensible and bound to create trouble sooner or later. In the business they did not quarrel much, but there was not so much chance with the old gentleman still in charge. But there were certain minor difficulties constantly cropping up which showed which way the wind blew. Lester was for building up trade through friendly relationship, concessions, personal contact, and favors. Robert was for pulling everything tight, cutting down the cost of production and offering such financial inducements as would throttle competition. The old manufacturer always did his best to pour oil on these troubled waters, but he foresaw an eventual clash. One or the other would have to get out, or perhaps both. If only you 2 boys could agree, he used to say. Another thing which disturbed Lester was his father's attitude on the subject of marriage. Lester's marriage, to be specific. Archibald Kane had never ceased to insist on the fact that Lester ought to get married, and that he was making a big mistake in putting it off. All the other children, save Louise, were safely married. Why not his favorite son? It was doing him injury, morally, socially, commercially, that he was sure of. The world expects it of a man in your position, his father had argued from time to time. It makes for social solidity and prestige. You ought to pick out a good woman and raise a family. Where will you be when you get to my time of life if you haven't any children, any home?" "Well, if the right woman came along," said Lester, "I suppose I'd marry her. But she hasn't come along. What do you want me to do? Take anybody?" "No, not anybody, of course. But there are a lot of good women. You can surely find some one if you try. There's that Pace girl. What about her? You used to like her. I wouldn't drift on this way, Lester. It can't come to any good." His son would only smile. "There, father, let it go now. I'll come around sometime, no doubt. I've got to be thirsty when I'm led to water." The old gentleman gave over time and again. It was a sore point with him. He wanted his son to settle down and be a real man of affairs. The fact that such a situation as this might militate against any permanent arrangement with Jennie was obvious even to Lester at this time. He thought out his course of action carefully. Of course, he would not give Jennie up, whatever the possible consequences. But he must be cautious. He must take no unnecessary risk. Could he bring her to Cincinnati? What a scandal if it were ever found out! Could he install her in a nice home somewhere near the city? The family would probably eventually suspect something. Could he take her along on his numerous business journeys? This first one to New York had been successful. Would it always be so? He turned the question over in his mind. The very difficulty gave it zest. Perhaps St. Louis or Pittsburgh or Chicago would be best after all. He went to these places frequently, and particularly to Chicago. He decided finally that it should be Chicago if he could arrange it. He could always make an excuse to run up there, and it was only a night's ride. Yes, Chicago was best. The very size and activity of the city made concealment easy. After 2 weeks' stay at Cincinnati, Lester wrote Jennie that he was coming to Cleveland soon, and she answered that she thought it would be all right for him to call and see her. Her father had been told about him. She felt it unwise to stay about the house, and so had secured a position in a store at $4 a week. He smiled as he thought of her working, and yet the decency and energy of it appealed to him. "She's all right," he said. "She's the best I've come across yet." He ran up to Cleveland the following Saturday, and calling at her place of business, he made an appointment to see her that evening. He was anxious that his introduction as her beau should be gotten over with as quickly as possible. When he did call, the shabbiness of the house and the manifest poverty of the family rather disgusted him, but somehow Jennie seemed as sweet to him as ever. Gerhardt came in the front room after he had been there a few minutes and shook hands with him, as did also Mrs. Gerhardt, but Lester paid little attention to them. The old German appeared to him to be merely commonplace, the sort of man who was hired by hundreds in common capacities in his father's factory. After some desultory conversation, Lester suggested to Jennie that they should go for a drive. Jennie put on her hat, and together they departed. As a matter of fact, they went to an apartment which he had hired for the storage of her clothes. When she returned at 8 in the evening, the family considered it nothing amiss. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A month later Jennie was able to announce that Lester intended to marry her. His visits had of course paved the way for this, and it seemed natural enough. Only Gerhardt seemed a little doubtful. He did not know just how this might be. Perhaps it was all right. Lester seemed a fine enough man in all conscience, and really, after Brander, why not? If a United States senator could fall in love with Jennie, why not a businessman? There was just one thing, the child. Has she told him about Vesta? He asked his wife. "No," said Mrs. Gerhardt. "Not yet." "Not yet, not yet. Always something underhanded. Do you think he wants her if he knows? That's what comes from such conduct in the first place. Now she has to slip around like a thief. The child cannot even have an honest name." Gerhardt went back to his newspaper reading and brooding. His life seemed a complete failure to him. He was only waiting to get well enough to hunt up another job as a watchman. He wanted to get out of this mess of deception and dishonesty. A week or two later Jennie confided to her mother that Lester had written her to join him in Chicago. He was not feeling well and could not come to Cleveland. The two women explained to Gerhardt that Jennie was going away to be married to Mr. Kane. Gerhardt flared up at this, and his suspicions were again aroused, but he could do nothing but grumble over the situation. It would lead to no good end, of that he was sure. When the day came for Jennie's departure, she had to go without saying farewell to her father. He was out looking for work until late in the afternoon, and before he returned she had been obliged to leave for the station. "I will write a note to him when I get there," she said. She kissed her baby over and over. "Lester will take a better house for us soon," she went on hopefully. "He wants us to move." The night train bore her to Chicago. The old life had ended, and the new one had begun. The curious fact should be recorded here that, although Lester's generosity had relieved the stress upon the family finances, the children and Gerhardt were actually none the wiser. It was easy for Mrs. Gerhardt to deceive her husband as to the purchase of necessities, and she had not as yet indulged in any of the fancies which an enlarged purse permitted. Fear deterred her. But after Jennie had been in Chicago for a few days, she wrote to her mother saying that Lester wanted them to take a new home. This letter was shown to Gerhardt, who had been merely biding her return to make a scene. He frowned, but somehow it seemed an evidence of regularity. If he had not married her, why should he want to help them? Perhaps Jennie was well married after all. Perhaps she really had been lifted to a high station in life and was now able to help the family. Gerhardt almost concluded to forgive her everything once and for all. The end of it was that a new house was decided upon, and Jennie returned to Cleveland to help her mother move. Together they searched the streets for a nice, quiet neighborhood, and finally found one. A house of 9 rooms, with a yard, which rented for $30, was secured and suitably furnished. There were comfortable fittings for the dining room and sitting room, a handsome parlor set, and bedroom sets complete for each room. The kitchen was supplied with every convenience, and there was even a bathroom, a luxury the Gerhardts had never enjoyed before. Altogether the house was attractive, though plain, and Jennie was happy to know that her family could be comfortable in it. When the time came for the actual moving, Mrs. Gerhardt was fairly beside herself with joy, for was this not the realization of her dreams? All through the long years of her life she had been waiting, and now it had come. A new house, new furniture, plenty of room, things finer than she had ever imagined. Think of it! Her eyes shone as she looked at the new beds and tables and bureaus and whatnots. "Dear, dear, isn't this nice?" she exclaimed. "Isn't it beautiful?" Jennie smiled and tried to pretend satisfaction without emotion, but there were tears in her eyes. She was so glad for her mother's sake. She could have kissed Lester's feet for his goodness to her family. The day the furniture was moved in, Mrs. Gerhardt, Martha, and Veronica were on hand to clean and arrange things. At the sight of the large rooms and pretty yard, bare enough in winter, but giving promise of a delightful greenness in spring, and the array of new furniture standing about in excelsior, the whole family fell into a fever of delight. Such beauty, such spaciousness! George rubbed his feet over the new carpets, and Bass examined the quality of the furniture critically. "Swell," was his comment. Mrs. Gerhardt roved to and fro like a person in a dream. She could not believe that these bright bedrooms, this beautiful parlor, this handsome dining room, were actually hers. Gerhardt came last of all. Although he tried hard not to show it, he, too, could scarcely refrain from enthusiastic comment. The sight of an opal-globed chandelier over the dining room table was the finishing touch. "Gas yet," he said. He looked grimly around under his shaggy eyebrows at the new carpets under his feet, the long oak extension table covered with a white cloth and set with new dishes, at the pictures on the walls, the bright, clean kitchen. He shook his head. "By chops, it's fine," he said. "It's very nice. Yes, it's very nice. We want to be careful now not to break anything. It's so easy to scratch things up, and then it's all over." Yes, even Gerhardt was satisfied. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It would be useless to chronicle the events of the 3 years that followed, events and experiences by which the family grew from an abject condition of want to a state of comparative self-reliance, based, of course, on the obvious prosperity of Jennie and the generosity, through her, of her distant husband. Lester was seen now and then, a significant figure, visiting Cleveland, and sometimes coming out to the house where he occupied with Jennie the 2 best rooms of the second floor. There were hurried trips on her part in answer to telegraph messages, to Chicago, to St. Louis, to New York. One of his favorite pastimes was to engage quarters at the great resorts, Hot Springs, Mount Clemens, Saratoga, and for a period of a week or 2 at a stretch enjoy the luxury of living with Jennie as his wife. There were other times when he would pass through Cleveland only for the privilege of seeing her for a day. All the time he was aware that he was throwing on her the real burden of a rather difficult situation, but he did not see how he could remedy it at this time. He was not sure as yet that he really wanted to. They were getting along fairly well. The attitude of the Gerhardt family toward this condition of affairs was peculiar. At first, in spite of the irregularity of it, it seemed natural enough. Jennie said she was married. No one had seen her marriage certificate, but she said so, and she seemed to carry herself with the air of one who holds that relationship. Still, she never went to Cincinnati, where his family lived, and none of his relatives ever came near her. Then, too, his attitude, in spite of the money which had first blinded them, was peculiar. He really did not carry himself like a married man. He was so indifferent. There were weeks in which she appeared to receive only perfunctory notes. There were times when she would go away for a few days to meet him. Then there were the long periods in which she absented herself, the only worthwhile testimony toward a real relationship, and that, in a way, unnatural. Bass, who had grown to be a young man of 25, with some business judgment and a desire to get out in the world, was suspicious. He had come to have a pretty keen knowledge of life, and intuitively he felt that things were not right. George, 19, who had gained a slight foothold in a wallpaper factory and was looking forward to a career in that field, was also restless. He felt that something was wrong. Martha, 17, was still in school, as were William and Veronica. Each was offered an opportunity to study indefinitely, but there was unrest with life. They knew about Jennie's child. The neighbors were obviously drawing conclusions for themselves. They had few friends. Gerhardt himself finally concluded that there was something wrong, but he had let himself into this situation and was not in much of a position now to raise an argument. He wanted to ask her at times, proposed to make her do better if he could, but the worst had already been done. It depended on the man now, he knew that. Things were gradually nearing a state where a general upheaval would have taken place had not life stepped in with one of its fortuitous solutions. Mrs. Gerhardt's health failed. Although stout and formerly of a fairly active disposition, she had of late years become decidedly sedentary in her habits and grown weak, which, coupled with a mind naturally given to worry, and weighed upon as it had been by a number of serious and disturbing ills, seemed now to culminate in a slow but very certain case of systemic poisoning. She became decidedly sluggish in her motions, wearied more quickly at the few tasks left for her to do, and finally complained to Jennie that it was very hard for her to climb stairs. "I'm not feeling well," she said. "I think I'm going to be sick." Jennie now took alarm and proposed to take her to some nearby watering place, but Mrs. Gerhardt wouldn't go. "I don't think it would do any good," she said. She sat about or went driving with her daughter, but the fading autumn scenery depressed her. "I don't like to get sick in the fall," she said. "The leaves coming down make me think I am never going to get well." "Oh, Ma, how you talk," said Jennie, but she felt frightened nevertheless. How much the average home depends upon the mother was seen when it was feared the end was near. Bass, who had thought of getting married and getting out of this atmosphere, abandoned the idea temporarily. Gerhardt, shocked and greatly depressed, hung about like one expectant of and greatly awed by the possibility of disaster. Jennie, too inexperienced in death to feel that she could possibly lose her mother, felt as if somehow her living depended on her. Hoping in spite of all opposing circumstances, she hung about, a white figure of patience, waiting and serving. The end came one morning after a month of illness and several days of unconsciousness, during which silence reigned in the house and all the family went about on tiptoe. Mrs. Gerhardt passed away, with her dying gaze fastened on Jennie's face for the last few minutes of consciousness that life vouchsafed her. Jennie stared into her eyes with a yearning horror. Oh, mama," she cried. "Oh, no, no." Gerhardt came running in from the yard, and throwing himself down by the bedside, wrung his bony hands in anguish. "I should have gone first," he cried. "I should have gone first." The death of Mrs. Gerhardt hastened the final breaking up of the family. Bass was bent on getting married at once, having had a girl in town for some time. Martha, whose views of life had broadened and hardened, was anxious to get out also. She felt that a sort of stigma attached to the home, to herself in fact, so long as she remained there. Martha looked to the public schools as a source of income. She was going to be a teacher. Gerhardt alone scarcely knew which way to turn. He was again at work as a night watchman. Jennie found him crying one day alone in the kitchen, and immediately burst into tears herself. "Now, Papa," she pleaded, "it isn't as bad as that. You will always have a home. You know that. As long as I have anything, you can come with me." "No, no," he protested. He did not really want to go with her. "It isn't that," he continued. "My whole life comes to nothing." It was some little time before Bass, George, and Martha finally left, but one by one they got out, leaving Jennie, her father, Veronica, and William, and one other, Jennie's child. Of course Lester knew nothing of Vesta's parentage, and curiously enough he had never seen the little girl. During the short periods in which he deigned to visit the house, 2 or 3 days at most, Mrs. Gerhardt took good care that Vesta was kept in the background. There was a playroom on the top floor, and also a bedroom there, and concealment was easy. Lester rarely left his rooms. He even had his meals served to him in what might have been called the living room of the suite. He was not at all inquisitive or anxious to meet any one of the other members of the family. He was perfectly willing to shake hands with them or to exchange a few perfunctory words, but perfunctory words only. It was generally understood that the child must not appear, and so it did not. There is an inexplicable sympathy between old age and childhood, an affinity which is as lovely as it is pathetic. During that first year in Laurie Street, when no one was looking, Gerhardt often carried Vesta about on his shoulders and pinched her soft red cheeks. When she got old enough to walk, he it was who, with a towel fastened securely under her arms, led her patiently around the room until she was able to take a few steps of her own accord. When she actually reached the point where she could walk, he was the one who coaxed her to the effort, shyly, grimly, but always lovingly. By some strange leading of fate, this stigma on his family's honor, this blotch on conventional morality, had twined its helpless baby fingers about the tendons of his heart. He loved this little outcast ardently, hopefully. She was the one bright ray in a narrow, gloomy life, and Gerhardt early took upon himself the responsibility of her education in religious matters. Was it not he who had insisted that the infant should be baptized? "Say 'Our Father,'" he used to demand of the lisping infant when he had her alone with him. "Our Father" was her vowel-like interpretation of his words. "Who art in heaven." "Who ah in heaven," repeated the child. "Why do you teach her so early?" pleaded Mrs. Gerhardt, overhearing the little one's struggles with stubborn consonants and vowels. "Because I want she should learn the Christian faith," returned Gerhardt determinedly. "She ought to know her prayers. If she don't begin now, she never will know them." Mrs. Gerhardt smiled. Many of her husband's religious idiosyncrasies were amusing to her. At the same time, she liked to see this sympathetic interest he was taking in the child's upbringing. If he were only not so hard, so narrow at times, he made himself a torment to himself and to everyone else. On the earliest bright morning of returning spring he was wont to take her for her first little journey in the world. "Come now," he would say, "we will go for a little walk." "Walk?" chirped Vesta. "Yes, walk," echoed Gerhardt. Mrs. Gerhardt would fasten on one of her little hoods, for in these days Jennie kept Vesta's wardrobe beautifully replete. Taking her by the hand, Gerhardt would issue forth, satisfied to drag first one foot and then the other in order to accommodate his gait to her toddling steps. One beautiful May day, when Vesta was 4 years old, they started on one of their walks. Everywhere nature was budding and burgeoning, the birds twittering their arrival from the south, the insects making the best of their brief span of life. Sparrows chirped in the road, robins strutted upon the grass, bluebirds built in the eaves of the cottages. Gerhardt took a keen delight in pointing out the wonders of nature to Vesta, and she was quick to respond. Every new sight and sound interested her. "Ooh, ooh!" exclaimed Vesta, catching sight of a low, flashing touch of red as a robin lighted upon a twig near by. Her hand was up, and her eyes were wide open. "Yes," said Gerhardt, as happy as if he himself had but newly discovered this marvelous creature. "Robin, bird, robin. Say robin." "Wobbin," said Vesta. "Yes, robin," he answered. "It's going to look for a worm now. We'll see if we cannot find its nest. I think I saw a nest in one of these trees." He plodded peacefully on, seeking to rediscover an old abandoned nest that he had observed on a former walk. "Here it is," he said at last, coming to a small and leafless tree in which a winter-beaten remnant of a home was still clinging. "Here, come now, see." He lifted the baby up at arm's length. "See," said Gerhardt, indicating the wisp of dead grasses with his free hand. "Nest. That is a bird's nest. See?" "Ooh," repeated Vesta, imitating his pointing finger with one of her own. "Nests. Ooh." "Yes," said Gerhardt, putting her down. "That was a wren's nest. They have all gone now. They will not come any more." Still further they plodded, he unfolding the simple facts of life, she wondering with the wide wonder of a child. When they had gone a block or two he turned slowly about as if the end of the world had been reached. "We must be going back," he said. And so she had come to her 5th year, growing in sweetness, intelligence, and vivacity. Gerhardt was fascinated by the questions she asked, the puzzles she pronounced. "Such a girl," he would exclaim to his wife. "What is it she doesn't want to know? Where is God? What does he do? Where does he keep his feet? She asks me. I got to laugh sometimes." From rising in the morning to dress her to laying her down at night after she had said her prayers, she came to be the chief solace and comfort of his days. Without Vesta, Gerhardt would have found his life hard indeed to bear. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For 3 years now Lester had been happy in the companionship of Jennie. Irregular as the connection might be in the eyes of the church and of society, it had brought him peace and comfort, and he was perfectly satisfied with the outcome of the experiment. His interest in the social affairs of Cincinnati was now practically nil, and he had consistently refused to consider any matrimonial proposition which had himself as the object. He looked on his father's business organization as offering a real chance for himself if he could get control of it. But he saw no way of doing so. Robert's interests were always in the way, and if anything, the two brothers were farther apart than ever in their ideas and aims. Lester had thought once or twice of entering some other line of business, or allying himself with another carriage company, but he did not feel that he could conscientiously do this. Lester had his salary, $15,000 a year as secretary and treasurer of the company. His brother was vice president, and about $5,000 from some outside investments. He had not been so lucky or so shrewd in speculation as Robert had been. Aside from the principal which yielded his $5,000, he had nothing. Robert, on the other hand, was unquestionably worth between $300,000 and $400,000, in addition to his future interest in the business, which both brothers shrewdly suspected would be divided somewhat in their favor. Robert and Lester would get a fourth each, they thought, their sisters a sixth. It seemed natural that Kane Sr. should take this view, seeing that the brothers were actually in control and doing the work. Still, there was no certainty. The old gentleman might do anything or nothing. The probabilities were that he would be very fair and liberal. At the same time, Robert was obviously beating Lester in the game of life. What did Lester intend to do about it? There comes a time in every thinking man's life when he pauses and takes stock of his condition, when he asks himself how it fares with his individuality as a whole, mental, moral, physical, material. This time comes after the first heedless flights of youth have passed, when the initiative and more powerful efforts have been made, and he begins to feel the uncertainty of results and final values which attaches itself to everything. There is a deadening thought of uselessness which creeps into many men's minds, the thought which has been best expressed by the preacher in Ecclesiastes. Yet Lester strove to be philosophical. "What difference does it make," he used to say to himself, "whether I live at the White House or here at home or at the Grand Pacific?" But in the very question was the implication that there were achievements in life which he had failed to realize in his own career. The White House represented the rise and success of a great public character. His home and the Grand Pacific were what had come to him without effort. He decided for the time being it was about the period of the death of Jennie's mother, that he would make some effort to rehabilitate himself. He would cut out idling. These numerous trips with Jennie had cost him considerable time. He would make some outside investments. If his brother could find avenues of financial profit, so could he. He would endeavor to assert his authority. He would try to make himself of more importance in the business, rather than let Robert gradually absorb everything. Should he forsake Jennie? That thought also came to him. She had no claim on him. She could make no protest. Somehow he did not see how it could be done. It seemed cruel, useless above all. Though he disliked to admit it, it would be uncomfortable for himself. He liked her, loved her perhaps, in a selfish way. He didn't see how he could desert her very well. Just at this time he had a really serious difference with Robert. His brother wanted to sever relations with an old and well-established paint company in New York, which had manufactured paints especially for the house, and invest in a new concern in Chicago, which was growing and had a promising future. Lester, knowing the members of the Eastern firm, their reliability, their long and friendly relations with the house, was in opposition. His father at first seemed to agree with Lester, but Robert argued out the question in his cold, logical way, his blue eyes fixed uncompromisingly upon his brother's face. "We can't go on forever," he said, "standing by old friends just because father here has dealt with them or you like them. We must have a change. The business must be stiffened up. We're going to have more and stronger competition." "It's just as father feels about it," said Lester at last. "I have no deep feeling in the matter. It won't hurt me one way or the other. You say the house is going to profit eventually. I've stated the arguments on the other side." "I'm inclined to think Robert is right," said Archibald Kane calmly. "Most of the things he has suggested so far have worked out." Lester colored. "Well, we won't have any more discussion about it then," he said. He rose and strolled out of the office. The shock of this defeat, coming at a time when he was considering pulling himself together, depressed Lester considerably. It wasn't much, but it was a straw. And his father's remark about his brother's business acumen was even more irritating. He was beginning to wonder whether his father would discriminate in any way in the distribution of the property. Had he heard anything about his entanglement with Jennie? Had he resented the long vacations he had taken from business? It did not appear to Lester that he could be justly chargeable with either incapacity or indifference, so far as the company was concerned. He had done his work well. He was still the investigator of propositions put up to the house, the student of contracts, the trusted adviser of his father and mother. But he was being worsted. Where would it end? He thought about this, but could reach no conclusion. Later that same year Robert came forward with a plan for reorganization in the executive department of the business. He proposed that they should build an immense exhibition and storage warehouse on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, and transfer a portion of their completed stock there. Chicago was more central than Cincinnati. Buyers from the West and country merchants could be more easily reached and dealt with there. It would be a big advertisement for the house, a magnificent evidence of its standing and prosperity. Kane Sr. and Lester immediately approved of this. Both saw its advantages. Robert suggested that Lester should undertake the construction of the new building. It would probably be advisable for him to reside in Chicago a part of the time. The idea appealed to Lester, even though it took him away from Cincinnati largely, if not entirely. It was dignified and not unrepresentative of his standing in the company. He could live in Chicago, and he could have Jennie with him. The scheme he had for taking an apartment could now be arranged without difficulty. He voted yes. Robert smiled. "I'm sure we'll get good results from this all around," he said. As construction work was soon to begin, Lester decided to move to Chicago immediately. He sent word for Jennie to meet him, and together They selected an apartment on the north side, a very comfortable suite of rooms on a side street near the lake, and he had it fitted up to suit his taste. He figured that living in Chicago he could pose as a bachelor. He would never need to invite his friends to his rooms. There were his offices, where he could always be found, his clubs and the hotels. To his way of thinking, the arrangement was practically ideal. Of course, Jennie's departure from Cleveland brought the affairs of the Gerhardt family to a climax. Probably the home would be broken up, but Gerhardt himself took the matter philosophically. He was an old man, and it did not matter much where he lived. Bass, Martha, and George were already taking care of themselves. Veronica and William were still in school, but some provision could be made for boarding them with a neighbor. The one real concern of Jennie and Gerhardt was Vesta. It was Gerhardt's natural thought that Jennie must take the child with her. What else should a mother do? "Have you told him yet?" he asked her, when the day of her contemplated departure had been set. "No, but I'm going to soon," she assured him. "Always soon," he said. He shook his head. His throat swelled. "It's too bad," he went on. "It's a great sin. God will punish you, I'm afraid. The child needs someone. I'm getting old, otherwise I would keep her. There is no one here all day now to look after her right, as she should be." Again he shook his head. "I know," said Jennie weakly. "I'm going to fix it now. I'm going to have her live with me soon. I won't neglect her. You know that." "But the child's name," he insisted. "She should have a name. Soon, in another year, she goes to school. People will want to know who she is. It can't go on forever like this." Jennie understood well enough that it couldn't. She was crazy about her baby. The heaviest cross she had to bear was the constant separations and the silence she was obliged to maintain about Vesta's very existence. It did seem unfair to the child, and yet Jennie did not see clearly how she could have acted otherwise. Vesta had good clothes, everything she needed. She was at least comfortable. Jennie hoped to give her a good education. If only she had told the truth to Lester in the first place. Now it was almost too late, and yet she felt that she had acted for the best. Finally she decided to find some good woman or family in Chicago who would take charge of Vesta for a consideration. In a Swedish colony to the west of LaSalle Avenue she came across an old lady who seemed to embody all the virtues she required: cleanliness, simplicity, honesty. She was a widow, doing work by the day, but she was glad to make an arrangement by which she should give her whole time to Vesta. The latter was to go to kindergarten when a suitable one should be found. She was to have toys and kindly attention, and Mrs. Olsen was to inform Jennie of any change in the child's health. Jennie proposed to call every day, and she thought that sometimes, when Lester was out of town, Vesta might be brought to the apartment. She had had her with her at Cleveland, and he had never found out anything. The arrangements completed, Jennie returned at the first opportunity to Cleveland to take Vesta away. Gerhardt, who had been brooding over his approaching loss, appeared most solicitous about her future. "She should grow up to be a fine girl," he said. "You should give her a good education. She is so smart." He spoke of the advisability of sending her to a Lutheran school and church, but Jennie was not so sure of that. Time and association with Lester had led her to think that perhaps the public school was better than any private institution. She had no particular objection to the church, but she no longer depended upon its teachings as a guide in the affairs of life. Why should she? The next day it was necessary for Jennie to return to Chicago. Vesta, excited and eager, was made ready for the journey. Gerhardt had been wandering about, restless as a lost spirit, while the process of dressing was going on. Now that the hour had actually struck, he was doing his best to control his feelings. He could see that the 5-year-old child had no conception of what it meant to him. She was happy and self-interested. chattering about the ride and the train. "Be a good little girl," he said, lifting her up and kissing her. "See that you study your catechism and say your prayers. And you won't forget the grandpa, what?" He tried to go on, but his voice failed him. Jennie, whose heart ached for her father, choked back her emotion. "There," she said. "If I had thought you were going to act like that—" She stopped. "Go," said Gerhardt manfully. "Go. It is best this way." And he stood solemnly by as they went out the door. Then he turned back to his favorite haunt, the kitchen, and stood there staring at the floor. One by one they were leaving him. Mrs. Gerhardt, Bass, Martha, Jennie, Vesta. He clasped his hands together after his old-time fashion and shook his head again and again. "So it is, so it is," he repeated. "They all leave me. All my life goes to pieces." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. During the 3 years in which Jennie and Lester had been associated, there had grown up between them a strong feeling of mutual sympathy and understanding. Lester truly loved her in his own way. It was a strong, self-satisfying, determined kind of way, based solidly on a big natural foundation, but rising to a plane of genuine spiritual affinity. The yielding sweetness of her character both attracted and held him. She was true and good and womanly to the very center of her being. He had learned to trust her, to depend upon her, and the feeling had but deepened with the passing of the years. On her part, Jennie had sincerely, deeply, truly learned to love this man. At first, when he had swept her off her feet, overawed her soul, and used her necessity as a chain wherewith to bind her to him, she was a little doubtful, a little afraid of him, although she had always liked him. Now, however, by living with him, by knowing him better, by watching his moods, she had come to love him. He was so big, so vocal, so handsome. His point of view and opinions of anything and everything were so positive. His pet motto, "Hew to the line, let the chips fall where they may," had clung in her brain as something immensely characteristic. Apparently he was not afraid of anything, God, man, or devil. He used to look at her, holding her chin between the thumb and fingers of his big brown hand, and say, "You're sweet, all right, but you need courage and defiance. You haven't enough of those things." And her eyes would meet his in dumb appeal. "Never mind," he would add, "you have other things." And then he would kiss her. One of the most appealing things to Lester was the simple way in which she tried to avoid exposure of her various social and educational shortcomings. She could not write very well, and once he found a list of words he had used written out on a piece of paper with the meanings opposite. He smiled, but he liked her better for it. Another time, in the Southern Hotel in St. Louis, he watched her pretending a loss of appetite because she thought that her lack of table manners was being observed by nearby diners. She could not always be sure of the right forks and knives, and the strange-looking dishes bothered her. How did one eat asparagus and artichokes? "Why don't you eat something?" he asked good-naturedly. "You're hungry, aren't you?" "Not very." "You must be. Listen, Jennie, I know what it is. You mustn't feel that way. Your manners are all right. I wouldn't bring you here if they weren't. Your instincts are all right. Don't be uneasy. I'd tell you quick enough when there was anything wrong." His brown eyes held a friendly gleam. She smiled gratefully. "I do feel a little nervous at times," she admitted. "Don't," he repeated. "You're all right. Don't worry. I'll show you." And he did. By degrees Jennie grew into an understanding of the usages and customs of comfortable existence. All that the Gerhardt family had ever had were the bare necessities of life. Now she was surrounded with whatever she wanted: trunks, clothes, toilet articles, the whole varied equipment of comfort, and while she liked it all, it did not upset her sense of proportion and her sense of the fitness of things. There was no element of vanity in her, only a sense of joy and privilege and opportunity. She was grateful to Lester for all that he had done and was doing for her. If only she could hold him always. The details of getting Vesta established once adjusted, Jennie settled down into the routine of home life. Lester, busy about his multitudinous affairs, was in and out. He had a suite of rooms reserved for himself at the Grand Pacific, which was then the exclusive hotel in Chicago, and this was his ostensible residence. His luncheon and evening appointments were kept at the Union Club. An early patron of the telephone, he had had one installed in the apartment so that he could reach Jennie quickly and at any time. He was home 2 or 3 nights a week, sometimes oftener. He insisted at first on Jennie having a girl of general housework, but acquiesced in the more sensible arrangement which she suggested later of letting someone come in to do the cleaning. She liked to work around her own home. Her natural industry and love of order prompted this feeling. Lester liked his breakfast served promptly at 8 in the morning. He wanted dinner served nicely at 7. Silverware, cut glass, imported china, all the little luxuries of life appealed to him. He kept his trunks and wardrobe at the apartment. During the first few months everything went smoothly. He was in the habit of taking Jennie to the theater now and then, and if he chanced to run across an acquaintance he always introduced her as Miss Gerhardt. When he registered her as his wife it was usually under an assumed name. Where there was no danger of detection he did not mind using his own signature. Thus far there had been no difficulty or unpleasantness of any kind. The trouble with his situation was that it was crisscrossed with danger and consequent worry, which the deception in regard to Vesta had entailed, as well as with Jennie's natural anxiety about her father and the disorganized home. Jennie feared, as Veronica hinted, that she and William would go to live with Martha, who was installed in a boarding house in Cleveland, and that Gerhardt would be left alone. He was such a pathetic figure to her, with his injured hands and his one ability, that of being a watchman, that she was hurt to think of his being left alone. Would he come to her? She knew that he would not, feeling as he did at present. Would Lester have him? She was not sure of that. If he came, Vesta would have to be accounted for. So she worried. The situation in regard to Vesta was really complicated. Owing to the feeling that she was doing her daughter a great injustice, Jennie was particularly sensitive in regard to her, anxious to do 1,000 things to make up for the one great duty that she could not perform. She daily paid a visit to the home of Mrs. Olsen, always taking with her toys, candy, or whatever came into her mind as being likely to interest and please the child. She liked to sit with Vesta and tell her stories of fairy and giant, which kept the little girl wide-eyed. At last she went so far as to bring her to the apartment when Lester was away visiting his parents, and she soon found it possible, during his several absences, to do this regularly. After that, as time went on, she began to know his habits. She became more bold, although bold is scarcely the word to use in connection with Jennie. She became venturesome, much as a mouse might. She would risk Vesta's presence on the assurance of even short absences, 2 or 3 days. She even got into the habit of keeping a few of Vesta's toys at the apartment, so that she could have something to play with when she came. During these several visits from her child, Jennie could not but realize the lovely thing life would be were she only an honored wife and a happy mother. Vesta was a most observant little girl. She could, by her innocent, childish questions, give 100 turns to the dagger of self-reproach which was already planted deeply in Jennie's heart. "Can I come live with you?" was one of her simplest and most frequently repeated questions. Jennie would reply that Mama could not have her just yet, but that very soon now, just as soon as she possibly could, Vesta should come to stay always. "Don't you know just when?" Vesta would ask. "No, dearest, not just when. Very soon now. You won't mind waiting a little while? Don't you like Mrs. Olsen?" "Yes," replied Vesta, "but then she ain't got any nice things now. She's just got old things." And Jennie, stricken to the heart, would take Vesta to the toy shop and load her down with a new assortment of playthings. Of course, Lester was not in the least suspicious. His observation of things relating to the home were rather casual. He went about his work and his pleasure, believing Jennie to be the soul of sincerity and good-natured service, and it never occurred to him that there was anything underhanded in her actions. Once he did come home sick in the afternoon and found her absent, an absence which endured from 2 o'clock to 5. He was a little irritated and grumbled on her return, but his annoyance was as nothing to her astonishment and fright when she found him there. She blanched at the thought of his suspecting something, and explained as best she could. She had gone to see her washerwoman. She was slow about her marketing. She didn't dream he was there. She was sorry, too, that her absence had lost her an opportunity to serve him. It showed her what a mess she was likely to make of it all. It happened that about 3 weeks after the above occurrence Lester had occasion to return to Cincinnati for a week. And during this time Jennie again brought Vesta to the flat. For 4 days there was the happiest goings-on between the mother and child. Nothing would have come of this little reunion had it not been for an oversight on Jennie's part, the far-reaching effect of which she could only afterward regret. This was the leaving of a little toy lamb under the large leather divan in the front room, where Lester was wont to lie and smoke. A little bell held by a thread of blue ribbon was fastened about its neck, and this tinkled feebly whenever it was shaken. Vesta, with the unaccountable freakishness of children, had deliberately dropped it behind the divan, an action which Jennie did not notice at the time. When she gathered up the various playthings after Vesta's departure, she overlooked it entirely, and there it rested, its innocent eyes still staring upon the sunlit regions of Toyland, when Lester returned. That same evening, when he was lying on the divan, quietly enjoying his cigar and his newspaper, he chanced to drop the former fully lighted. Wishing to recover it before it should do any damage, he leaned over and looked under the divan. The cigar was not in sight, so he rose and pulled the lounge out, a move which revealed to him the little lamb still standing where Vesta had dropped it. He picked it up, turning it over and over and wondering how it had come there. A lamb! It must belong to some neighbor's child in whom Jennie had taken an interest, he thought. He would have to go and tease her about this. Accordingly, he held the toy jovially before him, and coming out into the dining room, where Jennie was working at the sideboard, he exclaimed in a mock solemn voice, "Where did this come from?" Jennie, who was totally unconscious of the existence of this evidence of her duplicity, turned and was instantly possessed with the idea that he had suspected all and was about to visit his just wrath upon her. Instantly the blood flamed in her cheeks and as quickly left them. Why," she stuttered, "it's a little toy I bought." "I see it is," he returned genially, her guilty tremor not escaping his observation, but having at the same time no explicable significance to him. "It's frisking around a mighty lone sheepfold." He touched the little bell at its throat while Jennie stood there, unable to speak. It tinkled feebly, and then he looked at her again. His manner was so humorous that she could tell he suspected nothing. However, It was almost impossible for her to recover her self-possession. "What's ailing you?" he asked. "Nothing," she replied. "You look as though a lamb was a terrible shock to you." "I forgot to take it out from there, that was all," she went on blindly. "It looks as though it has been played with enough," he added more seriously, and then seeing that the discussion was evidently painful to her, he dropped it. The lamb had not furnished him the amusement that he had expected. Lester went back into the front room, stretched himself out, and thought it over. Why was she nervous? What was there about a toy to make her grow pale? Surely there was no harm in her harboring some youngster of the neighborhood when she was alone, having it come in and play. Why should she be so nervous? He thought it over, but could come to no conclusion. Nothing more was said about the incident of the toy lamb. Time might have wholly effaced the impression from Lester's memory had nothing else intervened to arouse his suspicions. But a mishap of any kind seems invariably to be linked with others, which follow close upon its heels. One evening, when Lester happened to be lingering about the flat later than usual, the doorbell rang, and Jennie being busy in the kitchen, Lester went himself to open the door. He was greeted by a middle-aged lady who frowned very nervously upon him and inquired in broken Swedish accents for Jennie. "Wait a moment," said Lester, and stepping to the rear door, he called her. Jennie came, and seeing who the visitor was, she stepped nervously out in the hall and closed the door after her. The action instantly struck Lester as suspicious. He frowned and determined to inquire thoroughly into the matter. A moment later Jennie reappeared. Her face was white, and her fingers seemed to be nervously seeking something to seize upon. "What's the trouble?" he inquired, the irritation he had felt the moment before giving his voice a touch of gruffness. "I've got to go out for a little while," she at last managed to reply. "Very well," he assented unwillingly. "But you can tell me what's the trouble with you, can't you? Where do you have to go?" I began Jennie, stammering. "I have—" "Yes," he said grimly. "I have to go on an errand," she stumbled on. "I can't wait. I'll tell you when I come back. Lester, please don't ask me now." She looked vainly at him, her troubled countenance still marked by preoccupation and anxiety to get away, and Lester, who had never seen this look of intense responsibility in her before, was moved and irritated by it. "That's all right," he said. "But what's the use of all this secrecy? Why can't you come out and tell me what's the matter with you? What's the use of this whispering behind doors? Where do you have to go?" He paused, checked by his own harshness, and Jennie, who was intensely wrought up by the information she had received, as well as the unwonted verbal castigation she was now enduring, rose to an emotional state never reached by her before. "I will, Lester, I will," she exclaimed. "Only not now. I haven't time. I'll tell you everything when I come back. Please don't stop me now." She hurried to the adjoining chamber to get her wraps, and Lester, who had even yet no clear conception of what it all meant, followed her stubbornly to the door. "See here," he exclaimed in his vigorous, brutal way, "you're not acting right. What's the matter with you? I want to know." He stood in the doorway, his whole frame exhibiting the pugnacity and settled determination of a man who is bound to be obeyed. Jennie, troubled and driven to bay, turned at last. "It's my child, Lester," she exclaimed. "It's dying. I haven't time to talk. Oh, please don't stop me. I'll tell you everything when I come back." "Your child?" he exclaimed. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I couldn't help it," she returned. "I was afraid. I should have told you long ago. I meant to, only. Oh, let me go now, and I'll tell you all when I come back." He stared at her in amazement. Then he stepped aside, unwilling to force her any further for the present. "Well, go ahead," he said quietly. Don't you want someone to go along with you?" "No," she replied. "Mrs. Olsen is right here. I'll go with her." She hurried forth, white-faced, and he stood there pondering. Could this be the woman he had thought he knew? Why, she had been deceiving him for years. Jennie, the white-faced, the simple. He choked a little as he muttered, "Well, I'll be damned." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The reason why Jennie had been called out was nothing more than one of those infantile seizures, the coming and result of which no man can predict 2 hours beforehand. Vesta had been seriously taken with membranous croup only a few hours before, and the development since had been so rapid that the poor old Swedish mother was half frightened to death herself, and hastily dispatched a neighbor to say that Vesta was very ill, and Mrs. Kane was to come at once. This message, delivered as it was in a very nervous manner by one whose only object was to bring her, had induced the soul-racking fear of death in Jennie, and caused her to brave the discovery of Lester in the manner described. Jennie hurried on anxiously, her one thought being to reach her child before the arm of death could interfere and snatch it from her, her mind weighed upon by a legion of fears. What if it should already be too late when she got there? What if Vesta already should be no more? Instinctively she quickened her pace, and as the street lamps came and receded in the gloom, she forgot all the sting of Lester's words, all the fear that he might turn her out and leave her alone in a great city with a little child to care for, and remembered only the fact that her Vesta was very ill, possibly dying, and that she was the direct cause of the child's absence from her, that perhaps but for the want of her care and attention Vesta might be well tonight. "If I can only get there," she kept saying to herself, and then, with that frantic unreason which is the chief characteristic of the instinct-driven mother, "I might have known that God would punish me for my unnatural conduct. I might have known. I might have known." When she reached the gate she fairly sped up the little walk and into the house, where Vesta was lying pale, quiet, and weak, but considerably better. Several Swedish neighbors and a middle-aged physician were in attendance, all of whom looked at her curiously as she dropped beside the child's bed and spoke to her. Jennie's mind had been made up. She had sinned, and sinned grievously, against her daughter, but now she would make amends as far as possible. Lester was very dear to her, but she would no longer attempt to deceive him in anything, even if he left her. She felt an agonized stab, a pain at the thought. She must still do the one right thing. Vesta must not be an outcast any longer. Her mother must give her a home. Where Jennie was, there must Vesta be. Sitting by the bedside in this humble Swedish cottage, Jennie realized the fruitlessness of her deception, the trouble and pain it had created in her home, the months of suffering it had given her with Lester, the agony it had heaped upon her this night, and to what end? The truth had been discovered anyhow. She sat there and meditated, not knowing what next was to happen, while Vesta quieted down, and then went soundly to sleep. Lester, after recovering from the first heavy import of this discovery, asked himself some perfectly natural questions. Who was the father of the child? How old was it? How did it chance to be in Chicago, and who was taking care of it? He could ask, but he could not answer. He knew absolutely nothing. Curiously now, as he thought, his first meeting with Jennie at Mrs. Bracebridge's came back to him. What was it about her that had attracted him? What made him think, after a few hours' observation, that he could seduce her to do his will? What was it? Moral looseness, or weakness, or what? There must have been art in the sorry affair, the practiced art of the cheat, and in deceiving such a confiding nature as his, she had done even more than practiced deception. She had been ungrateful. Now the quality of ingratitude was a very objectionable thing to Lester, the last and most offensive trait of a debased nature, and to be able to discover a trace of it in Jennie was very disturbing. It is true that she had not exhibited it in any other way before, quite to the contrary, but nevertheless he saw strong evidence of it now, and it made him very bitter in his feelings toward her. How could she be guilty of any such conduct toward him? Had he not picked her up out of nothing, so to speak, and befriended her? He moved from his chair in the silent room and began to pace slowly to and fro, the weightiness of this subject exercising to the full power of his decision. She was guilty of a misdeed which he felt able to condemn. The original concealment was evil, the continued deception more. Lastly, there was the thought that her love, after all, had been divided, part for him, part for the child, a discovery which no man in his position could contemplate with serenity. He moved irritably as he thought of it, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked to and fro across the floor. That a man of Lester's temperament should consider himself wronged by Jennie merely because she had concealed a child whose existence was due to conduct no more irregular than was involved later in the yielding of herself to him, was an example of those inexplicable perversions of judgment to which the human mind, in its capacity of keeper of the honor of others, seems permanently committed. Lester, aside from his own personal conduct, for men seldom judge with that in the balance, had faith in the ideal that a woman should reveal herself completely to the one man with whom she is in love, and the fact that she had not done so was a grief to him. He had asked her once tentatively about her past. She begged him not to press her. That was the time she should have spoken of any child. Now he shook his head. His first impulse, after he had thought the thing over, was to walk out and leave her. At the same time, he was curious to hear the end of this business. He did put on his hat and coat, however, and went out, stopping at the first convenient saloon to get a drink. He took a car and went down to the club, strolling about the different rooms and chatting with several people whom he encountered. He was restless and irritated, and finally, after 3 hours of meditation, he took a cab and returned to his apartment. The distraught Jennie, sitting by her sleeping child, was at last made to realize by its peaceful breathing that all danger was over. There was nothing more that she could do for Vesta, and now the claims of the home that she had deserted began to reassert themselves. The promise to Lester and the need of being loyal to her duties until the very end. Lester might possibly be waiting for her. It was just probable that he wished to hear the remainder of her story before breaking with her entirely. Although anguished and frightened by the certainty, as she deemed it, of his forsaking her, she nevertheless felt that it was no more than she deserved, a just punishment for all her misdoings. When Jennie arrived at the flat it was after 11, and the hall light was already out. She first tried the door and then inserted her key. No one stirred, however, and, opening the door, she entered into the expectation of seeing Lester sternly confronting her. He was not there, however. The burning gas had merely been an oversight on his part. She glanced quickly about, but seeing only the empty room, she came instantly to the other conclusion that he had forsaken her, and so stood there, a meditative, helpless figure. Gone, she thought. At this moment his footsteps sounded on the stairs. He came in with his derby hat pulled low over his broad forehead, close to his sandy eyebrows, and with his overcoat buttoned up closely about his neck. He took off the coat without looking at Jennie and hung it on the rack. Then he deliberately took off his hat and hung that up also. When he was through he turned to where she was watching him with wide eyes. "I want to know about this thing now, from beginning to end," he began. "Whose child is that?" Jennie wavered a moment, as one who might be going to take a leap in the dark, then opened her lips mechanically and confessed. "It's Senator Brander's." "Senator Brander?" echoed Lester, the familiar name of the dead but still famous statesman ringing with shocking and unexpected force in his ears. "How did you come to know him?" "We used to do his washing for him," she rejoined simply. "My mother and I." Lester paused, the baldness of the statement issuing from her sobering even his rancorous mood. Senator Brander's child, he thought to himself. So that great representative of the interests of the common people was the undoer of her, a self-confessed washerwoman's daughter. A fine tragedy of low life all this was. "How long ago was this?" he demanded, his face the picture of a darkening mood. "It's been nearly 6 years now," she returned. He calculated the time that had elapsed since he had known her, and then continued. "How old is the child?" "She's a little over 5." Lester moved a little. The need for serious thought made his tone more peremptory, but less bitter. "Where have you been keeping her all this time?" "She was at home until you went to Cincinnati last spring. I went down and brought her then." "Was she there the times I came to Cleveland?" "Yes," said Jennie, "but I didn't let her come out anywhere where you could see her." "I thought you said you told your people that you were married," he exclaimed, wondering how this relationship of the child to the family could have been adjusted. "I did," she replied, "but I didn't want to tell you about her. They thought all the time I intended to." "Well, why didn't you?" "Because I was afraid." "Afraid of what?" "I didn't know what was going to become of me when I went with you, Lester. I didn't want to do her any harm if I could help it. I was ashamed. Afterward, when you said you didn't like children, I was afraid." "Afraid I'd leave you?" "Yes." He stopped, the simplicity of her answers removing a part of the suspicion of artful duplicity which had originally weighed upon him. After all, there was not so much of that in it as mere wretchedness of circumstance and cowardice of morals. What a family she must have! What queer non-moral natures they must have to have brooked any such combination of affairs. "Didn't you know that you'd be found out in the long run?" he at last demanded. "Surely you might have seen that you couldn't raise her that way. Why didn't you tell me in the first place? I wouldn't have thought anything of it then." "I know," she said. "I wanted to protect her." "Where is she now?" he asked. Jennie explained. She stood there, the contradictory aspect of these questions and of his attitude puzzling even herself. She did try to explain them after a time, but all Lester could gain was that she had blundered along without any artifice at all, a condition that was so manifest that, had he been in any other position than he was, he might have pitied her. As it was, the revelation concerning Brander was hanging over him, and he finally returned to that. "You say your mother used to do washing for him. How did you come to get in with him?" Jennie, who until now had borne his questions with unmoving pain, winced at this. He was now encroaching upon the period that was by far the most distressing memory of her life. What he had just asked seemed to be a demand upon her to make everything clear.
"I was so young, Lester," she pleaded. "I was only 18. I didn't know. I used to go to the hotel where he was stopping and get his laundry, and at the end of the week I'd take it to him again." She paused, and as he took a chair, looking as if he expected to hear the whole story, she continued, "We were so poor. He used to give me money to give to my mother. I didn't know." She paused again, totally unable to go on, and he, seeing that it would be impossible for her to explain without prompting, took up his questioning again, eliciting by degrees the whole pitiful story. Brander had intended to marry her. He had written to her, but before he could come to her he died. The confession was complete. It was followed by a period of 5 minutes in which Lester said nothing at all. He put his arm on the mantel and stared at the wall while Jennie waited, not knowing what was to follow, not wishing to make a single plea. The clock ticked audibly. Lester's face betrayed no sign of either thought or feeling. He was now quite calm, quite sober, wondering what he should do. Jennie was before him as the criminal at the bar. He, the righteous, the moral, the pure of heart, was in the judgment seat. Now to sentence her, to make up his mind what course of action he should pursue. It was a disagreeable tangle, to be sure, something that a man of his position and wealth really ought not to have anything to do with. This child, the actuality of it, put an almost unbearable face upon the whole matter, and yet he was not quite prepared to speak. He turned after a time, the silvery tinkle of the French clock on the mantel striking 3, and causing him to become aware of Jennie, pale, uncertain, still standing as she had stood all this while. "Better go to bed," he said at last, and fell again to pondering this difficult problem. But Jennie continued to stand there wide-eyed, expectant, ready to hear at any moment his decision as to her fate. She waited in vain, however. After a long time of musing, he turned and went to the clothes rack near the door. "Better go to bed," he said indifferently. "I'm going out." She turned instinctively, feeling that even in this crisis there was some little service that she might render, but he did not see her. He went out, vouchsafing no further speech. She looked after him, and as his footsteps sounded on the stair, she felt as if she were doomed and hearing her own death knell. What had she done? What would he do now? She stood there, a dissonance of despair, and when the lower door clicked, moved her hand out of the agony of her suppressed hopelessness. Gone, she thought, gone. In the light of late dawn she was still sitting there pondering, her state far too urgent for idle tears. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sullen, philosophic Lester was not so determined upon his future course of action as he appeared to be. Stern as was his mood, he did not see, after all, exactly what grounds he had for complaint. And yet the child's existence complicated matters considerably. He did not like to see the evidence of Jennie's previous misdeeds walking about in the shape of a human being, but as a matter of fact, he admitted to himself that long ago he might have forced Jennie's story out of her if he had gone about it in earnest. She would not have lied, he knew that. At the very outset he might have demanded the history of her past. He had not done so. Well, now it was too late. The one thing it did fix in his mind was that it would be useless to ever think of marrying her. It couldn't be done, not by a man in his position. The best solution of the problem was to make reasonable provision for Jennie and then leave her. He went to his hotel with his mind made up,
but he did not actually say to himself that he would do it at once. It is an easy thing for a man to theorize in a situation of this kind, quite another to act. Our comforts, appetites, and passions grow with usage, and Jennie was not only a comfort but an appetite with him. Almost 4 years of constant association had taught him so much about her and himself that he was not prepared to let go easily or quickly. It was too much of a wrench. He could think of it bustling about the work of a great organization during the daytime, but when night came it was a different matter. He could be lonely, too, he discovered, much to his surprise, and it disturbed him. One of the things that interested him in this situation was Jennie's early theory that the intermingling of Vesta with him and her in this new relationship would injure the child. Just how did she come by that feeling, he wanted to know. His place in the world was better than hers, yet it dawned on him after a time that there might have been something in her point of view. She did not know who he was or what he would do with her. He might leave her shortly. Being uncertain, she wished to protect her baby. That wasn't so bad. Then again, he was curious to know what the child was like. The daughter of a man like Senator Brander might be somewhat of an infant. He was a brilliant man, and Jennie was a charming woman. He thought of this, and while it irritated him, it aroused his curiosity. He ought to go back and see the child. He was really entitled to a view of it, but he hesitated because of his own attitude in the beginning. It seemed to him that he really ought to quit, and here he was parleying with himself. The truth was that he couldn't. These years of living with Jennie had made him curiously dependent upon her. Who had ever been so close to him before? His mother loved him, but her attitude toward him was not so much to do with real love as with ambition. His father, well, his father was a man like himself. All of his sisters were distinctly wrapped up in their own affairs. Robert and he were temperamentally uncongenial. With Jennie he had really been happy. He had truly lived. She was necessary to him. The longer he stayed away from her, the more he wanted her. He finally decided to have a straight-out talk with her, to arrive at some sort of understanding. She ought to get the child and take care of it. She must understand that he might eventually want to quit. She ought to be made to feel that a definite change had taken place, though no immediate break might occur. That same evening he went out to the apartment. Jennie heard him enter, and her heart began to flutter. Then she took her courage in both hands and went to meet him. "There's just one thing to be done about this as far as I can see," began Lester, with characteristic directness. "Get the child and bring her here where you can take care of her. There's no use leaving her in the hands of strangers." "I will, Lester," said Jennie submissively. "I always wanted to." "Very well, then. You'd better do it at once." He took an evening newspaper out of his pocket and strolled toward one of the front windows. Then he turned to her. "You and I might as well understand each other, Jennie," he went on. "I can see how this thing came about. It was a piece of foolishness on my part not to have asked you before and made you tell me. It was silly for you to conceal it, even if you didn't want the child's life mixed with mine. You might have known that it couldn't be done. That's neither here nor there, though, now. The thing that I want to point out is that one can't live and hold a relationship such as ours without confidence. You and I had that, I thought. I don't see my way clear to ever hold more than a tentative relationship with you on this basis. The thing is too tangled. There's too much cause for scandal." "I know," said Jennie. "Now, I don't propose to do anything hasty. For my part, I don't see why things can't go on about as they are, certainly for the present. But I want you to look the facts in the face." Jennie sighed. "I know, Lester," she said. "I know." He went to the window and stared out. There were some trees in the yard where the darkness was settling. He wondered how this would really come out, for he liked a home atmosphere. Should he leave the apartment and go to his club? "You'd better get dinner," he suggested after a time, turning toward her irritably. But he did not feel so distant as he looked. It was a shame that life could not be more decently organized. He strolled back to his lounge, and Jennie went about her duties. She was thinking of Vesta, of her ungrateful attitude toward Lester, of his final decision never to marry her. So that was how one dream had been wrecked by folly. She spread the table, lighted the pretty silver candles, made his favorite biscuit, put a small leg of lamb in the oven to roast, and washed some lettuce leaves for a salad. She had been a diligent student of a cookbook for some time, and she had learned a good deal from her mother. All the time she was wondering how the situation would work out. He would leave her eventually, no doubt of that. He would go away and marry someone else. "Oh, well," she thought finally, "he is not going to leave me right away. That is something. And I can bring Vesta here." She sighed as she carried the things to the table. If life would only give her Lester and Vesta together. But that hope was over. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was peace and quiet for some time after this storm. Jennie went the next day and brought Vesta away with her. The joy of the reunion between mother and child made up for many other worries. "Now I can do by her as I ought," she thought, and 3 or 4 times during the day she found herself humming a little song. Lester came only occasionally at first. He was trying to make himself believe that he ought to do something toward reforming his life, toward bringing about that eventual separation which he had suggested. He did not like the idea of a child being in this apartment, particularly that particular child. He fought his way through a period of calculated neglect, and then began to return to the apartment more regularly. In spite of all its drawbacks, it was a place of quiet, peace, and very notable personal comfort. During the first days of Lester's return it was difficult for Jennie to adjust matters so as to keep the playful, nervous, almost uncontrollable child from annoying the staid, emphatic, commercial-minded man. Jennie gave Vesta a severe talking to the first night Lester telephoned that he was coming, telling her that he was a very bad-tempered man who didn't like children, and that she mustn't go near him. "You mustn't talk," she said. "You mustn't ask questions. Let Mama ask you what you want, and don't reach, ever." Vesta agreed solemnly, but her childish mind hardly grasped the full significance of the warning. Lester came at 7. Jennie, who had taken pains to array Vesta as attractively as possible, had gone into her bedroom to give her own toilet a last touch. Vesta was supposedly in the kitchen. As a matter of fact, she had followed her mother to the door of the sitting room, where now she could be plainly seen. Lester hung up his hat and coat, then turning, he caught his first glimpse. The child looked very sweet. He admitted that at a glance. She was arrayed in a blue dotted white flannel dress with a soft roll collar and cuffs, and the costume was completed by white stockings and shoes. Her corn-colored ringlets hung gaily about her face. Blue eyes, rosy lips, rosy cheeks completed the picture. Lester stared, almost inclined to say something, but he restrained himself. Vesta shyly retreated. When Jennie came out, he commented on the fact that Vesta had arrived. "Rather sweet-looking child," he said. "Do you have much trouble in making her mind?" "Not much," she returned.
Jennie went on to the dining room, and Lester overheard a scrap of their conversation. "Who are he?" asked Vesta. "Sh! That's your Uncle Lester. Didn't I tell you you mustn't talk?" "Are he your uncle?" "No, dear. Don't talk now. Run into the kitchen." "Are he only my uncle?" "Yes. Now run along." "All right." In spite of himself, Lester had to smile. What might have followed if the child had been homely, misshapen, peevish, or all three, can scarcely be conjectured. Had Jennie been less tactful even in the beginning, he might have obtained a disagreeable impression. As it was, the natural beauty of the child, combined with the mother's gentle diplomacy in keeping her in the background, served to give him that fleeting glimpse of innocence and youth which is always pleasant. The thought struck him that Jennie had been the mother of a child all these years. She had been separated from it for months at a time. She had never even hinted at its existence, and yet her affection for Vesta was obviously great. "It's queer," he said. "She's a peculiar woman." One morning Lester was sitting in the parlor reading his paper when he thought he heard something stir. He turned, and was surprised to see a large blue eye fixed upon him through the crack of a neighboring door. The effect was most disconcerting. It was not like the ordinary eye, which under such embarrassing circumstances would have been immediately withdrawn. It kept its position with deliberate boldness. He turned his paper solemnly and looked again. There was the eye. He turned it again. Still the eye was present. He crossed his legs and looked again. Now the eye was gone. This little episode, unimportant in itself, was yet informed with the saving grace of comedy, a thing to which Lester was especially responsive. Although not in the least inclined to relax his attitude of aloofness, he found his mind in the minutest degree tickled by the mysterious appearance. The corners of his mouth were animated by a desire to turn up. He did not give way to the feeling, and stuck by his paper, but the incident remained very clearly in his mind. The young wayfarer had made her first really important impression upon him. Not long after this, Lester was sitting one morning at breakfast, calmly eating his chop and conning his newspaper, when he was aroused by another visitation, this time not quite so simple. Jennie had given Vesta her breakfast and set her to amuse herself alone until Lester should leave the house. Jennie was seated at the table pouring out the coffee when Vesta suddenly appeared, very businesslike in manner, and marched through the room. Lester looked up, and Jennie colored and arose. "What is it, Vesta?" she inquired, following her. By this time, however, Vesta had reached the kitchen, secured a little broom, and returned, a droll determination lighting her face. "I want my little broom," she exclaimed, and marched sedately past, at which manifestation of spirit Lester again twitched internally, this time allowing the slightest suggestion of a smile to play across his mouth. The final effect of this intercourse was gradually to break down the feeling of distaste Lester had for the child, and to establish in its place a sort of tolerant recognition of her possibilities as a human being. The developments of the next 6 months were of a kind to further relax the strain of opposition which still existed in Lester's mind. Although not at all resigned to the somewhat tainted atmosphere in which he was living, he yet found himself so comfortable that he could not persuade himself to give it up. It was too much like a bed of down. Jennie was too worshipful. The condition of unquestioned liberty, so far as all his old social relationships were concerned, coupled with the privilege of quiet simplicity and affection in the home, was too inviting. He lingered on, and began to feel that perhaps it would be just as well
to let matters rest as they were. During this period his friendly relations with the little Vesta insensibly strengthened. He discovered that there was a real flavor of humor about Vesta's doings, and so came to watch for its development. She was forever doing something interesting, and although Jennie watched over her with a care that was in itself a revelation to him, nevertheless Vesta managed to elude every effort to suppress her and came straight home with her remarks. Once, for example, she was sawing away at a small piece of meat upon her large plate with her big knife, when Lester remarked to Jennie that it might be advisable to get her a little breakfast set. "She can hardly handle these knives." "Yes," said Vesta instantly. "I need a little knife. My hand is just so very little." She held it up. Jennie, who could never tell what was to follow, reached over and put it down, while Lester, with difficulty, restrained a desire to laugh. Another morning, not long after, she was watching Jennie put lumps of sugar in Lester's cup when she broke in with, "I want 2 lumps in mine, Mama." "No, dearest," replied Jennie. "You don't need any in yours. You have milk to drink." "Uncle Lester has 2," she protested. "Yes," returned Jennie, "but you're only a little girl. Besides, you mustn't say anything like that at the table. It isn't nice." "Uncle Lester eats too much sugar," was her immediate rejoinder, at which that fine gourmet smiled broadly. "I don't know about that," he put in, for the first time deigning to answer her directly. "That sounds like the fox and grapes to me." Vesta smiled back at him, and now that the ice was broken, she chattered on unrestrainedly. One thing led to another, and at last Lester felt as though, in a way, the little girl belonged to him. He was willing even that she should share in such opportunities as his position and wealth might make possible, provided, of course, that he stayed with Jennie, and that they worked out some arrangement which would not put him hopelessly out of touch with the world which was back of him, and which he had to keep constantly in mind. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The following spring the showrooms and warehouses were completed, and Lester removed his office to the new building. Heretofore he had been transacting all his business affairs at the Grand Pacific and the club. From now on he felt himself to be firmly established in Chicago, as if that was to be his future home. A large number of details were thrown upon him: the control of a considerable office force and the handling of various important transactions. It took away from him the need of traveling, that duty going to Amy's husband, under the direction of Robert. The latter was doing his best to push his personal interests, not only through the influence he was bringing to bear upon his sisters, but through his reorganization of the factory. Several men whom Lester was personally fond of were in danger of elimination. But Lester did not hear of this, and Kane Sr. was inclined to give Robert a free hand. Age was telling on him. He was glad to see someone with a strong policy come up and take charge. Lester did not seem to mind. Apparently he and Robert were on better terms than ever before. Matters might have gone on smoothly enough were it not for the fact that Lester's private life with Jennie was not a matter which could be permanently kept under cover. At times he was seen driving with her by people who knew him in a social and commercial way. He was for brazing it out on the ground that he was a single man and at liberty to associate with anybody he pleased. Jennie might be any young woman of good family in whom he was interested. He did not propose to introduce her to anybody if he could help it, and he always made it a point to be a fast traveler in driving, in order that others might not attempt to detain
and talk to him. At the theater, as had been said, she was simply Miss Gerhardt. The trouble was that many of his friends were also keen observers of life. They had no quarrel to pick with Lester's conduct, only he had been seen in other cities in times past with this same woman. She must be someone whom he was maintaining irregularly. Well, what of it? Wealth and youthful spirits must have their fling. Rumors came to Robert, who, however, kept his own counsel. If Lester wanted to do this sort of thing, well and good, but there must come a time when there would be a showdown. This came about in one form about a year and a half after Lester and Jennie had been living in that North Side apartment. It so happened that, during a stretch of inclement weather in the fall, Lester was seized with a mild form of grippe. When he felt the first symptoms, he thought that his indisposition would be a matter of short duration, and tried to overcome it by taking a hot bath and a liberal dose of quinine. But the infection was stronger than he counted on. By morning he was flat on his back, with a severe fever and a splitting headache. His long period of association with Jennie had made him incautious. Policy would have dictated that he should betake himself to his hotel and endure his sickness alone. As a matter of fact, he was very glad to be in the house with her. He had to call up the office to say that he was indisposed and would not be down for a day or so. Then he yielded himself comfortably to her patient ministrations. Jennie, of course, was delighted to have Lester with her, sick or well. She persuaded him to see a doctor and have him prescribe. She brought him potions of hot lemonade and bathed his face and hands in cold water over and over. Later, when he was recovering, she made him appetizing cups of beef tea or gruel. It was during this illness that the first real contretemps occurred. Lester's sister Louise, who had been visiting friends in St. Paul, and who had written him that she might stop off to see him on her way, decided upon an earlier return than she had originally planned. While Lester was sick at his apartment, she arrived in Chicago. Calling up the office and finding that he was not there and would not be down for several days, she asked where he could be reached. "I think he is at his rooms in the Grand Pacific," said an incautious secretary. "He's not feeling well." Louise, a little disturbed, telephoned to the Grand Pacific, and was told that Mr. Kane had not been there for several days, did not, as a matter of fact, occupy his rooms more than 1 or 2 days a week. Piqued by this, she telephoned his club. It so happened that at the club there was a telephone boy who had called up the apartment a number of times for Lester himself. He had not been cautioned not to give its number. As a matter of fact, it had never been asked for by anyone else. When Louise stated that she was Lester's sister and was anxious to find him, the boy replied, "I think he lives at 19 Schiller Place." "Whose address is that you're giving?" inquired a passing clerk. "Mr. Kane's." "Well, don't be giving out addresses. Don't you know that yet?" The boy apologized, but Louise had hung up the receiver and was gone. About an hour later, curious as to this third residence of her brother, Louise arrived at Schiller Place. Ascending the steps, it was a 2-apartment house, she saw the name of Kane on the door leading to the second floor. Ringing the bell, she was opened to by Jennie, who was surprised to see so fashionably attired a young woman. "This is Mr. Kane's apartment, I believe," began Louise condescendingly, as she looked in at the open door behind Jennie. She was a little surprised to meet a young woman, but her suspicions were as yet only vaguely aroused. "Yes," replied Jennie. "He's sick, I believe. I'm his sister. May I come in?" Jennie, had she had time to collect her thoughts, would have tried to make some excuse, but Louise, with the audacity of her birth and station, swept past before Jennie could say a word. Once inside,
Louise looked about inquiringly. She found herself in the sitting room, which gave into the bedroom where Lester was lying. Vesta happened to be playing in one corner of the room, and stood up to eye the newcomer. The open bedroom showed Lester quite plainly lying in a bed, a window to the left of him, his eyes closed. "Oh, there you are, old fellow!" exclaimed Louise. "What's ailing you?" She hurried on. Lester, who at the sound of her voice had opened his eyes, realized in an instant how things were. He pulled himself up on one elbow, but words failed him. "Why, hello, Louise," he finally forced himself to say. "Where did you come from?" "St. Paul. I came back sooner than I thought," she answered lamely, a sense of something wrong irritating her. "I had a hard time finding you, too. Who's your—" She was about to say pretty housekeeper, but turned to find Jennie dazedly gathering up certain articles in the adjoining room and looking dreadfully distraught. Lester cleared his throat hopelessly. His sister swept the place with an observing eye. It took in the home atmosphere, which was both pleasing and suggestive. There was a dress of Jennie's lying across the chair in a familiar way, which caused Miss Kane to draw herself up warily. She looked at her brother, who had a rather curious expression in his eyes. He seemed slightly nonplussed, but cool and defiant. "You shouldn't have come out here," said Lester finally, before Louise could give vent to the rising question in her mind. "Why shouldn't I?" she exclaimed, angered at the brazen confession. "You're my brother, aren't you? Why should you have any place that I couldn't come? Well, I like that, and from you to me." "Listen, Louise," went on Lester, drawing himself up further on one elbow. "You know as much about life as I do. There is no need of our getting into an argument. I didn't know you were coming, or I would have made some other arrangements." "Other arrangements, indeed," she sneered. "I should think as much. The idea!" She was greatly irritated to think that she had fallen into this trap. It was really disgraceful of Lester. "I wouldn't be so haughty about it," he declared, his color rising. "I'm not apologizing to you for my conduct. I'm saying I would have made other arrangements, which is a very different thing from begging your pardon. If you don't want to be civil, you needn't." "Why, Lester Kane," she exclaimed, her cheeks flaming, "I thought better of you, honestly I did. I should think you would be ashamed of yourself, living here in open—" She paused without using the word. "And our friends scattered all over the city. It's terrible. I thought you had more sense of decency and consideration." "Decency nothing," he flared. "I tell you I'm not apologizing to you. If you don't like this, you know what you can do." "Oh!" she exclaimed. "This from my own brother! And for the sake of that creature! Whose child is that?" she demanded savagely and yet curiously. "Never mind. It's not mine. If it were, it wouldn't make any difference. I wish you wouldn't busy yourself about my affairs." Jennie, who had been moving about the dining room beyond the sitting room, heard the cutting references to herself. She winced with pain. "Don't flatter yourself. I won't any more," retorted Louise. "I should think, though, that you, of all men, would be above anything like this. And that with a woman so obviously beneath you. Why, I thought she was—" She was again going to add "your housekeeper," but she was interrupted by Lester, who was angry to the point of brutality. "Never mind what you thought she was," he growled. "She's better than some who do the so-called superior thinking. I know what you think. It's neither here nor there, I tell you. I'm doing this, and I don't care what you think. I have to take the blame. Don't bother about me." "Well, I won't, I assure you," she flung back. "It's quite plain that your family means nothing to you. But if you had any sense of decency, Lester Kane, you would never let your sister be trapped into coming into a place like this. I'm disgusted, that's all, and so will the others when they hear of it." She turned on her heel and walked scornfully out, a withering look being reserved for Jennie, who had unfortunately stepped near the door of the dining room. Vesta had disappeared. Jennie came in a little while later and closed the door. She knew of nothing to say. Lester, his thick hair pushed back from his vigorous face, leaned back moodily on his pillow. What a devilish trick of fortune, he thought. Now she would go home and tell it to the family. His father would know. And his mother, Robert, Imogene, Amy, all would hear. He would have no explanation to make. She had seen. He stared at the wall meditatively. Meanwhile, Jennie, moving about her duties, also found food for reflection. So this was her real position in another woman's eyes. Now she could see what the world thought. This family was as aloof from her as if it lived on another planet. To his sisters and brothers, his father and mother, she was a bad woman, a creature far beneath him socially, far beneath him mentally and morally, a creature of the streets. And she had hoped somehow to rehabilitate herself in the eyes of the world. It cut her as nothing before had ever done. The thought tore a great gaping wound in her sensibilities. She was really low and vile in her, Louise's eyes, in the world's eyes, basically so in Lester's eyes. How could it be otherwise? She went about numb and still, but the ache of defeat and disgrace was under it all. Oh, if she could only see some way to make herself right with the world, to live honorably, to be decent. How could that possibly be brought about? It ought to be, she knew that. But how? End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Outraged in her family pride, Louise lost no time in returning to Cincinnati, where she told the story of her discovery, embellished with many details. According to her, she was met at the door by a silly-looking, white-faced woman, who did not even offer to invite her in when she announced her name, but stood there looking just as guilty as a person possibly could. Lester had also acted shamefully, having outbrazened the matter to her face. When she had demanded to know whose the child was, he had refused to tell her. "It isn't mine," was all he would say. "Oh dear," exclaimed Mrs. Kane, who was the first to hear the story. "My son, my Lester, how could he have done it?" "And such a creature!" exclaimed Louise emphatically, as though the words needed to be reiterated to give them any shadow of reality. "I went there solely because I thought I could help him," continued Louise. "I thought when they said he was indisposed that he might be seriously ill. How should I have known?" "Poor Lester!" exclaimed her mother. "To think he would come to anything like that!" Mrs. Kane turned the difficult problem over in her mind, and having no previous experiences whereby to measure it, telephoned for old Archibald, who came out from the factory and sat through the discussion with a solemn countenance. So Lester was living openly with a woman of whom they had never heard. He would probably be as defiant and indifferent as his nature was strong. The standpoint of parental authority was impossible. Lester was a centralized authority in himself, and if any overtures for a change of conduct were to be made, they would have to be very diplomatically executed. Archibald Kane returned to the manufactory, sore and disgusted, but determined that something ought to be done. He held a consultation with Robert, who confessed that he had heard disturbing rumors from time to time, but had not wanted to say anything. Mrs. Kane suggested that Robert might go to Chicago and have a talk with Lester. "He ought to see that this thing, if continued, is going to do him irreparable damage," said Mr. Kane. "He cannot hope to carry it off successfully. Nobody can. He ought to marry her, or he ought to quit. I want you to tell him that for me." "All well and good," said Robert, But who's going to convince him? I'm sure I don't want the job." "I hope to," said old Archibald eventually. "But you'd better go up and try, anyhow. It can't do any harm. He might come to his senses." "I don't believe it," replied Robert. "He's a strong man. You see how much good talk does down here. Still, I'll go if it will relieve your feelings any. Mother wants it." "Yes, yes," said his father distractedly. "Better go." Accordingly Robert went. Without allowing himself to anticipate any particular measure of success in this adventure, he rode pleasantly into Chicago, confident in the reflection that he had all the powers of morality and justice on his side. Upon Robert's arrival the third morning after Louise's interview, he called up the Weir rooms, but Lester was not there. He then telephoned to the house and tactfully made an appointment. Lester was still indisposed, but he preferred to come down to the office, and he did. He met Robert in his cheerful, nonchalant way, and together they talked business for a time. Then followed a pregnant silence. "Well, I suppose you know what brought me up here," began Robert tentatively. "I think I could make a guess at it," Lester replied. "They were all very much worried over the fact that you were sick, Mother particularly. You're not in any danger of having a relapse, are you?" "I think not." "Louise said there was some sort of peculiar menage she ran into up here. You're not married, are you?" "No." "The young woman Louise saw is just—" Robert waved his hand expressively. Lester nodded. "I don't want to be inquisitive, Lester. I didn't come up for that. I'm simply here because the family felt that I ought to come. Mother was so very much distressed that I couldn't do less than see you for her sake." He paused, and Lester, touched by the fairness and respect of his attitude, felt that mere courtesy at least made some explanation due. "I don't know that anything I can say will help matters much," he replied thoughtfully. "There's really nothing to be said. I have the woman, and the family has its objections. The chief difficulty about things seems to be the bad luck in being found out." He stopped, and Robert turned over the substance of this worldly reasoning in his mind. Lester was very calm about it. He seemed, as usual, to be most convincingly sane. "You're not contemplating marrying her, are you?" queried Robert hesitantly. "I hadn't come to that," answered Lester coolly. They looked at each other quietly for a moment, and then Robert turned his glance to the distant scene of the city. "It is useless to ask whether you are seriously in love with her, I suppose," ventured Robert. "I don't know whether I'd be able to discuss that divine Nephlitis with you or not," returned Lester with a touch of grim humor. "I have never experienced the sensation myself. All I know is that the lady is very pleasing to me." "Well, it's all a question of your well being and the family's, Lester," went on Robert after another pause. "Morality doesn't seem to figure in it, anyway. At least you and I can't discuss that together. Your feelings on that score naturally relate to you alone, but the matter of your own personal welfare seems to me to be substantial enough grounds to base a plea on. The family's feelings and pride are also fairly important. Father's the kind of man who sets more store by the honor of his family than most men. You know that as well as I do, of course." "I know how Father feels about it," returned Lester. "The whole business is as clear to me as it is to any of you, though offhand I don't see just what's to be done about it. These matters aren't always of a day's growth, and they can't be settled in a day. The girl's here. To a certain extent I'm responsible that she is here. While I'm not willing to go into details, there's always more in these affairs than appears on the court calendar." "Of course I don't know what your relations with her have been," returned Robert, "and I'm not curious to know. But it does look like a bit of injustice all around, don't you think? Unless you intend to marry her. This last was put forth as a feeler. "I might be willing to agree to that, too," was Lester's baffling reply, "if anything were to be gained by it. The point is the woman is here, and the family is in possession of the fact. Now, if there is anything to be done, I have to do it. There isn't anybody else who can act for me in this matter." Lester lapsed into a silence, and Robert rose and paced the floor, coming back after a time to say, "You say you haven't any idea of marrying her, or rather, you haven't come to it. I wouldn't, Lester. It seems to me you would be making the mistake of your life from every point of view. I don't want to orate, but a man of your position has so much to lose. You can't afford to do it. Aside from family considerations, you have too much at stake. You'd be simply throwing your life away." He paused, with his right hand held out before him, as was customary when he was deeply in earnest, and Lester felt the candor and simplicity of his appeal. Robert was not criticizing him now. He was making an appeal to him, and this was somewhat different. The appeal passed without comment, however, and then Robert began on a new tack, this time picturing old Archibald's fondness for Lester and the hope he had always entertained that he would marry some well-to-do Cincinnati girl, Catholic if agreeable to him, but at least worthy of his station. And Mrs. Kane felt the same way. Surely Lester must realize that. "I know just how all of them feel about it," Lester interrupted at last, "but I don't see that anything's to be done right now." "You mean that you don't think it would be policy for you to give her up just at present?" "I mean that she's been exceptionally good to me, and that I am morally under obligation to do the best I can by her. What that may be, I can't tell." "To live with her?" inquired Robert coolly. "Certainly not to turn her out bag and baggage if she has been accustomed to live with me," replied Lester. Robert sat down again, as if he considered his recent appeal futile. "Can't family reason persuade you to make some amicable arrangement with her and let her go?" "Not without due consideration of the matter, no." "You don't think you could hold out some hope that things will end quickly, something that would give me a reasonable excuse for softening down the pain of it to the family?" "I would be perfectly willing to do anything which would take away the edge of this thing for the family, but the truth's the truth. I can't see any room for equivocation between you and me. As I've said before, these relationships are involved with things which make it impossible to discuss them. Unfair to me, unfair to the woman. No one can see how they are to be handled, except the people that are in them, and even they can't always see. I'll be a damned dog to stand up here and give you my word to do anything except the best I can." Lester stopped, and now Robert rose and paced the floor again, only to come back after a time and say, "You don't think there's anything to be done just at the present?" "Not at the present." "Very well, then. I expect I might as well be going. I don't know that there's anything else we can talk about." "Won't you stay and take lunch with me? I think I might manage to get down to the hotel if you will stay." "No, thank you," answered Robert. "I believe I can make the 1 o'clock train for Cincinnati. I'll try, anyhow." They stood before each other now, Lester pale and rather flaccid, Robert clear, waxlike, well knit and shrewd, and one could see the difference time had already made. Robert was the clean, decisive man, Lester the man of doubts. Robert was the spirit of business energy and integrity embodied, Lester the spirit of commercial self-sufficiency, looking at life with an uncertain eye. Together they made a striking picture, which was none the less powerful for the thoughts that were now running through their minds. "Well," said the older brother after a time, "I don't suppose there is anything more I can say. I had hoped to make you feel just as we do about things, but of course you are your own best judge of this. if you don't see it now, nothing I could say would make you. It strikes me as a very bad move on your part, though." Lester listened. He said nothing, but his face expressed an unchanged purpose. Robert turned for his hat, and they walked to the office door together. "I'll put the best face I can on it," said Robert, and walked out. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In this world of ours, the activities of animal life seem to be limited to a plane or circle, as if that were an inherent necessity to the creature of a planet which is perforce compelled to swing about the sun. A fish, for instance, may not pass out of the circle of the seas without courting annihilation. A bird may not enter the domain of the fishes without paying for it dearly. From the parasite of the flowers to the monsters of the jungle and the deep, we see clearly the circumscribed nature of their movements, the emphatic manner in which life has limited them to a sphere, and we are content to note the ludicrous and invariably fatal results which attend any effort on their part to depart from their environment. In the case of man, however, the operation of this theory of limitations has not as yet been so clearly observed. The laws governing our social life are not so clearly understood as to permit of a clear generalization. Still the opinions, pleas, and judgments of society serve as boundaries which are none the less real for being intangible. When men or women err, that is, pass out from the sphere in which they are accustomed to move in, it is not as if the bird had intruded itself into the water, or the wild animal into the haunts of man. Annihilation is not the immediate result. People may do no more than elevate their eyebrows in astonishment, laugh sarcastically, lift up their hands in protest, and yet so well defined is the sphere of social activity that he who departs from it is doomed. Born and bred in this environment, the individual is practically unfitted for any other state. He is like a bird accustomed to a certain density of atmosphere, and which cannot live comfortably at either higher or lower level. Lester sat down in his easy chair by the window after his brother had gone, and gazed ruminatively out over the flourishing city. Yonder was spread out before him life with its concomitant phases of energy, hope, prosperity, and pleasure, and here he was suddenly struck by a wind of misfortune and blown aside for the time being, his prospects and purposes dissipated. Could he continue as cheerily in the paths he had hitherto pursued? Would not his relations with Jennie be necessarily affected by this sudden tide of opposition? Was not his own home now a thing of the past so far as his old easy-going relationship was concerned? All the atmosphere of unstained affection would be gone out of it now. The hearty look of approval which used to dwell in his father's eye, would it be there any longer? Robert, his relations with the manufactory, everything that was part of his old life, had been affected by this sudden intrusion of Louise. "It's unfortunate," was all that he thought to himself, and therewith turned from what he considered senseless brooding to the consideration of what, if anything, was to be done. "I'm thinking I'd take a run up to Mount Clemens tomorrow, or Thursday anyhow, if I feel strong enough," he said to Jennie after he had returned. "I'm not feeling as well as I might. A few days will do me good." He wanted to get off by himself and think. Jennie packed his bag for him at the given time, and he departed, but he was in a sullen, meditative mood. During the week that followed he had ample time to think it all over, the result of his cogitations being that there was no need of making a decisive move at present. A few weeks more, one way or the other, could not make any practical difference. Neither Robert nor any other member of the family was at all likely to seek another conference with him. His business relations would necessarily go on as usual. Since they were coupled with the welfare of the manufactory, certainly no attempt to coerce him would be attempted. But the consciousness that he was at hopeless variance with his family weighed upon him. Bad business, he meditated, bad business. But he did not change. For the period of a whole year this unsatisfactory state of affairs continued. Lester did not go home for 6 months. Then an important business conference demanding his presence, he appeared and carried it off quite as though nothing important had happened. His mother kissed him affectionately, if a little sadly. His father gave him his customary greeting, a hearty handshake. Robert, Louise, Amy, Imogene, concertedly, though without any verbal understanding, agreed to ignore the one real issue. But the feeling of estrangement was there, and it persisted. Hereafter his visits to Cincinnati were as few and far between as he could possibly make them. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the meantime Jennie had been going through a moral crisis of her own. For the first time in her life, aside from the family attitude, which had afflicted her greatly, she realized what the world thought of her. She was bad, she knew that. She had yielded on 2 occasions to the force of circumstances which might have been fought out differently. If only she had had more courage. If she did not always have this haunting sense of fear. If she could only make up her mind to do the right thing. Lester would never marry her. Why should he? She loved him, but she could leave him, and it would be better for him. Probably her father would live with her if she went back to Cleveland. He would honor her for at least taking a decent stand. Yet the thought of leaving Lester was a terrible one to her. He had been so good. As for her father, she was not sure whether he would receive her or not. After the tragic visit of Louise, she began to think of saving a little money, laying it aside as best she could from her allowance. Lester was generous, and she had been able to send home regularly $15 a week to maintain the family, as much as they had lived on before, without any help from the outside. She spent $20 to maintain the table, for Lester required the best of everything, fruits, meats, desserts, liquors, and what not. The rent was $55, with clothes and extras of varying sum. Lester gave her $50 a week, but somehow it had all gone. She thought how she might economize, but this seemed wrong. Better go without taking anything, if she were going, was the thought that came to her. It was the only decent thing to do. She thought over this week after week, after the advent of Louise, trying to nerve herself to the point where she could speak or act. Lester was consistently generous and kind, but she felt at times that he himself might wish it. He was thoughtful, abstracted. Since the scene with Louise it seemed to her that he had been a little different. If she could only say to him that she was not satisfied with the way she was living, and then leave. But he himself had plainly indicated after his discovery of Vesta that her feelings on that score could not matter so very much to him, since he thought the presence of the child would definitely interfere with his ever marrying her. It was her presence he wanted on another basis, and he was so forceful she could not argue with him very well. She decided if she went it would be best to write a letter and tell him why. Then maybe when he knew how she felt he would forgive her and think nothing more about it. The condition of the Gerhardt family was not improving. Since Jennie had left, Martha had married. After several years of teaching in the public schools of Cleveland, she had met a young architect, and they were united after a short engagement. Martha had always been a little ashamed of her family, and now, when this new life dawned, she was anxious to keep the connection as slight as possible. She barely notified the members of the family of the approaching marriage, Jennie not at all, and to the actual ceremony she invited only Bass and George. Gerhardt, Veronica, and William resented the slight. Gerhardt ventured upon no comment. He had had too many rebuffs. But Veronica was angry. She hoped that life would give her an opportunity to pay her sister off. William, of course, did not mind particularly. He was interested in the possibilities of becoming an electrical engineer, a career which one of his school teachers had pointed out to him as being attractive and promising. Jennie heard of Martha's marriage after it was all over, a note from Veronica giving her the main details. She was glad from one point of view, but realized that her brothers and sisters were drifting away from her. A little while after Martha's marriage, Veronica and William went to reside with George, a break which was brought about by the attitude of Gerhardt himself. Ever since his wife's death and the departure of the other children, he had been subject to moods of profound gloom, from which he was not easily aroused. Life, it seemed, was drawing to a close for him, although he was only 65 years of age. The earthly ambitions he had once cherished were gone forever. He saw Sebastian, Martha, and George out in the world practically ignoring him, contributing nothing at all to a home which should never have taken a dollar from Jennie. Veronica and William were restless. They objected to leaving school and going to work, apparently preferring to live on money which Gerhardt had long since concluded was not being come by honestly. He was now pretty well satisfied as to the true relations of Jennie and Lester. At first he had believed them to be married, but the way Lester had neglected Jennie for long periods, the humbleness with which she ran at his beck and call, her fear of telling him about Vesta, somehow it all pointed to the same thing. She had not been married at home. Gerhardt had never had sight of her marriage certificate. Since she was away she might have been married, but he did not believe it. The real trouble was that Gerhardt had grown intensely morose and crotchety, and it was becoming impossible for young people to live with him. Veronica and William felt it. They resented the way in which he took charge of the expenditures after Martha left. He accused them of spending too much on clothes and amusements. He insisted that a smaller house should be taken, and he regularly sequestered a part of the money which Jennie sent, for what purpose they could hardly guess. As a matter of fact, Gerhardt was saving as much as possible in order to repay Jennie eventually. He thought it was sinful to go on in this way, and this was his one method, outside of his meager earnings, to redeem himself. If his other children had acted rightly by him, he felt that he would not now be left in his old age the recipient of charity from one who, despite her other good qualities, was certainly not leading a righteous life. So they quarreled. It ended one winter month when George agreed to receive his complaining brother and sister on condition that they should get something to do. Gerhardt was nonplussed for a moment, but invited them to take the furniture and go their way. His generosity shamed them for the moment. They even tentatively invited him to come and live with them, but this he would not do. He would ask the foreman of the mill he watched for the privilege of sleeping in some out-of-the-way garret. He was always liked and trusted, and this would save him a little money. So in a fit of pique he did this, and there was seen the spectacle of an old man watching through a dreary season of nights in a lonely, trafficless neighborhood while the city pursued its gaiety elsewhere.
He had a wee small corner in the topmost loft of a warehouse away from the tear and grind of the factory proper. Here Gerhardt slept by day. In the afternoon he would take a little walk, strolling towards the business center or out along the banks of the Cuyahoga or the lake. As a rule his hands were below his back, his brow bent in meditation. He would even talk to himself a little, an occasional "by chops" or "so it is" being indicative of his dreary mood. At dusk he would return, taking his stand at the lonely gate which was his post of duty. His meals were secured at a nearby workingman's boarding house, such as he felt he must have. The nature of the old German's reflections at this time were of a peculiarly subtle and somber character. What was this thing life? What did it all come to after the struggle and the worry and the grieving? Where does it all go? People die. You hear nothing more of them. His wife now, she had gone. Where had her spirit taken its flight? Yet he continued to hold some strongly dogmatic convictions. He believed there was a hell and that people who sinned would go there. How about Mrs. Gerhardt? How about Jennie? He believed that both had sinned woefully. He believed that the just would be rewarded in heaven. But who were the just? Mrs. Gerhardt had not had a bad heart. Jennie was the soul of generosity. Take his son Sebastian. Sebastian was a good boy, but he was cold and certainly indifferent to his father. Take Martha. She was ambitious, but obviously selfish. Somehow the children, outside of Jennie, seemed self-centered. Bass walked off when he got married and did nothing more for anybody. Martha insisted that she needed all she made to live on. George had contributed for a little while, but had finally refused to help out. Veronica and William had been content to live on Jennie's money so long as he would allow it, and yet they knew it was not right. His very existence, was it not a commentary on the selfishness of his children? And he was getting so old. He shook his head. Mystery of mysteries. Life was truly strange and dark and uncertain. Still he did not want to go and live with any of his children. Actually, they were not worthy of him, none but Jennie, and she was not good. So he grieved. This woeful condition of affairs was not made known to Jennie for some time. She had been sending her letters to Martha, but on her leaving, Jennie had been writing directly to Gerhardt. After Veronica's departure, Gerhardt wrote to Jennie saying that there was no need of sending any more money. Veronica and William were going to live with George. He himself had a good place in a factory and would live there a little while. He returned her a moderate sum that he had saved, $115, with the word that he would not need it. Jennie did not understand, but as the others did not write, she was not sure but what it might be all right. Her father was so determined. But by degrees, however, a sense of what it really must mean overtook her, a sense of something wrong, and she worried, hesitating between leaving Lester and going to see about her father, whether she left him or not. Would he come with her? Not here, certainly. If she were married, yes, possibly. If she were alone, probably. Yet, if she did not get some work which paid well, they would have a difficult time. It was the same old problem. What could she do? Nevertheless, she decided to act. If she could get $5 or $6 a week, they could live. This $115 which Gerhardt had saved would tide them over the worst difficulties, perhaps. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The trouble with Jennie's plan was that it did not definitely take into consideration Lester's attitude. He did care for her in an elemental way, but he was hedged about by the idea of the conventional world in which he had been reared.
To say that he loved her well enough to take her for better or worse, to legalize her anomalous position, and to face the world bravely with the fact that he had chosen a wife who suited him, was perhaps going a little too far, but he really did care for her, and he was not in a mood, at this particular time, to contemplate parting with her for good. Lester was getting along to that time of life where his ideas of womanhood were fixed and not subject to change. Thus far, on his own plane, and within the circle of his own associates, he had met no one who appealed to him as Jennie did. She was gentle, intelligent, gracious, a handmaiden to his every need, and he had taught her the little customs of polite society, until she was as agreeable a companion as he cared to have. He was comfortable, he was satisfied. Why seek further? But Jennie's restlessness increased day by day. She tried writing out her views, and started half a dozen letters before she finally worded one which seemed, partially at least, to express her feelings. It was a long letter for her, and it ran as follows: Lester, dear, when you get this I won't be here. I want you not to think harshly of me until you have read it all. I am taking Vesta and leaving, and I think it is really better that I should. Lester, I ought to do it. You know when you met me we were very poor, and my condition was such that I didn't think any good man would ever want me. When you came along and told me you loved me, I was hardly able to think just what I ought to do. You made me love you, Lester, in spite of myself. You know I told you that I oughtn't to do anything wrong any more, and that I wasn't good, but somehow when you were near me I couldn't think just right, and I didn't see how I was to get away from you. Papa was sick at home that time, and there was hardly anything in the house to eat. We were all doing so poorly. My brother George didn't have good shoes, and Mama was so worried. I have often thought, Lester, if Mama had not been compelled to worry so much, she might be alive today. I thought if you liked me, and I really liked you, I love you, Lester, maybe it wouldn't make so much difference about me. You know you told me right away you would like to help my family, and I felt that maybe that would be the right thing to do. We were so terribly poor. Lester, dear, I am ashamed to leave you this way. It seems so mean. But if you knew how I have been feeling these days, you would forgive me. Oh, I love you, Lester, I do, I do. But for months past, ever since your sister came, I have felt that I was doing wrong, and that I oughtn't to go on doing it. For I know how terribly wrong it is. It was wrong for me ever to have anything to do with Senator Brander, but I was such a girl then, I hardly knew what I was doing. It was wrong of me not to tell you about Vesta when I first met you, though I thought I was doing right when I did it. It was terribly wrong of me to keep her here all that time concealed, Lester. But I was afraid of you then, afraid of what you would say and do. When your sister Louise came, it all came over me somehow, clearly, and I have never been able to think right about it since. It can't be right, Lester, but I don't blame you. I blame myself. I don't ask you to marry me, Lester. I know how you feel about me and how you feel about your family, and I don't think it would be right. They would never want you to do it, and it isn't right that I should ask you. At the same time, I know I oughtn't to go on living this way. Vesta is getting along where she understands everything. She thinks you are her really, truly uncle. I have thought about it all so much. I have thought a number of times that I would try to talk to you about it, but you frighten me when you get serious, and I don't seem to be able to say what I want to. So I thought if I could just write you this and then go, you would understand. You do, Lester, don't you? You won't be angry with me? I know it's for the best for you and for me. I ought to do it. Please forgive me, Lester, please, and don't think of me any more. I will get along. But I love you. Oh, yes, I do. And I will never be grateful enough for all you have done for me. I wish you all the luck that can come to you. Please forgive me, Lester. I love you. Yes, I do. I love you. Jennie. P.S. I expect to go to Cleveland with Papa. He needs me. He is all alone. But don't come for me, Lester. It's best that you shouldn't. She put this in an envelope, sealed it, and having hidden it in her bosom for the time being, awaited for the hour when she could conveniently take her departure. It was several days before she could bring herself to the actual execution of the plan. But one afternoon, Lester having telephoned that he would not be home for a day or two, she packed some necessary garments for herself and Vesta in several trunks and sent for an expressman. She thought of telegraphing her father that she was coming, but, seeing he had no home, she thought it would be just as well to go and find him. George and Veronica had not taken all the furniture. The major portion of it was in storage, so Gerhardt had written. She might take that and furnish a little home or flat. She was ready for the end, waiting for the expressman, when the door opened and in walked Lester. For some unforeseen reason he had changed his mind. He was not in the least psychic or intuitional, but on this occasion his feelings had served him a peculiar turn. He had thought of going for a day's duck shooting with some friends in the Kankakee marshes south of Chicago, but had finally changed his mind. He even decided to go out to the house early. What prompted this he could not have said. As he neared the house he felt a little peculiar about coming home so early. Then at the sight of the two trunks standing in the middle of the room he stood dumbfounded. What did it mean? Jennie dressed and ready to depart, and Vesta in a similar condition. He stared in amazement, his brown eyes keen in inquiry. "Where are you going?" he asked. Why," she began, falling back. "I was going away." "Where to?" "I thought I would go to Cleveland," she replied. "What for?" Why, I meant to tell you, Lester, that I didn't think I ought to stay here any longer this way. I didn't think it was right. I thought I'd tell you, but I couldn't. I wrote you a letter." "A letter!" he exclaimed. "What the deuce are you talking about? Where is the letter?" "There," she said mechanically, pointing to a small center table where the letter lay conspicuous on a large book. "And you were really going to leave me, Jennie, with just a letter?" said Lester, his voice hardening a little as he spoke. "I swear to heaven you are beyond me. What's the point?" He tore open the envelope and looked at the beginning. "Better send Vesta from the room," he suggested. She obeyed. Then she came back and stood there pale and wide-eyed, looking at the wall, at the trunks, and at him. Lester read the letter thoughtfully. He shifted his position once or twice, then dropped the paper on the floor. "Well, I'll tell you, Jennie," he said finally, looking at her curiously and wondering just what he was going to say. Here again was his chance to end this relationship if he wished. He couldn't feel that he wished it, seeing how peacefully things were running. They had gone so far together it seemed ridiculous to quit now. He truly loved her, there was no doubt about that. Still, he did not want to marry her, could not very well. She knew that. Her letter said as much. "You have this thing wrong," he went on slowly. "I don't know what comes over you at times, but you don't view the situation right. I've told you before that I can't marry you. Not now, anyhow. There are too many big things involved in this, which you don't know anything about. I love you, you know that, but my family has to be taken into consideration, and the business. You can't see the difficulties raised on these scores, but I can. Now, I don't want you to leave me. I care too much about you. I can't prevent you, of course. You can go if you want to, but I don't think you ought to want to. You don't really, do you? Sit down a minute." Jennie, who had been counting on getting away without being seen, was now thoroughly nonplussed. To have him begin a quiet argument, a plea as it were, it hurt her. He, Lester, pleading with her, and she loved him so. She went over to him, and he took her hand. "Now listen," he said. "There's really nothing to be gained by you leaving me at present. Where did you say you were going?" "To Cleveland," she replied. "Well, how did you expect to get along?" "I thought I'd take papa if he'd come with me. He's alone now, and get something to do, maybe." "Well, what can you do, Jennie, different from what you have ever done? You wouldn't expect to be a lady's maid again, would you? Or a clerk in a store?" "I thought I might get some place as a housekeeper," she suggested. She had been counting up her possibilities, and this was the most promising idea that had occurred to her. "No, no," he grumbled, shaking his head. "There's nothing to that. There's nothing in this whole move of yours except a notion. Why, you won't be any better off morally than you are right now. You can't undo the past. It doesn't make any difference anyhow. I can't marry you now. I might in the future, but I can't tell anything about that, and I don't want to promise anything. You're not going to leave me, though, without my consent, and if you were going, I wouldn't have you dropping back into any such thing as you're contemplating. I'd make some provision for you. You don't really want to leave me, do you, Jennie?" Against Lester's strong personality and vigorous protest, Jennie's own conclusions and decisions went to pieces. Just the pressure of his hand was enough to upset her. Now she began to cry. "Don't cry, Jennie," he said. "This thing may work out better than you think. Let it rest for a while. Take off your things. You're not going to leave me any more, are you?" "No," she sobbed. He took her in his lap. "Let things rest as they are," he went on. "It's a curious world. Things can't be adjusted in a minute. They may work out. I'm putting up with some things myself that I ordinarily wouldn't stand for." He finally saw her restored to comparative calmness, smiling sadly through her tears. "Now you put those things away," he said genially, pointing to the trunks. "Besides, I want you to promise me one thing." "What's that?" asked Jennie. "No more concealment of anything, do you hear? No more thinking things out for yourself and acting without my knowing anything about it. If you have anything on your mind, I want you to come out with it. I'm not going to eat you. Talk to me about whatever is troubling you. I'll help you solve it, or if I can't, at least there won't be any concealment between us." "I know, Lester," she said earnestly, looking him straight in the eyes. "I promise I'll never conceal anything more. Truly I won't. I've been afraid, but I won't be now. You can trust me." "That sounds like what you ought to be," he replied. "I know you will." And he let her go. A few days later, and in consequence of this agreement, the future of Gerhardt came up for discussion. Jennie had been worrying about him for several days. Now it occurred to her that this was something to talk over with Lester. Accordingly, she explained one night at dinner what had happened in Cleveland. "I know he is very unhappy there all alone," she said, "and I hate to think of it. I was going to get him if I went back to Cleveland. Now I don't know what to do about it." "Why don't you send him some money?" he inquired. "He won't take any more money from me, Lester," she explained. "He thinks I'm not good, not acting right. He doesn't believe I'm married." "He has pretty good reason, hasn't he?" said Lester calmly. "I hate to think of him sleeping in a factory. He's so old and lonely." "What's the matter with the rest of the family in Cleveland? Won't they do anything for him? Where's your brother Bass?" "I think maybe they don't want him. He's so cross," she said simply. "I hardly know what to suggest in that case," smiled Lester. "The old gentleman oughtn't to be so fussy." "I know," she said, "but he's old now, and he has had so much trouble." Lester ruminated for a while, toying with his fork. "I'll tell you what I've been thinking, Jennie," he said finally. "There's no use living this way any longer if we're going to stick it out. I've been thinking that we might take a house out in Hyde Park. It's something of a run from the office, but I'm not much for this apartment life. You and Vesta would be better off for a yard." "In that case You might bring your father on to live with us. He couldn't do any harm pottering about. Indeed, he might help keep things straight." "Oh, that would just suit papa if he'd come," she replied. "He loves to fix things, and he'd cut the grass and look after the furnace. But he won't come unless he's sure I am married." "I don't know how that could be arranged, unless you could show the old gentleman a marriage certificate. He seems to want something that can't be produced very well. A steady job he'd have running the furnace of a country house," he added meditatively. Jennie did not notice the grimness of the jest. She was too busy thinking what a tangle she had made of her life. Gerhardt would not come now, even if they had a lovely home to share with him, and yet he ought to be with Vesta again. She would make him happy. She remained lost in a sad abstraction until Lester, following the drift of her thoughts, said, "I don't see how it can be arranged. Marriage certificate blanks aren't easily procurable. It's bad business, a criminal offense to forge one, I believe. I wouldn't want to be mixed up in that sort of thing." "Oh, I don't want you to do anything like that, Lester. I'm just sorry papa is so stubborn. When he gets a notion, you can't change him." "Suppose we wait until we get settled after moving," he suggested. "Then you can go to Cleveland and talk to him personally. You might be able to persuade him." He liked her attitude toward her father. It was so decent that he rather wished he could help her carry out her scheme. While not very interesting, Gerhardt was not objectionable to Lester, and if the old man wanted to do the odd jobs around a big place, why not? End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The plan for a residence in Hyde Park was not long in taking shape. After several weeks had passed and things had quieted down again, Lester invited Jennie to go with him to South Hyde Park to look for a house. On the first trip they found something which seemed to suit admirably. An old-time house of 11 large rooms, set in a lawn fully 200 feet square and shaded by trees which had been planted when the city was young. It was ornate, homelike, peaceful. Jennie was fascinated by the sense of space and country, although depressed by the reflection that she was not entering her new home under the right auspices. She had vaguely hoped that in planning to go away she was bringing about a condition under which Lester might have come after her and married her. Now all that was over. She had promised to stay, and she would have to make the best of it. She suggested that they would never know what to do with so much room, but he waved that aside. "We will very likely have people in now and then," he said. "We can furnish it up anyhow and see how it looks." He had the agent make out a 5-year lease with an option for renewal, and set at once the forces to work to put the establishment in order. The house was painted and decorated, the lawn put in order, and everything done to give the place a trim and satisfactory appearance. There was a large, comfortable library and sitting room, a big dining room, a handsome reception hall, a parlor, a large kitchen, serving room, and in fact all the ground floor essentials of a comfortable home. On the second floor were bedrooms, baths, and the maid's room. It was all very comfortable and harmonious, and Jennie took an immense pride and pleasure in getting things in order. Immediately after moving in, Jennie, with Lester's permission, wrote to her father asking him to come to her. She did not say that she was married, but left it to be inferred. She descanted on the beauty of the neighborhood, the size of the yard, and the manifold conveniences of the establishment. "It is so very nice," she added. "You would like it, papa. Vesta is here and goes to school every day. Won't you come and stay with us? It's so much better than living in a factory, and I would like to have you so." Gerhardt read this letter with a solemn countenance. Was it really true? Would they be taking a larger house if they were not permanently united? After all these years and all this lying, could he have been mistaken? Well, it was high time, but should he go? He had lived alone this long time now. Should he go to Chicago and live with Jennie? Her appeal did touch him, but somehow he decided against it. That would be too generous an acknowledgment of the fact that there had been fault on his side as well as on hers. Jennie was disappointed at Gerhardt's refusal. She talked it over with Lester and decided that she would go on to Cleveland and see him. Accordingly, she made the trip, hunted up the factory, a great rumbling furniture concern in one of the poorest sections of the city, and inquired at the office for her father. The clerk directed her to a distant warehouse, and Gerhardt was informed that a lady wished to see him. He crawled out of his humble cot and came down, curious as to who it could be. When Jennie saw him in his dusty, baggy clothes, his hair gray, his eyebrows shaggy, coming out of the dark door, a keen sense of the pathetic moved her again. Poor papa, she thought. He came toward her, his inquisitorial eye softened a little by his consciousness of the affection that had inspired her visit. "What are you come for?" he asked cautiously. "I want you to come home with me, papa," she pleaded yearningly. "I don't want you to stay here any more. I can't think of you living alone any longer." "So," he said, nonplussed, "that brings you?" "Yes," she replied. "Won't you? Don't stay here." "I have a good bed," he explained, by way of apology for his state. "I know," she replied, "but we have a good home now, and Vesta is there. Won't you come? Lester wants you to." "Tell me one thing," he demanded. "Are you married?" "Yes," she replied, lying hopelessly. "I have been married a long time. You can ask Lester when you come." She could scarcely look him in the face, but she managed somehow, and he believed her. "Well," he said, "it is time." "Won't you come, papa?" she pleaded. He threw out his hands after his characteristic manner. The urgency of her appeal touched him to the quick. "Yes, I come," he said, and turned. But she saw by his shoulders what was happening. He was crying. "Now, papa," she pleaded. For answer he walked back into the dark warehouse to get his things. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gerhardt, having become an inmate of the Hyde Park home, at once bestirred himself about the labors which he felt instinctively concerned him. He took charge of the furnace and the yard, outraged at the thought that good money should be paid to any outsider when he had nothing to do. The trees, he declared to Jennie, were in a dreadful condition. If Lester would get him a pruning knife and a saw, he would attend to them in the spring. In Germany they knew how to care for such things, but these Americans were so shiftless. Then he wanted tools and nails, and in time all the closets and shelves were put in order. He found a Lutheran church almost 2 miles away, and declared that it was better than the one in Cleveland. The pastor, of course, was a heaven-sent son of divinity, and nothing would do but that Vesta must go to church with him regularly. Jennie and Lester settled down into the new order of living with some misgivings. Certain difficulties were sure to arise. On the North Side it had been easy for Jennie to shun neighbors and say nothing. Now they were occupying a house of some pretensions. Their immediate neighbors would feel it their duty to call, and Jennie would have to play the part of an experienced hostess. She and Lester had talked the situation over. It might as well be understood here, he said, that they were husband and wife. Vesta was to be introduced as Jennie's daughter by her first marriage, her husband, a Mr. Stover, her mother's maiden name, having died immediately after the child's birth. Lester, of course, was the stepfather. This particular neighborhood was so far from the fashionable heart of Chicago that Lester did not expect to run into many of his friends. He explained to Jennie the ordinary formalities of social intercourse, so that when the first visitor called, Jennie might be prepared to receive her. Within a fortnight this first visitor arrived in the person of Mrs. Jacob Stendahl, a woman of considerable importance in this particular section. She lived 5 doors from Jennie. The houses of the neighbors were all set in spacious lawns, and drove up in her carriage on her return from her shopping one afternoon. "Is Mrs. Kane in?" she asked of Jeannette, the new maid. "I think so, ma'am," answered the girl. "Won't you let me have your card?" The card was given and taken to Jennie, who looked at it curiously. When Jennie came into the parlor, Mrs. Stendahl, a tall, dark, inquisitive-looking woman, greeted her most cordially. "I thought I would take the liberty of intruding on you," she said most winningly. "I am one of your neighbors. I live on the other side of the street, some few doors up. Perhaps you have seen the house, the one with the white stone gate posts." "Oh yes, indeed," replied Jennie. "I know it well. Mr. Kane and I were admiring it the first day we came out here." "I know your husband, of course, by reputation. My husband is connected with the Wilkes Frog and Switch Company." Jennie bowed her head. She knew that the latter concern must be something important and profitable from the way in which Mrs. Stendahl spoke of it. "We have lived here quite a number of years, and I know how you must feel coming as a total stranger to a new section of the city. I hope you will find time to come in and see me some afternoon. I shall be most pleased. My regular reception day is Thursday." "Indeed I shall," answered Jennie a little nervously, for the ordeal was a trying one. "I appreciate your goodness in calling. Mr. Kane is very busy as a rule, but when he is at home I am sure he would be most pleased to meet you and your husband." "You must both come over some evening," replied Mrs. Stendahl. "We lead a very quiet life. My husband is not much for social gatherings, but we enjoy our neighborhood friends." Jennie smiled her assurance of goodwill. She accompanied Mrs. Stendahl to the door and shook hands with her. "I'm so glad to find you so charming," observed Mrs. Stendahl frankly. "Oh, thank you," said Jennie, flushing a little. "I'm sure I don't deserve so much praise." "Well, now, I will expect you some afternoon. Good by," and she waved a gracious farewell. "That wasn't so bad," thought Jennie as she watched Mrs. Stendahl drive away. "She's very nice, I think. I'll tell Lester about her." Among the other callers were a Mr. and Mrs. Carmichael Burke, a Mrs. Hanson Field, and a Mrs. Timothy Ballinger, all of whom left cards, or stayed to chat a few minutes. Jennie found herself taken quite seriously as a woman of importance, and did her best to support the dignity of her position. And indeed she did exceptionally well. She was most hospitable and gracious. She had a kindly smile and a manner wholly natural. She succeeded in making a most favorable impression. She explained to her guests that she had been living on the North Side until recently, that her husband, Mr. Kane, had long wanted to have a home in Hyde Park, that her father and daughter were living here, and that Lester was the child's stepfather. She said she hoped to repay all these nice attentions and to be a good neighbor. Lester heard about these calls in the evening, for he did not care to meet these people. Jennie came to enjoy it in a mild way. She liked making new friends, and she was hoping that something definite could be worked out here which would make Lester look upon her as a good wife and an ideal companion. Perhaps some day he might really want to marry her. First impressions are not always permanent, as Jennie was soon to discover. The neighborhood had accepted her perhaps a little too hastily, and now rumors began to fly about. A Mrs. Somerville, calling on Mrs. Craig, one of Jennie's near neighbors, intimated that she knew who Lester was. "Oh yes, indeed. You know, my dear," she went on, "his reputation is just a little—" She raised her eyebrows and her hand at the same time. "You don't say," commented her friend curiously. "He looks like such a staid, conservative person." "Oh, no doubt.
"In a way he is," went on Mrs. Sommerville. "His family is of the very best. There was some young woman he went with, so my husband tells me. I don't know whether this is the one or not, but she was introduced as a Miss Gorwood, or some such name as that, when they were living together as husband and wife on the North Side." Tisk, 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 clicked Mrs. Craig, with her tongue at this astonishing news. "You don't tell me. Come to think of it, it must be the same woman. Her father's name is Gerhardt." "Gerhardt!" exclaimed Mrs. Sommerville. "Yes, that's the name. It seems to me there was some earlier scandal in connection with her. At least there was a child. Whether he married her afterward or not, I don't know. Anyhow, I understand his family will not have anything to do with her." "How very interesting!" exclaimed Mrs. Craig. "And to think he should have married her afterward, if he really did. I'm sure you can't tell with whom you're coming in contact these days, can you?" "It's so true. Life gets badly mixed at times. She appears to be a charming woman." "Delightful!" exclaimed Mrs. Craig. "Quite naive. I was really taken with her." "Well, it may be," went on her guest, "that this isn't the same woman after all. I may be mistaken." "Oh, I hardly think so. Gerhardt, she told me that they had been living on the North Side." "Then I'm sure it's the same person. How curious that you should speak of her." "It is indeed," went on Mrs. Craig, who was speculating as to what her attitude toward Jennie should be in the future. Other rumors came from other sources. There were people who had seen Jennie and Lester out driving on the North Side, who had been introduced to her as Miss Gerhardt, who knew what the Kane family thought. Of course, her present position, the handsome house, the wealth of Lester, the beauty of Vesta, all these things helped to soften the situation. She was apparently too circumspect, too much the good wife and mother, too really nice to be angry with. But she had a past, and that had to be taken into consideration. An opening bolt of the coming storm fell upon Jennie one day when Vesta, returning from school, suddenly asked, "Mama, who was my papa?" "His name was Stover, dear," replied her mother, struck at once by the thought that there might have been some criticism, that some one must have been saying something. "Why do you ask?" "Where was I born?" continued Vesta, ignoring the last inquiry and interested in clearing up her own identity. "In Columbus, Ohio, pet. Why?" "Anita Ballinger said I didn't have any papa, that you weren't even married when you had me. She said I wasn't a really truly girl at all, just a nobody. She made me so mad I slapped her." Jennie's face grew rigid. She sat staring straight before her. Mrs. Ballinger had called, and Jennie had thought her peculiarly gracious and helpful in her offer of assistance. And now her little daughter had said this to Vesta. Where did the child hear it? "You mustn't pay any attention to her, dearie," said Jennie at last. "She doesn't know. Your papa was Mr. Stover, and you were born in Columbus. You mustn't fight other little girls. Of course they say nasty things when they fight, sometimes things they don't really mean. Just let her alone and don't go near her any more. Then she won't say anything to you." It was a lame explanation, but it satisfied Vesta for the time being. "I'll slap her if she tries to slap me," she persisted. "You mustn't go near her, pet. Do you hear? Then she can't try to slap you," returned her mother. "Just go about your studies and don't mind her. She can't quarrel with you if you don't let her." Vesta went away, leaving Jennie brooding over her words. The neighbors were talking. Her history was becoming common gossip. How had they found out? It is one thing to nurse a single thrust, another to have the wound opened from time to time by additional stabs. One day Jennie, having gone to call on Mrs. Handsome Field, who was her immediate neighbor, met a Mrs. Williston Baker, who was there taking tea. Mrs. Baker knew of the Kanes, of Jennie's history on the North Side, and of the attitude of the Kane family. She was a thin, vigorous, intellectual woman, somewhat on the order of Mrs. Bracebridge, and very careful of her social connections. She had always considered Mrs. Field a woman of the same rigid circumspectness of attitude, and when she found Jennie calling there she was outwardly calm but inwardly irritated. "This is Mrs. Kane, Mrs. Baker," said Mrs. Field, introducing her guest with a smiling countenance. Mrs. Baker looked at Jennie ominously. "Mrs. Lester Kane?" she inquired. "Yes," replied Mrs. Fields. "Indeed," she went on freezingly. "I've heard a great deal about Mrs." accenting the word, "Mrs. Lester Kane." She turned to Mrs. Fields, ignoring Jennie completely, and started an intimate conversation in which Jennie could have no possible share. Jennie stood helplessly by, unable to formulate a thought which would be suitable to so trying a situation. Mrs. Baker soon announced her departure, although she had intended to stay longer. "I can't remain another minute," she said. "I promised Mrs. Neal that I would stop in to see her today. I'm sure I've bored you enough already as it is." She walked to the door, not troubling to look at Jennie until she was nearly out of the room. Then she looked in her direction and gave her a frigid nod. "We meet such curious people now and again," she observed finally to her hostess as she swept away. Mrs. Field did not feel able to defend Jennie, for she herself was in no notable social position and was endeavoring, like every other middle class woman of means, to get along. She did not care to offend Mrs. Williston Baker, who was socially so much more important than Jennie. She came back to where Jennie was sitting, smiling apologetically, but she was a little bit flustered. Jennie was out of countenance, of course. Presently she excused herself and went home. She had been cut deeply by the slight offered her, and she felt that Mrs. Field realized that she had made a mistake in ever taking her up. There would be no additional exchange of visits there, that she knew. The old hopeless feeling came over her that her life was a failure. It couldn't be made right, or if it could, it wouldn't be. Lester was not inclined to marry her and put her right. Time went on, and matters remained very much as they were. To look at this large house with its smooth lawn and its well-grown trees, its vines clambering about the pillars of the veranda and interlacing themselves into a transparent veil of green. To see Gerhardt pottering about the yard, Vesta coming home from school, Lester leaving in the morning in his smart trap, one would have said that here is peace and plenty. No shadow of unhappiness hangs over this charming home. As a matter of fact, existence with Lester and Jennie did run smoothly. It is true that the neighbors did not call any more, or only a very few of them, and there was no social life to speak of. But the deprivation was hardly noticed. There was so much in the home life to please and interest. Vesta was learning to play the piano, and to play quite well. She had a good ear for music. Jennie was a charming figure in blue, lavender, and olive green house gowns as she went about her affairs, sewing, dusting, getting Vesta off to school, and seeing that things generally were put to rights. Gerhardt busied himself about his multitudinous duties, for he was not satisfied unless he had his hands into all the domestic economies of the household. One of his self-imposed tasks was to go about the house after Lester or the servants, turning out the gas jets or electric light bulbs which might accidentally have been left burning. That was a sinful extravagance. Again, Lester's expensive clothes, which he carelessly threw aside after a few months' use, were a source of woe to the thrifty old German. Moreover, he grieved over splendid shoes discarded because of a few wrinkles in the leather or a slightly run-down heel or sole. Gerhardt was for having them repaired, but Lester answered the old man's querulous inquiry as to what was wrong with them shoes by saying that they weren't comfortable any more. Such extravagance, Gerhardt complained to Jennie. Such waste. No good can come of anything like that. It will mean want one of these days." "He can't help it, papa," Jennie excused. "That's the way he was raised." "Ha! A fine way to be raised. These Americans, they know nothing of economy. They ought to live in Germany a while. Then they would know what a dollar can do." Lester heard some of this through Jennie, but he only smiled. Gerhardt was amusing to him. Another grievance was Lester's extravagant use of matches. He had the habit of striking a match, holding it while he talked instead of lighting his cigar, and then throwing it away. Sometimes he would begin to light a cigar 2 or 3 minutes before he would actually do so, tossing aside match after match. There was a place out in one corner of the veranda where he liked to sit of a spring or summer evening, smoking and throwing away half-burned matches. Jennie would sit with him, and a vast number of matches would be lit and flung out on the lawn. At one time, while engaged in cutting the grass, Gerhardt found, to his horror, not a handful, but literally boxes of half-burned matchsticks lying unconsumed and decaying under the fallen blades. He was discouraged, to say the least. He gathered up this damning evidence in a newspaper and carried it back into the sitting room where Jennie was sewing. "See here what I find," he demanded. "Just look at that. That man, he has no more sense of economy than a—" The right term failed him. "He sits and smokes, and this is the way he uses matches. 5 cents a box they cost, 5 cents. How can a man hope to do well and carry on like that, I'd like to know? Look at them." Jennie looked. She shook her head. "Lester is extravagant," she said. Gerhardt carried them to the basement. At least they should be burned in the furnace. He would have used them as lighters for his own pipe, sticking them in the fire to catch a blaze, only old newspapers were better, and he had stacks of these, another evidence of his lord and master's wretched, spendthrift disposition. It was a sad world to work in. Almost everything was against him. Still he fought as valiantly as he could against waste and shameless extravagance. His own economies were rigid. He would wear the same suit of black, cut down from one of Lester's expensive investments of years before, every Sunday for a couple of years. Lester's shoes, by a little stretch of the imagination, could be made to seem to fit, and these he wore. His old ties also, the black ones, they were fine. If he could have cut down Lester's shirts he would have done so. He did make over the underwear with the friendly aid of the cook's needle. Lester's socks, of course, were just right. There was never any expense for Gerhardt's clothing. The remaining stock of Lester's discarded clothing, shoes, shirts, collars, suits, ties, and what not, he would store away for weeks and months, and then, in a sad and gloomy frame of mind, he would call in a tailor or an old shoeman or a ragman and dispose of the lot at the best price he could. He learned that all second-hand clothesmen were sharks, that there was no use in putting the least faith in the protests of any rag dealer or old shoeman. They all lied. They all claimed to be very poor, when, as a matter of fact, they were actually rolling in wealth. Gerhardt had investigated these stories. He had followed them up. He had seen what they were doing with the things he sold them. "Scoundrels," he declared. "They offer me 10 cents for a pair of shoes, and then I see them hanging out in the front of their places, marked $2. Such robbery! My God, they could afford to give me $1." Jennie smiled. It was only to her that he complained, for he could expect no sympathy from Lester. So far as his own meager store of money was concerned, he gave most of it to his beloved church, where he was considered to be a model of propriety, honesty, faith, in fact, the embodiment of all the virtues. And so, for all the ill winds that were beginning to blow socially, Jennie was now leading the dream years of her existence. Lester, in spite of the doubts which assailed him at times as to the wisdom of his career, was invariably kind and considerate, and he seemed to enjoy his home life. "Everything all right?" she would ask when he came in of an evening. "Sure," he would answer. and pinch her chin or cheek. She would follow him in, while Jeannette, always alert, would take his coat and hat. In the winter time they would sit in the library before the big grate fire. In the spring and summer or fall Lester preferred to walk out on the porch, one corner of which commanded a sweeping view of the lawn and the distant street, and light his before dinner cigar. Jennie would sit on the side of his chair and stroke his head. "Your hair is not getting the least bit thin, Lester. Aren't you glad?" she would say. Or, "Oh, see how your brow is wrinkled now. You mustn't do that. You didn't change your tie, mister, this morning. Why didn't you? I laid one out for you." "Oh, I forgot," he would answer, or he would cause the wrinkles to disappear, or laughingly predict that he would soon be getting bald if he wasn't so now. In the drawing room or library before Vesta and Gerhardt she was not less loving, though a little bit more circumspect. She loved old puzzles like pigs in clover, the spider hole, baby billiards, and the like. Lester shared in these simple amusements. He would work by the hour if necessary to make a difficult puzzle come right. Jennie was clever at solving these mechanical problems. Sometimes she would have to show him the right method, and then she would be immensely pleased with herself. At other times she would stand behind him watching, her chin on his shoulder, her arms about his neck. He seemed not to mind. Indeed, he was happy in the wealth of affection she bestowed. Her cleverness, her gentleness, her tact created an atmosphere which was immensely pleasing. Above all, her youth and beauty appealed to him. It made him feel young, and if there was one thing Lester objected to, it was the thought of drying up into an aimless old age. "I want to keep young or die young," was one of his pet remarks, and Jennie came to understand. She was glad that she was so much younger now for his sake. Another pleasant feature of the home life was Lester's steadily increasing affection for Vesta. The child would sit at the big table in the library in the evenings, conning her books, while Jennie would sew and Gerhardt would read his interminable list of German Lutheran papers. It grieved the old man that Vesta should not be allowed to go to a German Lutheran parochial school, but Lester would listen to nothing of the sort. "We'll not have any thick-headed German training in this," he said to Jennie when she suggested that Gerhardt had complained. "The public schools are good enough for any child. You tell him to let her alone." There were really some delightful hours among the four. Lester liked to take the little 7-year-old schoolgirl between his knees and tease her. He liked to invert the so-called facts of life, to propound its paradoxes, and watch how the child's budding mind took them. "What's water?" he would ask, and being informed that it was what we drink, he would stare and say, "That's so, but what is it? Don't they teach you any better than that?" "Well, it is what we drink, isn't it?" persisted Vesta. "The fact that we drink it doesn't explain what it is," he would retort. "You ask your teacher what water is," and then he would leave her with this irritating problem troubling her young soul. Food, china, her dress, anything was apt to be brought back to its chemical constituents, and he would leave her to struggle with these dark suggestions of something else back of the superficial appearance of things until she was actually in awe of him. She had a way of showing him how nice she looked before she started to school in the morning, a habit that arose because of his constant criticism of her appearance. He wanted her to look smart. He insisted on a big bow of blue ribbon for her hair. He demanded that her shoes be changed from low quarter to high boots with the changing character of the seasons, and that her clothing be carried out on a color scheme suited to her complexion and disposition. "The child's light and gay by disposition. Don't put anything somber on her," he once remarked. Jennie had come to realize that he must be consulted in this, and would say, "Run to your papa and show him how you look." Vesta would come and turn briskly around before him, saying, "See?" "Yes, you're all right. Go on," and on she would go. He grew so proud of her that on Sundays and some week days, when they drove, He would always have her between them. He insisted that Jennie send her to dancing school, and Gerhardt was beside himself with rage and grief. Such irreligion, he complained to Jennie. Such devil's fol de rol. Now she goes to dance. What for? To make a no good out of her, a creature to be ashamed of. "Oh no, papa," replied Jennie. "It isn't as bad as that. This is an awfully nice school. Lester says she has to go." Lester, Lester, that man! A fine lot he knows about what is good for a child. A card player, a whiskey drinker. "Now hush, papa. I won't have you talk like that," Jennie would reply warmly. "He's a good man, and you know it." "Yes, yes, a good man in some things maybe. Not in this. No." He went away groaning. When Lester was near he said nothing, and Vesta could wind him around her finger. "Oh, you," she would say, pulling at his arm or rubbing his grizzled cheek. There was no more fight in Gerhardt when Vesta did this. He lost control of himself. Something welled up and choked his throat. "Yes, I know how you do," he would exclaim. Vesta would tweak his ear. "Stop now," he would say. "That is enough." It was noticeable, however, that she did not have to stop unless she herself willed it. Gerhardt adored the child, and she could do anything with him. He was always her devoted servitor. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. During this period the dissatisfaction of Kane's family with Lester's irregular habit of life grew steadily stronger. That it could not help but become an open scandal in the course of time was sufficiently obvious to them. Rumors were already going about. People seemed to understand in a wise way, though nothing was ever said directly. Kane Sr. could scarcely imagine what possessed his son to fly in the face of conventions in this manner. If the woman had been some one of distinction, some sorceress of the stage or of the world of art or letters, his action would have been explicable if not commendable. But with this creature of very ordinary capabilities, as Louise had described her, this putty-faced nobody, he could not possibly understand it. Lester was his son, his favorite son. It was too bad he had not settled down in the ordinary way. Look at the women in Cincinnati who knew him and liked him. Take Letty Pace, for instance. Why, in the name of common sense, had he not married her? She was good-looking, sympathetic, talented. The old man grieved bitterly, and then by degrees he began to harden. It seemed a shame that Lester should treat him so. It wasn't natural or justifiable or decent. Archibald Kane brooded over it until he felt that some change ought to be enforced, but just what it should be he could not say. Lester was his own boss, and he would resent any criticism of his actions. Apparently nothing could be done. Certain changes helped along an approaching denouement. Louise married not many months after her very disturbing visit to Chicago, and then the home property was fairly empty except for visiting grandchildren. Lester did not attend the wedding, though he was invited. For another thing, Mrs. Kane died, making a readjustment of the family will necessary. Lester came home on this occasion, grieved to think that he had lately seen so little of his mother, and that he had caused her so much pain, but he had no explanation to make. His father thought at the time of talking to him, but put it off because of his obvious gloom. He went back to Chicago, and there were more months of silence. After Mrs. Kane's death and Louise's marriage, the father went to live with Robert, for his 3 grandchildren afforded him his greatest pleasure in his old age. The business, except for the final adjustment which would come after his death, was in Robert's hand. The latter was consistently agreeable to his sisters and their husbands and to his father, in view of the eventual control he hoped to obtain. He was not a sycophant in any sense of the word, but a shrewd, cold business man, far shrewder
than his brother gave him credit for. He was already richer than any two of the other children put together, but he chose to keep his counsel and to pretend modesty of fortune. He realized the danger of envy, and preferred a Spartan form of existence, putting all the emphasis on inconspicuous but very ready and very hard cash. While Lester was drifting, Robert was working all the time. Robert's scheme for eliminating his brother from participation in the control of the business was really not very essential, for his father, after long brooding over the details of the Chicago situation, had come to the definite conclusion that any large share of his property ought not to go to Lester. Obviously, Lester was not so strong a man as he had thought him to be. Of the two brothers, Lester might be the bigger intellectually or sympathetically, artistically and socially. There was no comparison. But Robert got commercial results in a silent, effective way. If Lester was not going to pull himself together at this stage of the game, when would he? Better leave his property to those who would take care of it. Archibald Kane thought seriously of having his lawyer revise his will in such a way that, unless Lester should reform, he would be cut off with only a nominal income. But he decided to give Lester one more chance, to make a plea, in fact, that he should abandon his false way of living and put himself on a sound basis before the world. It wasn't too late. He really had a great future. Would he deliberately choose to throw it away? Old Archibald wrote Lester that he would like to have a talk with him at his convenience, and within the lapse of 36 hours Lester was in Cincinnati. "I thought I'd have one more talk with you, Lester, on a subject that's rather difficult for me to bring up," began the elder Kane. "You know what I'm referring to?" "Yes, I know," replied Lester calmly. "I used to think, when I was much younger, that my son's matrimonial ventures would never concern me, but I changed my views on that score when I got a little further along. I began to see, through my business connections, how much the right sort of marriage helps a man, and then I got rather anxious that my boys should marry well. I used to worry about you, Lester, and I'm worrying yet. This recent connection you've made has caused me no end of trouble. It worried your mother up to the very last. It was her one great sorrow. Don't you think you have gone far enough with it? The scandal has reached down here. What it is in Chicago I don't know, but it can't be a secret. That can't help the house and business there. It certainly can't help you. The whole thing has gone on so long that you have injured your prospects all around, and yet you continue. Why do you?" "I suppose because I love her," Lester replied. "You can't be serious in that," said his father. "If you loved her, you'd have married her in the first place. Surely you wouldn't take a woman and live with her as you have with this woman for years, disgracing her and yourself, and still claim that you love her. You may have a passion for her, but it isn't love." "How do you know I haven't married her?" inquired Lester coolly. He wanted to see how his father would take to that idea. "You're not serious?" The old gentleman propped himself up on his arms and looked at him. "No, I'm not," replied Lester, "but I might be. I might marry her." "Impossible!" exclaimed his father vigorously. "I can't believe it. I can't believe a man of your intelligence would do a thing like that, Lester. Where's your judgment? Why, you've lived in open adultery with her for years, and now you talk of marrying her. Why, in heaven's name, if you were going to do anything like that, didn't you do it in the first place? Disgrace your parents, break your mother's heart, injure the business, become a public scandal, and then marry the cause of it. I don't believe it." Old Archibald got up. "Don't get excited, father," said Lester quickly. "We won't get anywhere that way. I say I might marry her. She's not a bad woman, and I wish you wouldn't talk about her as you do. You've never seen her. You know nothing about her." "I know enough," insisted old Archibald determinedly. "I know that no good woman would act as she has done. Why, man, she's after your money. What else could she want? It's as plain as the nose on your face." "Father," said Lester, his voice lowering ominously. "Why do you talk like that? You never saw the woman. You wouldn't know her from Adam's off ox. Louise comes down here and gives an excited report, and you people swallow it whole. She isn't as bad as you think she is. I wouldn't use the language you're using about her if I were you. You're doing a good woman an injustice, and you won't for some reason be fair." "Fair? Fair?" interrupted Archibald. "Talk about being fair. Is it fair to me, to your family, to your dead mother, to take a woman of the streets and live with her? Is it?" "Stop now, father!" exclaimed Lester, putting up his hand. "I warn you. I won't listen to talk like that. You're talking about the woman I'm living with, that I may marry. I love you, but I won't have you saying things that aren't so. She isn't a woman of the streets. You know, as well as you know anything, that I wouldn't take up with a woman of that kind. We'll have to discuss this in a calmer mood, or I won't stay here. I'm sorry. I'm awfully sorry, but I won't listen to any such language as that." Old Archibald quieted himself. In spite of his opposition, he respected his son's point of view. He sat back in his chair and stared at the floor. How was he to handle this thing, he asked himself. "Are you living in the same place?" he finally inquired. "No, we've moved out to Hyde Park. I've taken a house out there." "I hear there's a child. Is that yours?" "No." "Have you any children of your own?" "No." "Well, that's a God's blessing." Lester merely scratched his chin. "And you insist you will marry her?" Archibald went on. "I didn't say that," replied his son. "I said I might." "Might, might!" exclaimed his father, his anger bubbling again. "What a tragedy! You with your prospects, your outlook. How do you suppose I can seriously contemplate entrusting my share of my fortune to a man who has so little regard for what the world considers as right and proper? Why, Lester, this carriage business, your family, your personal reputation appear to be as nothing at all to you. I can't understand what has happened to your pride. It seems like some wild, impossible fancy." "It's pretty hard to explain, father, and I can't do it very well. I simply know that I'm in this affair, and that I'm bound to see it through. It may come out all right. I may not marry her. I may. I'm not prepared now to say what I'll do. You'll have to wait. I'll do the best I can." Old Archibald merely shook his head disapprovingly. "You've made a bad mess of this, Lester," he said finally. "Surely you have. But I suppose you are determined to go your way. Nothing that I have said appears to move you." "Not now, father. I'm sorry." "Well, I warn you, then, that unless you show some consideration for the dignity of your family and the honor of your position, it will make a difference in my will. I can't go on countenancing this thing and not be a party to it morally and every other way. I won't do it. You can leave her or you can marry her. You certainly ought to do one or the other. If you leave her, everything will be all right. You may make any provision for her you like. I have no objection to that. I'll gladly pay whatever you agree to. You will share with the rest of the children, just as I had planned. If you marry her, it will make a difference. Now do as you please, but don't blame me. I love you. I'm your father. I'm doing what I think is my bounden duty. Now you think that over and let me know." Lester sighed. He saw how hopeless this argument was. He felt that his father probably meant what he said, but how could he leave Jennie and justify himself to himself? Would his father really cut him off? Surely not. The old gentleman loved him even now. He could see it. Lester felt troubled and distressed. This attempt at coercion irritated him. The idea he, Lester Kane, being made to do such a thing to throw Jennie down. He stared at the floor. Old Archibald saw that he had let fly a telling bullet. "Well," said Lester finally, "there's no use our discussing it any further now. That's certain, isn't it? I can't say what I'll do. I'll have to take time and think. I can't decide this offhand." The two looked at each other. Lester was sorry for the world's attitude and for his father's keen feeling about the affair. Kane Sr. was sorry for his son, but he was determined to see the thing through. He wasn't sure whether he had converted Lester or not, but he was hopeful. Maybe he would come around yet. "Good by, father," said Lester, holding out his hand. "I think I'll try and make that 2:10 train. There isn't anything else you wanted to see me about?" "No." The old man sat there after Lester had gone, thinking deeply. What a twisted career! What an end to great possibilities! What a foolhardy persistence in evil and error! He shook his head. Robert was wiser. He was the one to control a business. He was cool and conservative. If Lester were only like that! He thought and thought. It was a long time before he stirred, and still, in the bottom of his heart, his erring son continued to appeal to him. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lester returned to Chicago. He realized that he had offended his father seriously. How seriously he could not say. In all his personal relations with old Archibald, he had never seen him so worked up. But even now Lester did not feel that the breach was irreparable. He hardly realized that it was necessary for him to act decisively if he hoped to retain his father's affection and confidence. As for the world at large, what did it matter how much people talked or what they said? He was big enough to stand alone. But was he? People turn so quickly from weakness or the shadow of it, to get away from failure, even the mere suspicion of it, that seems to be a subconscious feeling with the average man and woman. We all avoid non-success, as though we fear that it may prove contagious. Lester was soon to feel the force of this prejudice. One day Lester happened to run across Berry Dodge, the millionaire head of Dodge, Holbrook, and Kingsbury, a firm that stood in the dry goods world, where the Kane Company stood in the carriage world. Dodge had been one of Lester's best friends. He knew him as intimately as he knew Henry Bracebridge of Cleveland and George Knowles of Cincinnati. He visited at his handsome home on the North Shore Drive, and they met constantly in a business and social way. But since Lester had moved out to Hyde Park, the old intimacy had lapsed. Now they came face to face on Michigan Avenue near the Kane Building. "Why, Lester, I'm glad to see you again," said Dodge. He extended a formal hand and seemed just a little cool. "I hear you've gone and married since I saw you." "No, nothing like that," replied Lester easily, with the air of one who prefers to be understood in the way of the world's sense. "Why so secret about it, if you have?" asked Dodge, attempting to smile, but with a wry twist to the corners of his mouth. He was trying to be nice and to go through a difficult situation gracefully. "We fellows usually make a fuss about that sort of thing. You ought to let your friends know." "Well," said Lester, feeling the edge of the social blade that was being driven into him, "I thought I'd do it in a new way. I'm not much for excitement in that direction, anyhow." "It is a matter of taste, isn't it?" said Dodge, a little absently. "You're living in the city, of course." "In Hyde Park." "That's a pleasant territory. How are things otherwise?" And he deftly changed the subject before waving him a perfunctory farewell. Lester missed at once the inquiries which a man like Dodge would have made if he had really believed that he was married. Under ordinary circumstances his friend would have wanted to know a great deal about the new Mrs. Kane. There would have been all those little familiar touches common to people living on the same social plane. Dodge would have asked Lester to bring his wife over to see them, would have definitely promised to call. Nothing of the sort happened, and Lester noticed the significant omission. It was the same with the Berman Moores, the Henry Aldriches, and a score of other people whom he knew equally well. Apparently they all thought that he had married and settled down. They were interested to know where he was living, and they were rather disposed to joke him about being so very secretive on the subject. But they were not willing to discuss the supposed Mrs. Kane. He was beginning to see that this move of his was going to tell against him notably. One of the worst stabs, it was the cruelest because in a way it was the most unintentional, he received from an old acquaintance, Will Whitney, at the Union Club. Lester was dining there one evening, and Whitney met him in the main reading room as he was crossing from the cloakroom to the cigar stand. The latter was a typical society figure, tall, lean, smooth-faced, immaculately garbed, a little cynical, and tonight a little the worse for liquor. "Hi, Lester," he called out. "What's this talk about a menage of yours out in Hyde Park? Say, you're going some. How are you going to explain all this to your wife when you get married?" "I don't have to explain it," replied Lester irritably. "Why should you be so interested in my affairs? You're not living in a stone house, are you?" "Say, that's pretty good now, isn't it? You didn't marry that little beauty you used to travel around with on the North Side, did you? Now, well, I swear you're married. You didn't now, did you?" "Cut it out, Whitney," said Lester roughly. "You're talking wild." "Pardon, Lester," said the other aimlessly but sobering. "I beg your pardon. Remember, I'm just a little warm. 8 whiskey sours straight in the other room there. Pardon. I'll talk to you some time when I'm all right. See, Lester? I'm a little loose. That's right. Well, so long." Lester could not get over the cacophonous ha. It cut him, even though it came from a drunken man's mouth. "That little beauty you used to travel with on the North Side. You didn't marry her, did you?" He quoted Whitney's impertinence resentfully. George! But this was getting a little rough. He had never endured anything like this before. He, Lester Kane. It set him thinking. Certainly he was paying dearly for trying to do the kind thing by Jennie. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But worse was to follow. The American public likes gossip about well-known people, and the Kanes were wealthy and socially prominent. The report was that Lester, one of its principal heirs, had married a servant girl. He, an heir to millions. Could it be possible? What a piquant morsel for the newspapers. Very soon the paragraphs began to appear. A small society paper called the South Side Budget referred to him anonymously as the son of a famous and wealthy carriage manufacturer of Cincinnati, and outlined briefly what it knew of the story. Of Mrs. it went on sagely, not so much is known except that she once worked in a well-known Cleveland society family as a maid, and was, before that, a working girl in Columbus, Ohio. After such a picturesque love affair in high society, who shall say that romance is dead? Lester saw this item. He did not take the paper, but some kind soul took good care to see that a copy was marked and mailed to him. It irritated him greatly, for he suspected at once that it was a scheme to blackmail him. But he did not know exactly what to do about it. He preferred, of course, that such comments should cease, but he also thought that if he made any effort to have them stopped he might make matters worse. So he did nothing. Naturally, the paragraph in the Budget attracted the attention of other newspapers. It sounded like a good story, and one Sunday editor, more enterprising than the others, conceived the notion of having the romance written up. A full-page Sunday story with a scare head, such as "Sacrifices Millions for His Servant Girl Love." Pictures of Lester, Jennie, the house at Hyde Park, the Kane manufactory in Cincinnati, and the warehouse on Michigan Avenue. Certainly such a display would make a sensation. The Kane Company was not an advertiser in any daily or Sunday paper. The newspaper owed him nothing. If Lester had been forewarned, he might have put a stop to the whole business by putting an advertisement in the paper or appealing to the publisher. He did not know, however, and so was without power to prevent the publication. The editor made a thorough job of the business. Local newspapermen in Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Columbus were instructed to report by wire whether anything of Jennie's history was known in their city. The Bracebridge family in Cleveland was asked whether Jennie had ever worked there. A garbled history of the Gerhardts was obtained from Columbus. Jennie's residence on the North Side for several years prior to her supposed marriage was discovered, and so the whole story was nicely pieced together. It was not the idea of the newspaper editor to be cruel or critical, but rather complimentary. All the bitter things, such as the probable illegitimacy of Vesta, the suspected immorality of Lester and Jennie in residing together as man and wife, the real grounds of the well-known objections of his family to the match, were ignored. The idea was to frame up a Romeo and Juliet story in which Lester should appear as an ardent, self-sacrificing lover, and Jennie as a poor, lovely working girl, lifted to great financial and social heights by the devotion of her millionaire lover. An exceptional newspaper artist was engaged to make scenes depicting the various steps of the romance, and the whole thing was handled in the most approved yellow journal style. There was a picture of Lester obtained from his Cincinnati photographer for a consideration. Jennie had been surreptitiously snapped by a staff artist while she was out walking. And so, apparently out of a clear sky, the story appeared, highly complimentary, running over with sugary phrases, but with all the dark, sad facts looming up in the background. Jennie did not see it at first. Lester came across the page accidentally and tore it out. He was stunned and chagrined beyond words. To think the damned newspaper would do that to a private citizen who was quietly minding his own business, he thought. He went out of the house, the better to conceal his deep inward mortification. He avoided the more populous parts of the town, particularly the downtown section, and rode far out on Cottage Avenue to the open prairie. He wondered, as the trolley car rumbled along, what his friends were thinking, Dodge and Burnham Moore and Henry Aldrich and the others. This was a smash indeed. The best he could do was to put a brave face on it and say nothing, or else wave it off with an indifferent motion of the hand. One thing was sure, he would prevent further comment. He returned to the house calmer, his self-poise restored, but he was eager for Monday to come in order that he might get in touch with his lawyer, Mr. Watson. But when he did see Mr. Watson, it was soon agreed between the two men that it would be foolish to take any legal action. It was the part of wisdom to let the matter drop. "But I won't stand for anything more," concluded Lester. "I'll attend to that," said the lawyer consolingly. Lester got up. "It's amazing, this damned country of ours," he exclaimed. "A man with a little money hasn't any more privacy than a public monument." "A man with a little money," said Mr. Watson, "is just like a cat with a bell around its neck. Every rat knows exactly where it is and what it is doing." "That's an apt simile," assented Lester bitterly. Jennie knew nothing of this newspaper story for several days. Lester felt that he could not talk it over, and Gerhardt never read the wicked Sunday newspapers. Finally, one of Jennie's neighborhood friends, less tactful than the others, called her attention to the fact of its appearance by announcing that she had seen it. Jennie did not understand at first. "A story about me?" she exclaimed. "You and Mr. Kane, yes," replied her guest. Your love romance." Jennie colored swiftly. "Why, I hadn't seen it," she said. "Are you sure it was about us?" "Why, of course," laughed Mrs. Stendahl. "How could I be mistaken? I have the paper over at the house. I'll send Marie over with it when I get back. You look very sweet in your picture." Jennie winced. "I wish you would," she said weakly. She was wondering where they had secured her picture, what the article said. Above all, she was dismayed to think of its effect upon Lester. Had he seen the article? Why had he not spoken to her about it? The neighbor's daughter brought over the paper, and Jennie's heart stood still as she glanced at the title page. There it all was, uncompromising and direct. How dreadfully conspicuous the headline, "This millionaire fell in love with this lady's maid," which ran between a picture of Lester on the left and Jennie on the right. There was an additional caption which explained how Lester, son of the famous carriage family of Cincinnati, had sacrificed great social opportunity and distinction to marry his heart's desire. Below were scattered a number of other pictures, Lester addressing Jennie in the mansion of Mrs. Bracebridge, Lester standing with her before an imposing and conventional-looking parson, Lester driving with her in a handsome Victoria, Jennie standing beside the window of an imposing mansion, the fact that it was a mansion being indicated by most sumptuous-looking hangings, and gazing out on a very modest working-man's cottage pictured in the distance. Jennie felt as though she must die for very shame. She did not so much mind what it meant to her, but Lester, Lester, how must he feel? And his family. Now they would have another club with which to strike him and her. She tried to keep calm about it, to exert emotional control, but again the tears would rise, only this time they were tears of opposition to defeat. She did not want to be hounded this way. She wanted to be let alone. She was trying to do right now. Why couldn't the world help her, instead of seeking to push her down? End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The fact that Lester had seen this page was made perfectly clear to Jennie that evening, for he brought it home himself, having concluded, after mature deliberation, that he ought to. He told her once that there was to be no concealment between them, and this thing, coming so brutally to disturb their peace, was nevertheless a case in point. He had decided to tell her not to think anything of it, that it did not make much difference, though to him it made all the difference in the world. The effect of this chill history could never be undone. The wise, and they included all his social world, and many who were not of it, could see just how he had been living. The article which accompanied the pictures told how he had followed Jennie from Cleveland to Chicago, how she had been coy and distant, and that he had to court her a long time to win her consent. This was to explain their living together on the North Side. Lester realized that this was an asinine attempt to sugarcoat the true story, and it made him angry. Still, he preferred to have it that way rather than in some more brutal vein. He took the paper out of his pocket when he arrived at the house, spreading it on the library table. Jennie, who was close by, watched him, for she knew what was coming. "Here's something that will interest you, Jennie," he said dryly, pointing to the array of text and pictures. "I've already seen it, Lester," she said wearily. "Mrs. Stendahl showed it to me this afternoon. I was wondering whether you had." "Rather high-flown description of my attitude, isn't it? I didn't know I was such an ardent Romeo." "I'm awfully sorry, Lester," said Jennie, reading behind the dry face of humor the serious import of this affair to him. She had long since learned that Lester did not express his real feelings.
his big ills in words. He was inclined to jest and make light of the inevitable, the inexorable. This light comment merely meant, "This matter cannot be helped, so we will make the best of it." "Oh, don't feel badly about it," he went on. "It isn't anything which can be adjusted now. They probably meant well enough. We just happened to be in the limelight." "I understand," said Jennie, coming over to him. "I'm sorry, though. Anyway," dinner was announced a moment later, and the incident was closed. But Lester could not dismiss the thought that matters were getting in a bad way. His father had pointed it out to him rather plainly at the last interview, and now this newspaper notoriety had capped the climax. He might as well abandon his pretension to intimacy with his old world. It would have none of him, or at least the more conservative part of it would not. There were a few bachelors, a few gay married men, some sophisticated women, single and married, who saw through it all and liked him just the same, but they did not make society. He was virtually an outcast, and nothing could save him but to reform his ways. In other words, he must give up Jennie once and for all. But he did not want to do this. The thought was painful to him, objectionable in every way. Jennie was growing in mental acumen. She was beginning to see things quite as clearly as he did. She was not a cheap, ambitious, climbing creature. She was a big woman, and a good one. It would be a shame to throw her down, and besides, she was good looking. He was 46 and she was 29, and she looked 24 or 25. It was an exceptional thing to find beauty, youth, compatibility, intelligence, your own point of view, softened and charmingly emotionalized in another. He had made his bed, as his father had said. He had better lie on it. It was only a little while after this disagreeable newspaper incident that Lester had word that his father was quite ill and failing. It might be necessary for him to go to Cincinnati at any moment. Pressure of work was holding him pretty close when the news came that his father was dead. Lester, of course, was greatly shocked and grieved, and he returned to Cincinnati in a retrospective and sorrowful mood. His father had been a great character to him, a fine and interesting old gentleman, entirely aside from his relationship to him as his son. He remembered him now dandling him upon his knee as a child, telling him stories of his early life in Ireland and of his subsequent commercial struggle when he was a little older, impressing the maxims of his business career and his commercial wisdom on him as he grew to manhood. Old Archibald had been radically honest. It was to him that Lester owed his instinct for plain speech and direct statement of fact. "Never lie," was Archibald's constant, reiterated statement. "Never try to make a thing look different from what it is to you. It's the breath of life, truth. It's the basis of real, worth-while commercial success. It will make a notable character of any one who will stick to it." Lester believed this. He admired his father intensely for his rigid insistence on truth, and now that he was really gone he felt sorry. He wished he might have been spared to be reconciled to him. He half fancied that old Archibald would have liked Jennie if he had known her. He did not imagine that he would ever have had the opportunity to straighten things out, although he still felt that Archibald would have liked her. When he reached Cincinnati it was snowing, a windy, blustery snow. The flakes were coming down thick and fast. The traffic of the city had a muffled sound. When he stepped down from the train he was met by Amy, who was glad to see him in spite of all their past differences. Of all the girls she was the most tolerant. Lester put his arms about her and kissed her. "It seems like old times to see you, Amy," he said. "You're coming to meet me this way. How's the family? I suppose they're all here." Well, poor father, his time had to come. Still, he lived to see everything that he wanted to see. I guess he was pretty well satisfied with the outcome of his efforts. "Yes," replied Amy, "and since mother died he was very lonely." They rode up to the house in kindly good feeling, chatting of old times and places. All the members of the immediate family and the various relatives were gathered in the old family mansion. Lester exchanged the customary condolences with the others, realizing all the while that his father had lived long enough. He had had a successful life, and had fallen like a ripe apple from the tree. Lester looked at him where he lay in the great parlor in his black coffin, and a feeling of the old-time affection swept over him. He smiled at the clean-cut, determined, conscientious face. "The old gentleman was a big man all the way through," he said to Robert, who was present. "We won't find a better figure of a man soon." "We will not," said his brother solemnly. After the funeral it was decided to read the will at once. Louise's husband was anxious to return to Buffalo. Lester was compelled to be in Chicago. A conference of the various members of the family was called for the second day after the funeral, to be held at the offices of Messrs. Knight, Keatley, and O'Brien, counselors of the late manufacturer. As Lester rode to the meeting, he had the feeling that his father had not acted in any way prejudicial to his interests. It had not been so very long since they had had their last conversation. He had been taking his time to think about things, and his father had given him time. He always felt that he had stood well with the old gentleman, except for his alliance with Jennie. His business judgment had been valuable to the company. Why should there be any discrimination against him? He really did not think it possible. When they reached the offices of the law firm, Mr. O'Brien, a short, fussy, albeit comfortable-looking little person, greeted all the members of the family and the various heirs and assigns with a hearty handshake. He had been personal counsel to Archibald Kane for 20 years. He knew his whims and idiosyncrasies, and considered himself very much in the light of a father confessor. He liked all the children, Lester especially. "Now, I believe we are all here," he said finally, extracting a pair of large horn reading glasses from his coat pocket and looking sagely about. "Very well. We might as well proceed to business. I will read the will without any preliminary remarks." He returned to his desk, picked up a paper lying on it, cleared his throat, and began. It was a peculiar document in some respects, for it began with all the minor bequests. First, small sums to old employees, servants, and friends. It then took up a few institutional bequests, and finally came to the immediate family, beginning with the girls. Imogene, as a faithful and loving daughter, was left a sixth of the stock of the carriage company and a fourth of the remaining properties of the deceased, which roughly aggregated, the estate not her share, about $800,000. Amy and Louise were provided for in exactly the same proportion. The grandchildren were given certain little bonuses for good conduct when they should come of age. Then it took up the case of Robert and Lester. "Owing to certain complications which have arisen in the affairs of my son Lester," it began, "I deem it my duty to make certain conditions which shall govern the distribution of the remainder of my property, to wit, 1/4 of the stock of the Kane Manufacturing Company, and 1/4 of the remainder of my various properties, real, personal, moneys, stocks, and bonds, go to my beloved son Robert, in recognition of his faithful performance of his duty, and 1/4 of the stock of Kane Manufacturing Company, and the remaining 1/4 of my various properties, real, personal, moneys, stocks, and bonds, to be held in trust by him for the benefit of his brother Lester, until such a time as conditions as may hereinafter be set forth shall have been complied with. And it is my wish and desire that my children shall concur in his direction of the Kane Manufacturing Company, and of such other interests as are entrusted to him, until such time as he shall voluntarily relinquish such control, or shall indicate another arrangement which shall be better." Lester swore under his breath. His cheeks changed color, but he did not move. He was not inclined to make a show. It appeared that he was not even mentioned separately. The conditions hereinafter set forth dealt very fully with his case, however, though they were not read aloud to the family at the time, Mr. O'Brien stating that this was in accordance with their father's wish. Lester learned immediately afterward that he was to have $10,000 a year for 3 years, during which time he had the choice of doing either one of two things. First, he was to leave Jennie, if he had not already married her, and so bring his life into moral conformity with the wishes of his father. In this event, Lester's share of the estate was to be immediately turned over to him. Secondly, he might elect to marry Jennie, if he had not already done so, in which case the $10,000 a year, specifically set aside to him for 3 years, was to be continued for life, but for his life only. Jennie was not to have anything of it after his death. The $10,000 in question represented the annual interest on 200 shares of L.S. and M.S. stock, which were also to be held in trust until his decision had been reached and their final disposition effected. If Lester refused to marry Jennie or to leave her, he would have nothing at all after the 3 years were up. At Lester's death, the stock, of which his interest was drawn, was to be divided pro rata among the surviving members of the family. If any heir or assign contested the will, his or her share was thereby forfeited entirely. It was astonishing to Lester to see how thoroughly his father had taken his case into consideration. He half suspected, on reading these conditions, that his brother Robert had had something to do with the framing of them, but of course he could not be sure. Robert had not given any direct evidence of enmity. "Who drew this will?" he demanded of O'Brien a little later. "We all had a hand in it," replied O'Brien, a little shamefacedly. "It was a very difficult document to draw up. You know, Mr. Kane, there was no budging your father. He was adamant. He has come very near defeating his own wishes in some of these clauses. Of course, you know, we had nothing to do with its spirit. That was between you and him. I hated very much to have to do it." "Oh, I understand all that," said Lester. "Don't let that worry you." Mr. O'Brien was very grateful. During the reading of the will Lester had sat as stolid as an ox. He got up after a time, as did the others, assuming an air of nonchalance. Robert, Amy, Louise, and Imogene all felt shocked, but not exactly, not unqualifiedly regretful. Certainly Lester had acted very badly. He had given his father great provocation. "I think the old gentleman has been a little rough in this," said Robert, who had been sitting next to him. "I certainly did not expect him to go as far as that. So far as I am concerned, some other arrangement would have been satisfactory." Lester smiled grimly. "It doesn't matter," he said. Imogene, Amy, and Louise were anxious to be consolatory, but they did not know what to say. Lester had brought it all on himself. "I don't think Papa acted quite right, Lester," ventured Amy. But Lester waved her away almost gruffly. "I can stand it," he said. He figured out, as he stood there, what his income would be in case he refused to comply with his father's wishes. 200 shares of L.S. and M.S. in open market were worth a little over $1,000 each. They yielded from 5 to 6%, sometimes more, sometimes less. At this rate he would have $10,000 a year, not more. The family gathering broke up, each going his way, and Lester returned to his sister's house. He wanted to get out of the city quickly, gave business as an excuse to avoid lunching with anyone, and caught the earliest train back to Chicago. As he rode, he meditated. So this was how much his father really cared for him. Could it really be so? He, Lester Kane, 10,000 a year for only 3 years. And then longer, only on condition that he married Jennie. 10,000 a year, he thought, and that for 3 years. Good Lord, any smart clerk can earn that. To think he should have done that to me. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This attempt at coercion was the one thing which would definitely set Lester in opposition to his family, at least for the time being. He had realized clearly enough of late that he had made a big mistake, first, in not having married Jennie, thus avoiding scandal, and in the second place, in not having accepted her proposition at the time when she wanted to leave him. There were no two ways about it. He had made a mess of this business. He could not afford to lose his fortune entirely. He did not have enough money of his own. Jennie was unhappy. He could see that. Why shouldn't she be? He was unhappy. Did he want to accept the shabby 10,000 a year, even if he were willing to marry her? Finally, did he want to lose Jennie, to have her go out of his life once and for all? He could not make up his mind. The problem was too complicated. When Lester returned to his home after the funeral, Jennie saw at once that something was amiss with him. Something beyond a son's natural grief for his father's death was weighing upon his spirits. What was it, she wondered. She tried to draw near him sympathetically, but his wounded spirit could not be healed so easily. When hurt in his pride, he was savage and sullen. He could have struck any man who irritated him. She watched him interestedly, wishing to do something for him, but he would not give her his confidence. He grieved, and she could only grieve with him. Days passed, and now the financial situation, which had been created by his father's death, came up for careful consideration. The factory management had to be reorganized. Robert would have to be made president, as his father wished. Lester's own relationship to the business would have to come up for adjudication. Unless he changed his mind about Jennie, he was not a stockholder. As a matter of fact, he was not anything. To continue to be secretary and treasurer, it was necessary that he should own at least 1 share of the company's stock. Would Robert give him any? Would Amy, Louise, or Imogene? Would they sell him any? Would the other members of the family care to do anything which would infringe on Robert's prerogatives under the will? They were all rather unfriendly to Lester at present, and he realized that he was facing a ticklish situation. The solution was to get rid of Jennie. If he did that, he would not need to be begging for stock. If he didn't, he was flying in the face of his father's last will and testament. He turned the matter over in his mind slowly and deliberately. He could quite see how things were coming out. He must abandon either Jennie or his prospects in life. What a dilemma! Despite Robert's assertion that so far as he was concerned another arrangement would have been satisfactory, he was really very well pleased with the situation. His dreams were slowly nearing completion. Robert had long had his plans perfected, not only for a thorough reorganization of the company proper, but for an extension of the business in the direction of a combination of carriage companies. If he could get 2 or 3 of the larger organizations in the East and West to join with him, selling costs could be reduced, overproduction would be avoided, and the general expenses could be materially scaled down. Through a New York representative, he had been picking up stock in outside carriage companies for some time, and he was almost ready to act. In the first place, he would have himself elected president of Kane Company, and since Lester was no longer a factor, he could select Amy's husband as vice president, and possibly someone other than Lester as secretary and treasurer. Under the conditions of the will, the stock and other properties set aside temporarily for Lester in the hope that he would come to his senses were to be managed and voted by Robert. His father had meant, obviously, that he, Robert, should help him coerce his brother. He did not want to appear mean, but this was such an easy way. It gave him a righteous duty to perform. Lester must come to his senses, or he must let Robert run the business to suit himself. Lester, attending to his branch duties in Chicago, foresaw the drift of things. He realized now that he was permanently out of the company, a branch manager, at his brother's sufferance, and the thought irritated him greatly. Nothing had been said by Robert to indicate such a change had taken place. Things went on very much as before, but Robert's suggestions were now obviously law. Lester was really his brother's employee at so much a year. It sickened his soul. There came a time, after a few weeks, when he felt as if he could not stand this any longer. Hitherto he had been a free and independent agent. The approaching annual stockholders' meeting, which hitherto had been a one-man affair and a formality, his father doing all the voting, would now be a combination of voters, his brother presiding, his sisters very likely represented by their husbands, and he not there at all. It was going to be a great come-down, but as Robert had not said anything about offering to give or sell him any stock which would entitle him to sit as a director or hold any official position in the company, he decided to write and resign. That would bring matters to a crisis. It would show his brother that he felt no desire to be under obligations to him in any way, or to retain anything which was not his, and gladly so, by right of ability and the desire of those with whom he was associated. If he wanted to move back into the company by deserting Jennie, he would come in a very different capacity from that of branch manager. He dictated a simple, straightforward business letter, saying: "Dear Robert, I know the time is drawing near when the company must be reorganized under your direction. Not having any stock, I am not entitled to sit as a director or to hold the joint position of secretary and treasurer. I want you to accept this letter as a formal notice of my resignation from both positions, and I want to have your directors consider what disposition should be made of this position and my services. I am not anxious to retain the branch managership as a branch managership merely. At the same time, I do not want to do anything which will embarrass you in your plans for the future. You see by this that I am not ready to accept the proposition laid down in father's will, at least not at present. I would like a definite understanding of how you feel in this matter. Will you write and let me know? Yours, Lester." Robert, sitting in his office at Cincinnati, considered this letter gravely. It was like his brother to come down to brass tacks. If Lester were only as cautious as he was straightforward and direct, what a man he would be! But there was no guile in the man, no subtlety. He would never do a snaky thing, and Robert knew in his own soul that to succeed greatly one must. You have to be ruthless at times, you have to be subtle, Robert would say to himself. Why not face the facts to yourself when you are playing for big stakes? He would for one, and he did. Robert felt that although Lester was a tremendously decent fellow, and his brother, he wasn't pliable enough to suit his needs. He was too outspoken, too inclined to take issue. If Lester yielded to his father's wishes and took possession of his share of the estate, he would become necessarily an active partner in the affairs of the company. Lester would be a barrier in Robert's path, Did Robert want this? Decidedly he did not. He much preferred that Lester should hold fast to Jennie, for the present at least, and so be quietly shelved by his own act. After long consideration, Robert dictated a politic letter. He hadn't made up his mind yet just what he wanted to do. He did not know what his sisters' husbands would like. A consultation would have to be held. For his part, he would be very glad to have Lester remain as secretary and treasurer, if it could be arranged. Perhaps it would be better to let the matter rest for the present. Lester cursed. What did Robert mean by beating around the bush? He knew well enough how it could be arranged. One share of stock would be enough for Lester to qualify. Robert was afraid of him. That was the basic fact. Well, he would not retain any branch managership, depend on that. He would resign at once. Lester, accordingly, wrote back, saying that he had considered all sides and had decided to look after some interests of his own for the time being. If Robert could arrange it, he would like to have someone come on to Chicago and take over the branch agency. 30 days would be time enough. In a few days came a regretful reply, saying that Robert was awfully sorry, but that if Lester was determined, he did not want to interfere with any plans he might have in view. Imogene's husband, Jefferson Midgely, had long thought he would like to reside in Chicago. He could undertake the work for the time being. Lester smiled. Evidently Robert was making the best of a very subtle situation. Robert knew that he, Lester, could sue and tie things up, and also that he would be very loath to do so. The newspapers would get a hold of the whole story. This matter of his relationship to Jennie was in the air anyhow. He could best solve the problem by leaving her. So it all came back to that. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For a man of Lester's years, he was now 46, to be tossed out in the world without a definite connection, even though he did have a present income, including this new $10,000, of $15,000 a year, was a disturbing and discouraging thing. He realized now that, unless he made some very fortunate and profitable arrangements in the near future, his career was virtually at an end. Of course he could marry Jennie. That would give him $10,000 for the rest of his life. But it would also end his chance of getting his legitimate share of the Kane estate. Again, he might sell out the $75,000 worth of moderate interest-bearing stocks, which now yielded him about $5,000, and try a practical investment of some kind, say a rival carriage company. But did he want to jump in at this stage of the game and begin a running fight on his father's old organization? Moreover, it would be a hard row to hoe. There was the keenest rivalry for business as it was, with the Kane Company very much in the lead. Lester's only available capital was his $75,000. Did he want to begin in a picayune, obscure way? It took money to get a foothold in the carriage business, as things were now. The trouble with Lester was that, while blessed with a fine imagination and considerable insight, he lacked the ruthless, narrow-minded insistence on his individual superiority which is a necessary element in almost every great business success. To be a forceful figure in the business world means, as a rule, that you must be an individual of one idea, and that idea the God-given one that life has destined you for a tremendous future in the particular field you have chosen. It means that one thing, a cake of soap, a new can opener, a safety razor, or speed accelerator, must seize on your imagination with tremendous force, burn as a raging flame, and make itself the be-all and end-all of your existence.
As a rule, a man needs poverty to help him to this enthusiasm and youth. The thing he has discovered, and with which he is going to busy himself, must be the door to 1,000 opportunities and 1,000 joys. Happiness must be beyond, or the fire will not burn as brightly as it might. The urge will not be great enough to make a great success. Lester did not possess this indispensable quality of enthusiasm. Life had already shown him the greater part of its so-called joys. He saw through the illusions that are so often and so noisily labeled pleasure. Money, of course, was essential, and he already had money, enough to keep him comfortably. Did he want to risk it? He looked about him thoughtfully. Perhaps he did. Certainly he could not comfortably contemplate the thought of sitting by and watching other people work for the rest of his days. In the end he decided that he would bestir himself and look into things. He was, as he said to himself, in no hurry. He was not going to make a mistake. He would first give the trade, the people who were identified with the manufacture and sale of carriages, time to realize that he was out of the Kane Company, for the time being anyhow, and open to other connections. So he announced that he was leaving the Kane Company and going to Europe, ostensibly for a rest. He had never been abroad, and Jennie, too, would enjoy it. Vesta could be left at home with Gerhardt and a maid, and he and Jennie would travel around a bit, seeing what Europe had to show. He wanted to visit Venice and Baden-Baden, and the great watering places that had been recommended to him. Cairo and Luxor and the Parthenon had always appealed to his imagination. After he had had his outing, he could come back and seriously gather up the threads of his intentions. The spring after his father died he put his plan into execution. He had wound up the work of the Weir rooms, and with a pleasant deliberation had studied out a tour. He made Jennie his confidant, and now, having gathered together their traveling comforts, they took a steamer from New York to Liverpool. After a few weeks in the British Isles they went to Egypt. From there they came back, through Greece and Italy, into Austria and Switzerland, and then later through France and Paris to Germany and Berlin. Lester was diverted by the novelty of the experience, and yet he had an uncomfortable feeling that he was wasting his time. Great business enterprises were not built by travelers, and he was not looking for health. Jennie, on the other hand, was transported by what she saw, and enjoyed the new life to the full. Before Luxor and Karnak, places which Jennie had never dreamed existed, she learned of an older civilization, powerful, complex, complete. Millions of people had lived and died here, believing in other gods, other forms of government, other conditions of existence. For the first time in her life Jennie gained a clear idea of how vast the world is. Now, from this point of view, of decayed Greece, of fallen Rome, of forgotten Egypt, she saw how pointless are our minor difficulties, our minor beliefs. Her father's Lutheranism, it did not seem so significant any more. And the social economy of Columbus, Ohio, rather pointless, perhaps. Her mother had worried so of what people, her neighbors, thought, but here were dead worlds of people, some bad, some good. Lester explained that their differences in standards of morals were due sometimes to climate, sometimes to religious beliefs, and sometimes to the rise of peculiar personalities like Mohammed. Lester liked to point out how small conventions bulked in this, the larger world, and vaguely she began to see. Admitting that she had been bad, locally it was important, perhaps, but in the sum of civilization, in the sum of big forces, what did it all amount to? They would be dead after a little while. She and Lester and all these people. Did anything matter except goodness? Goodness of heart? What else was there that was real?
Chapter 45 of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was while traveling abroad that Lester came across, first at the Carlton in London and later at Shepheard's in Cairo, the one girl before Jennie whom it might have been said he truly admired, Letty Pace. He had not seen her for a long time, and she had been Mrs. Malcolm Gerald for nearly 4 years, and a charming widow for nearly 2 years more. Malcolm Gerald had been a wealthy man, having amassed a fortune in banking and stockbrokering in Cincinnati, and he had left Mrs. Malcolm Gerald very well off. She was the mother of one child, a little girl, who was safely in charge of a nurse and a maid at all times. She was invariably the picturesque center of a group of admirers recruited from every capital of the civilized world. Letty Gerald was a talented woman, beautiful, graceful, artistic, a writer of verse and an omnivorous reader, a student of art, and a sincere and ardent admirer of Lester Kane. In her day she had truly loved him, for she had been a wise observer of men and affairs, and Lester had always appealed to her as a real man. He was so sane, she thought, so calm. He was always intolerant of sham, and she liked him for it. He was always inclined to wave aside the petty frivolities of common society conversation, and to talk of simple and homely things. Many and many a time in years past they had deserted a dance to sit out on a balcony somewhere and talk while Lester smoked. He had argued philosophy with her, discussed books, described political and social conditions in other cities. In a word, he had treated her like a sensible human being, and she had hoped and hoped and hoped that he would propose to her. More than once she had looked at his big, solid head with its short growth of hardy brown hair and wished that she could stroke it. It was a hard blow to her when he finally moved away to Chicago. At that time she knew nothing of Jennie, but she felt instinctively that her chances of winning him was gone. Then Malcolm Gerald, always an ardent admirer, proposed for something like the 65th time, and she took him. She did not love him, but she was getting along, and she had to marry someone. He was 44 when he married her, and he lived only 4 years, just long enough to realize that he had married a charming, tolerant, broad-minded woman. Then he died of pneumonia, and Mrs. Gerald was a rich widow, sympathetic, attractive, delightful in her knowledge of the world, and with nothing to do except to live and spend her money. She was not inclined to do either indifferently. She had long since had her ideal of a man established by Lester. These whippersnappers of counts, earls, lords, barons, who she met in one social world and another, for her friendship and connections had broadened notably with the years, did not interest her a particle. She was terribly weary of the superficial veneer of the titled fortune hunter whom she met abroad. A good judge of character, a student of men and manners, a natural reasoner along sociologic and psychologic lines, she saw through them and through the civilization which they represented. "I could have been happy in a cottage with a man I once knew out in Cincinnati," she told one of her titled woman friends who had been an American before her marriage. "He was the biggest, cleanest, sanest fellow. If he had proposed to me I would have married him if I had to work for a living myself." "Was he so poor?" asked her friend. "Indeed he wasn't. He was comfortably rich, but that did not make any difference to me. It was the man I wanted." "It would have made a difference in the long run," said the other. "You misjudge me," replied Mrs. Gerald. "I waited for him for a number of years, and I know." Lester had always retained pleasant impressions and kindly memories of Letty Pace, or Mrs. Gerald, as she was now. He had been fond of her in a way
Very fond. Why hadn't he married her? He had asked himself that question time and again. She would have made him an ideal wife. His father would have been pleased. Everyone would have been delighted. Instead, he had drifted and drifted, and then he had met Jennie, and somehow after that he did not want her any more. Now, after 6 years of separation, he met her again. He knew she was married. She was vaguely aware that he had had some sort of an affair. She had heard that he had subsequently married the woman and was living on the South Side. She did not know of the loss of his fortune. She ran across him first in the Carlton one June evening. The windows were open and the flowers were blooming everywhere, odorous with that sense of new life in the air which runs through the world when spring comes back. For the moment she was a little beside herself. Something choked in her throat, but she collected herself and extended a graceful arm and hand. "Why, Lester Kane," she exclaimed. "How do you do? I am so glad. And this is Mrs. Kane. Charmed, I'm sure. It seems truly like a breath of spring to see you again. I hope you'll excuse me, Mrs. Kane, but I'm delighted to see your husband. I'm ashamed to say how many years it is, Lester, since I saw you last. I feel quite old when I think of it. Why, Lester, think, it's been all of 6 or 7 years, and I've been married and had a child, and poor Mr. Gerald has died, and oh dear, I don't know what all hasn't happened to me." "You don't look it," commented Lester, smiling. He was pleased to see her again, for they had been good friends. She liked him still. That was evident, and he truly liked her. Jennie smiled. She was glad to see this old friend of Lester's. This woman, trailing a magnificent yellow lace train over pale mother-of-pearl satin, her round, smooth arms bare to the shoulder, her corsage cut low, and a dark red rose blowing at her waist, seemed to her the ideal of what a woman should be. She liked looking at lovely women quite as much as Lester. She enjoyed calling his attention to them and teasing him in the mildest way about their charms. "Wouldn't you like to run and talk to her, Lester, instead of me?" she would ask, when some particularly striking or beautiful woman chanced to attract her attention. Lester would examine her choice critically, for he had come to know that her judge of feminine charms was excellent. "Oh, I'm pretty well off where I am," he would retort, looking into her eyes, or jestingly, "I'm not as young as I used to be, or I'd get in tow of that." "Run on," was her comment. "I'll wait for you." "What would you do if I really should?" "Why, Lester, I wouldn't do anything. You'd come back to me, maybe." "Wouldn't you care?" "You know I'd care. But if you felt that you wanted to, I wouldn't try to stop you. I wouldn't expect to be all in all to one man, unless he wanted me to be." "Where do you get these ideas, Jennie?" he asked her once, curious to test the breadth of her philosophy. "Oh, I don't know. Why?" "They're so broad, so good-natured, so charitable. They're not common, that's sure." "Well, I don't think we ought to be selfish, Lester. I don't know why. Some women think differently, I know, but a man and a woman ought to want to live together, or they ought not to. Don't you think? It doesn't make so much difference if a man goes off for a little while, just so long as he doesn't stay, if he wants to come back at all." Lester smiled, but he respected her for the sweetness of her point of view. He had to. Tonight, when she saw this woman so eager to talk to Lester, she realized at once that they must have a great deal in common to talk over, whereupon she did a characteristic thing. "Won't you excuse me for a little while?" she asked, smiling. "I left some things uncared for in our rooms. I'll be back." She went away, remaining in her room as long as she reasonably could, and Lester and Letty fell to discussing old times in earnest. He recounted as much of his experiences as he deemed wise, and Letty brought the history of her life up to date. "Now that you're safely married, Lester," she said daringly, "I'll confess to you that you were the one man I always wanted to have propose to me." And you never did." "Maybe I never dared," he said, gazing into her superb black eyes, and thinking that perhaps she might know that he was not married. He felt that she had grown more beautiful in every way. She seemed to him now to be an ideal society figure perfection itself. Gracious, natural, witty, the type of woman who mixes and mingles well, meeting each newcomer upon the plane best suited to him or her. "Yes, you thought. I know what you thought. Your real thought just left the table." "Tut, tut, my dear, not so fast. You don't know what I thought." "Anyhow, I'll allow you some credit. She's charming." "Jennie has her good points," he replied simply. "Are you happy?" "Oh, fairly so. Yes, I suppose I'm happy. As happy as anyone can be who sees life as it is. You know, I'm not troubled with many illusions." "Not any, I think, kind sir, if I know you." "Very likely not any, Letty, but sometimes I wish I had a few. I think I would be happier." "And I too, Lester. Really, I look on my life as a kind of failure, you know, in spite of the fact that I'm almost as rich as Croesus. Not quite. I think he had some more than I have." "What talk from you! You with your beauty and talent and money! Good heavens!" "And what can I do with it? Travel, talk, shoo away silly fortune hunters. Oh dear, sometimes I get so tired." Letty looked at Lester. In spite of Jennie, the old feeling came back. Why should she have been cheated of him? They were as comfortable together as old married people or young lovers. Jennie had had no better claim. She looked at him, and her eyes fairly spoke. He smiled a little sadly. "Here comes my wife," he said. "We'll have to brace up and talk of other things. You'll find her interesting, really." "Yes, I know," she replied, and turned on Jennie with a radiant smile. Jennie felt a faint sense of misgiving. She thought vaguely that this might be one of Lester's old flames. This was the kind of woman he should have chosen, not her. She was suited to his station in life, and he would have been as happy, perhaps happier. Was he beginning to realize it? Then she put away the uncomfortable thought. Pretty soon she would be getting jealous, and that would be contemptible. Mrs. Gerald continued to be most agreeable in her attitude toward the Kanes. She invited them the next day to join her on a drive through Rotten Row. There was a dinner later at Claridge's, and then she was compelled to keep some engagement which was taking her to Paris. She bade them both an affectionate farewell, and hoped that they would soon meet again. She was envious in a sad way of Jennie's good fortune. Lester had lost none of his charm for her. If anything, he seemed nicer, more considerate, more wholesome. She wished sincerely that he were free. And Lester, subconsciously perhaps, was thinking the same thing. No doubt because of the fact that she was thinking of it, he had been led over mentally all of the things which might have happened if he had married her. They were so congenial now, philosophically, artistically, practically. There was a natural flow of conversation between them all the time, like two old comrades among men. She knew everybody in his social sphere, which was equally hers, but Jennie did not. They could talk of certain subtle characteristics of life in a way which was not possible between him and Jennie, for the latter did not have the vocabulary. Her ideas did not flow as fast as those of Mrs. Gerald. Jennie had actually the deeper, more comprehensive, sympathetic, and emotional note in her nature, but she could not show it in light conversation. Actually, she was living the thing she was, and that was perhaps the thing which drew Lester to her. Just now, and often in situations of this kind, she seemed at a disadvantage, and she was. It seemed to Lester for the time being as if Mrs. Gerald would perhaps have been a better choice after all, certainly as good, and he would not now have this distressing thought as to his future. They did not see Mrs. Gerald again until they reached Cairo. In the gardens about the hotel they suddenly encountered her, or rather Lester did, for he was alone at the time, strolling and smoking. "Well, this is good luck," he exclaimed. "Where do you come from?" "Madrid, if you please. I didn't know I was coming until last Thursday. The Ellicotts are here. I came over with them. You know, I wondered where you might be. Then I remembered that you said you were going to Egypt. Where's your wife?" "In her bath, I fancy, at this moment. This warm weather makes Jennie take to water. I was thinking of a plunge myself." They strolled about for a time. Letty was in light blue silk, with a blue and white parasol held daintily over her shoulder, and looked very pretty. "Oh dear!" she suddenly ejaculated. "I wonder sometimes what am I to do with myself. I can't loaf always this way. I think I'll go back to the States and live." "Why don't you?" "What good would it do me? I don't want to get married. I haven't any one to marry now that I want." She glanced at Lester significantly, then looked away. "Oh, you'll find some one eventually," he said, somewhat awkwardly. "You can't escape for long, not with your looks and money." "Oh, Lester, hush." "All right. Have it otherwise if you want. I'm telling you." "Do you still dance?" she inquired lightly, thinking of a ball which was to be given at the hotel that evening. He had danced so well a few years before. "Do I look it? Now, Lester, you don't mean to say that you have gone and abandoned that last charming art? I still love to dance. Doesn't Mrs. Kane?" "No, she doesn't care to. At least, she hasn't taken it up. Come to think of it, I suppose that is my fault. I haven't thought of dancing in some time." It occurred to him that he hadn't been going to functions of any kind much for some time. The opposition his entanglement had generated had put a stop to that. "Come and dance with me to night. Your wife won't object. It's a splendid floor. I saw it this morning." "I'll have to think about that," replied Lester. "I'm not much in practice. Dancing will probably go hard with me at my time of life." "Oh, hush, Lester," replied Mrs. Gerald. "You make me feel old. Don't talk so sedately. Mercy alive, you'd think you were an old man." "I am in experience, my dear." "Pshaw! That simply makes us more attractive," replied his old flame. End of chapter 45.